letter that we can all send out. Starks, if you're willing to work on that with me, I'd love to put a letter together that we can send out, and we can use this tool on the internet to get it out. Also, do not underestimate the power of a phone call. Mind you, I said this earlier, we are the most educated in the crypto space here. The people here in these panels that are doing all this, that are here, we eat, sleep, live, and breathe this stuff. And when you pick up that phone call and you have the conversation we're having right now with your congressman, that's really what's going to make it happen. The email is probably going to go to a secretary. But if you pick up that phone and you're like, hey, I want to talk to this guy, you're going to get through to him. Especially now with the primaries coming up. This is your opportunity.
Especially if we have a cryptid letter, we can read to them over the phone very fast.
Exactly. You know? We can read a letter, say, we've come together as a community and we've written this letter and we'd like to explain it to you and how we feel. And you can talk to your reps. You know, getting in politics is as easy as that. That's where it starts, is letting your voice be heard. It's not hard, guys. It's literally as simple as Googling, putting this information in. I don't want to put in my address here on whatever and pull up, you know, the information.
What are you saying? We should be spamming them with an old cell phone bots or something?
No, that's TikTok seller being silly.
He's funny.
Yeah, using AI. But I mean, I don't see why you couldn't use a chat bot to elocute what you're trying to convey. You can write up something and have it, you know, so you can say, hey, like, this is what we put together, and to save you the trouble from reading it, here is it, or we can read it back to them, whatever. Like, there's lots of options, but it takes you Googling it. It takes you getting that information, taking that next step. Then I wouldn't just email. I wouldn't just call. I do all the above. Any option that they give you, I would go down that avenue. I have, you know, like you reach out and I'd bug them. I'd call once a week. I'd call twice, 3 times a week, man. I'm telling you, rarely, most people are asleep. Okay? They don't care. They will bitch and moan, whine and gripe about whatever is in the news or in politics or whatever, but no one ever does this part. They never go to the website and follow through with anything. So really, it only takes 1 or 2 people to actually make a difference. Nobody really does this stuff. The only kind of people that really do this stuff are like little old ladies and old men who are, you know, bored and have nothing to do and no one to talk to. They're sitting in a retirement home watching, you know, CNN and Fox News all day long. Those are really the only kind of people. And being in this space with crypto, there's not a lot of young people doing it. So when you come forward and you're younger, right? And you reach out to your congressman or senator, they're going to listen to you because no one your age is doing it, right? Especially when you say, yeah, I'm an influencer on social media, blah, 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 blah. They're going to sit up straight in their chair and they're going to listen to you because you're an influencer, because you have say, because you have pull.
If you're serious about this, yeah, and you want to get a proper letter done, you need to highlight the critical points of the BSA legislation that has been changed. Yeah, point it out to the Senate that this isn't right. This is what it's doing. Right? You need to point it out in a way that Congress understands, because like you said, they don't understand crypto. So we need to point everything out and put all the facts in that one letter so there's no discrepancy in what we are actually saying on that letter. Now, I'm from the UK, but I mean, you've got the Clarity Act there, get the BSA Act and stuff, the laws and legislations for that. Have a look at it. Look at what I just said, the banking. I haven't got it in front of me. What I just mentioned to you to look up earlier on. Have a look at that. Have an in-depth look on that, and use that as a guideline for your letter.
Yeah, and I think we should draft a letter, man. Sorry, I got Crypto Rap in the house making faces. What's up, brah?
What's good? Hey, Starks, pleasure to hear from you again, bro. You're a legend, bro, and have so much valuable insight. Oz is a pleasure as well, as always.
Absolutely.
Legend.
Thank you, bro. Nice to meet you again.
Let's see where Crypto Rap, you were saying something about Stand with Crypto. I figured maybe you want to elaborate.
Oh yeah,
on it.
I was just going through the Coinbase app earlier today, like just kind of as a random. I was actually taking screenshots. I was setting up my Coinbase Commerce account for the first time, and I noticed in the other section of the Coinbase app, they actually have Stand with Crypto as a literal clickable section of the other section. It's one of like 3 things in that section. It's a really prominent placement in what is no doubt one of the most popular crypto apps in the United States. So I thought that was really cool. It makes sense because I'm pretty sure Coinbase bankrolls Stand with Crypto. But I just thought that was dope. I just noticed that today.
Yeah, and to have the people that are running Stand with Crypto on my show is like I never would have imagined that I would have such high profile people and rub elbows with the people that I have been lately. And
we met them together, bro.
Yeah, we did.
Met them together out there at the conference.
I actually met them at Rare Evo, but we reconnected.
I met them for the first time, but yeah. That's dope. Leave it to Oz. He's well connected.
I stay well connected. You see how I hustle at these events and stuff.
You're a mover, bro. You're a networker for sure.
Exactly. I do better in person than I do on the internet. I get most of the work done.
I totally believe that, hustler.
You have no idea. Wait till you see me in action. Like, it's ridiculous.
He's a machine. He's person to person, bouncing around the conference like a ping pong ball. He's in there talking to everybody, hooking up those meetings, high profile guests on his show, the works. Nobody hustles like Oz does.
Everybody gets 5 minutes.
Sell anyone a car too? No.
You know, I probably could. I used to sell cars privately, but like
he had that nice Corvette pulled up, so yeah, he would.
Yeah, people were coming to me. They're like, "Who's this guy?" Like, I show up, like to Rare Evo. I'm in a suit. I've got private security. I've got a professional drone pilot following me around with a drone. They're like, "Who is this guy?" You got to dress for the job you want, not the one you have, right? And at the same time, I'm out there. I'm making moves. We're putting together solid content. We made it into the Rare Evo official videos. Like, not even videos I put it together. Like, we made it in there because we're out there networking. We're pounding the pavement. Like I said, I took 2 months off from this app, but I didn't stop working. I just went out and touched some grass. I got to meet Crypto Rap. We got to hang out. We got lit. Had a blast.
Got too lit, bro.
I know. I had to go get a hotel room because I could not drive, bro. And it was raining like crazy.
It was crazy that night, bro. Yeah. Now we got some more, bro. We got some more. This year is gonna be good. Hey, you know where we should go is a Consensus in Miami, bro, in May. That's gonna be a movie. Yeah. Consensus in Miami in May. Obviously, Breakpoint in London in November. There's probably a couple Vegas conferences happening.
I think Rare Evo's in May.
Okay, bet. I might do both, bro. I might fly Vegas to Miami.
Maybe. We shall see. Like I said,
do you
I got
have
kids
anything
and stuff.
in San Francisco or San Jose?
There should be, honestly. I wish there was more crypto representation for such a tech-oriented city. but honestly, there's no high profile conferences. What I'm thinking is Solana Accelerate happens in the United States at random cities. They did it in New York because there's an office, central office called Skyline in New York. Their only other central office is in San Francisco. So I'm thinking maybe they'll do it in San Francisco this year.
Yeah, the issue is with San Francisco is it's hard to get in and out of there. Parking's a pain in the ass. I don't know anybody who's ever been to Frisco. It is a pain in the butt. And there's literally poop on the floor when you walk around. They have the poop police out there. It's not really catered to convention style stuff, whereas like LA, San Diego, Vegas,
You
it's very
stay in
easy.
a different town and you ride the BART.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, that's how we do it in New York, right? Like yeah, but I see what Oz is saying too, though. Like, if someone pulls up with the Lamborghini in the bay, they're getting their window cracked and their ledger stolen.
Exactly.
Well, this
bro.
cowgirl drives a full-size truck, you know?
Like, I can pull up in San Diego in the whip and leave it right there on the street, and I know it's good. Like, it ain't going nowhere. It's different.
Like the Bay, though, is a beautiful city to be in, and also a great place to visit. So we'll see what they do.
Yeah, I'm excited to do more conferences and keep networking. Dude, I have a stack of leads right here on my desk from everybody that I've been meeting over the last year, and it's more than I can keep up with. I actually, since the beginning of the year, there was a lot of people I reached out to last year that didn't get back to me until after the first, and they're all just like, once they saw like Stand with Crypto coming on the show and they saw that flyer, the tone kind of changed in the space for sure. So I props to them. They opened up a lot of doors and windows and secret hideouts for sure. So much appreciation to Stand with Crypto. And I didn't mean to drill them so hard. Obviously we want the Clarity Act to pass, but let's have it pass. We have an opportunity to make changes to it to be more beneficial for us. Why not fight for it? That's all I'm saying.
Why not? That's
Why
real.
not?
Hey, I got to dip out though, but thanks for the great stream,
thank
bro.
you,
It's been a pleasure. Everyone keep tuning in. Hit that like button. Everybody drop a comment for the good boy Oz. Send a gift if you can. He's a legend. Let's get his algorithm placement back. I want to see this man in triple-digit viewership.
We need 4 more heart me's.
Thank you, brother. Man, we need like a dozen galaxies. That's what we need. You know what I hate about this app is they care about money. If I had it my way, I wouldn't have any gifts come in whatsoever, and I just continue paying the staff out of pocket. But unfortunately, the algorithm needs revenue in order for it to process. The tapping only goes so far, the follows only go so far, the sharing only goes so far. It really comes down to dollars and cents with TikTok. That's what I don't like about it, is that you got to hound your people for money in order to succeed. And I don't want to be about that. I don't know if you noticed, like when I first started, man, I had 300 people viewing some of my lives when I first started, and I had over 250 subscribers, and I pushed the payment aspect of it because I understood that's how it went. And once I actually started to get to know the people in the community and what was going on, I was like, I don't want to hound these people for money. Like, I don't want it to be about money. I want it to be about the message and what we're trying to say and do here. And once I stopped doing that, though, everything dropped. And we've been stuck in the $20 or whatever. Honestly, I have to pay TikTok to get my viewership up. That's the only way that it'll work, is so either you pay or I pay. So I've been paying, and honestly, TikTok won't even approve promotion for me anymore because I get hit with so many guidelines all the time. I'm not even allowed to use paid promotion. So unfortunately it's stuck on you guys. And if you don't believe me, I can show you the screenshots. Like, I've had to basically fight TikTok to get my money back because they would take my money and
take
not...
that screenshot and make it your background paper.
I could do
For
that.
real.
Like
For real.
I paid like $100 for promotion and it didn't even get approved. But they kept the money, and I had to basically go through my credit card company, and it took 6 months before it could even be resolved. It's ridiculous. TikTok is a scam. And that's really all they care about is the money. And it's sad because
what good is this new agency?
they don't do anything. The agency doesn't even do anything. When I get hit with a guideline or whatever, they say, oh, well, you have to submit an appeal. And then if the appeal doesn't get approved, then they'll try to expedite it. But I still get stuck in three days of waiting for a response, and nothing fixes anything. The agency thing is nonsense, if you ask me. And like, they're supposed to come in and, put stuff in the chat and boost your algorithm, and like they show up once in a blue moon, and they might send a rose or a heart me. They really don't do much, and they make money. They get a percentage of everything that TikTok is making. TikTok's making 60%. They're making 30% of my revenue. I'm making like 25% of my revenue. So they're making more than I do.
Do you need a different agency?
They're all the same.
Oh.
They're all the same. No one's going to do anything for you. It just is what it is. TikTok is broken. That's what it comes down to.
All right, we're going to write more letters about TikTok being broken too.
Really, what it
send those to the House and the Senate.
For the company, it's working perfectly fine because they're getting people to pay, and they don't have to give the viewership and whatnot, and they can put restrictions on people to stop them going too far, and they can keep them at bay.
Right. And, they want to suppress the truth, and unfortunately, this is a show based on truth, so we suffer for it. So we're pushing a boulder uphill trying to grow this show, whereas I could easily change my whole outlook and just say XRP is going to 11D and scream it at the top of my lungs, and I would blow up. But because I refuse to do that, I'm fighting an uphill battle, So, and I'm okay with it. Like I said, I don't need the recognition, because I know that my content is stolen by bots that have hundreds of thousands of followers under my name, and they get paid for it. But I don't care, because the message gets out there. It's not about me making money doing this. It's about getting the message out there. And that was one realization that actually brought me back into the space on TikTok and got me doing it again, was when I realized that I'm a lot bigger than I realize. It's just I'm not big on paper on this platform.
Question: have things gotten a lot worse for you in TikTok over the last 4 months?
Yeah. It's just as bad as it ever was.
No, I mean, have they gotten worse for you, or are they bad as what they've always been?
It's what it's always been. Nothing's changed.
You just started seeing some of our videos, right, on your feed?
Yeah, but that's only on the Down the Rabbit Hole show. And my channel is completely banned from TikTok Shop. So like I cannot sell any products.
No tappers, huh?
Yeah, because I've received too many guidelines, things and stuff like that. So, but it doesn't matter. Like, to me, I really don't care about the money. I don't care about the recognition. What I care about is getting the message out. That's why I'm back.
And they're not letting you do that either.
Well, I am. They're just not seeing it live. Anything that I record and create and I post gets stolen by a bot, and then it gets out to hundreds of thousands of people.
You know, I haven't been on your profile. I mean, I've been following you for a long time, but I haven't been on your profile for a long time. But I mean, what sort of viewings are you getting on your videos?
200.
See, I'm in the 200 video jail too.
But
So am I.
the same videos on a bot's profile, 20, 50, 100,000 views. So I'm okay with that.
I'll tell you one thing though. One thing I'm noticing, and I posted a few videos to track this as well. A lot of these 200 views that we're getting, they're not real views.
Right.
They're completely bogus views. I mean, on my videos, on some of them, when I first started, I knew how many people watch my videos. So I was testing it because I was so small. I could test it, and I tested it, and it turns out that only about 10% of the views are yours. The rest is like AI generated up to like 200, 300.
Yeah, this is part of why I started pounding the pavement, going to these conferences and meeting with people face to face, is because I realized that if I continued down the road I'm here on TikTok and through social media, my destiny is in the hands of a robot, a computer, right? And I'm not going to have that. So I'm in person making connections with other people, and I'm hoping that through networking and connection, I can provide a wonderful product for you guys, the viewer, and at the same time grow adjacent to these other creators and other influencers. And that's my plan for now. And if I don't make it that way, I'm okay with it, because technically I am making it because people are seeing it. I'm just not getting the credit for it, and I'm okay with it.
I found 3 things that seem to be working a little bit. I tried one of these viral trends where you make a video that's 10 seconds or less, and that seems to push out to like 400 plus. And then I do some with only the FYP, and then I do a few that say, crypto chat, or, the content I'm making. And I've been experimenting at random, changing.
I hate that it
You
comes
know what
down
it
to that.
is?
You have to manipulate a robot
Yes.
in order to succeed. You can't
Yes.
just create good
Yeah.
content. That's what I love about Abstract so much. Yes, it's very new, but if you know anything about becoming an influencer, the people that get onto platforms first and grow their communities end up being the biggest on those platforms, right? And Abstract still being in beta, we've been the #1 live show on Abstract day after day after day, and we continue to grow there. The followers and the viewers are real people from all around the world, so it's real engagement, it's real viewership. There's no bots whatsoever. So the way I see it is, I'm looking at it long term. That's where I want to put my eggs, in that basket, because it has the most potential to grow. And we're a crypto show. Why wouldn't we want to be live streaming on the blockchain, where there's no algorithm and everything is there forever because it's on the blockchain?
Yeah, I got a question for you. You were supposed to send me the address, not the address, the link to Dollar from.
Oh, my apologies. I'll do that tonight. I'm sorry, man. I'm very busy, man. I will take care of that.
I'm sending them an email, but they're not responding, bro. And it's been like 2 months now, and I'm like, bugger this. I'm gonna find another one now.
Dude, it took me 6 months to get in there, bros. Be patient. And you also have to meet criteria. So another thing that they're looking for is people that have established viewership already, you know what I mean? Large following. I was able to weasel my way in with my incredible networking skills. So because I met with them, bypassing the email, bypassing everything, I met with them face to face. So that's how I was able to do it, was by being there in person, them seeing me, my personality, and what I have to offer, and bypassing the robot.
You got lucky, bro. You know, I see some of the people on there. I go on there sometimes and I check out the live streams, and you've got some people playing games, you've got some people talking crypto and whatnot. But you know, it's very, very new. In fact, one might say it's too new still.
Yeah, it's very new. It's in beta still.
Yeah,
It's got, I'm thinking 5 years down the road with this one, but we have a consistent viewership between 5 and 10 people, which is not bad. There's only 14 people watching on TikTok right now, and I'm sure half of them are bots. So the way I see it is it's more real and it's more opportunity. It's just going to take time, and I'm okay with that. You know, I realized one day that I'm in this for the long haul, and I'm just stacking up content daily by doing this, recording it, uploading it to YouTube. And I think with consistency over time, it'll be fine. And if not, I'm okay with it, because I've made amazing relationships with people all over the world and connections, and I've been exposed to new projects that have helped me to gain revenue and continue doing what I'm doing. So it just is what it is, you know, and like I said, I'm okay with it.
yeah. I'm just thinking that, you know, a lot of people are getting annoyed with this system here that we got. So I think over the next 12 months, a lot of people are going to be looking for other platforms, and they're going to be looking for stuff that's not so controlled.
Yeah, I
think
that's what I love
that
about
platform's
Abstract.
perfect.
No AI, no algorithm. It's based off
That's what I'm saying.
performance. So the more you're performing, the higher up you are on the ladder.
Mm. That's what drew me to that as well. But unfortunately, I'm still waiting to get approved. But we'll see what happens.
Give it time, man. Just be patient. I had to be patient too. And you have to understand, they only allow so many creators to join on there every so often. I think they've allowed 2 bundles of creators over the last year. Okay, I just happened to catch the second wave.
Do they have like a launch date for those batches?
It just launched in January of last year. It was like January or February last year. That's how long it's been up and running. So it's very new. So I would say be patient, keep plugging in. I show up on X every day. Even now I still do it, but before I would show up on X every day on Abstract and Dahlia's platform, and I would like every video, and I'd comment on every video like, hey, I want to get in, and I'd leave my wallet address. Until one day Dahlia posted, hey, we're accepting new creators. Drop your wallet address if you want to join. I dropped it. I sent her like a dozen messages. I spammed that thing for days. I think it took like a week of spamming that comment to finally get in there. So it wasn't like, you know, as easy as I make it sound. It was difficult. It was very difficult.
Right. I got you, bro. Okay.
But, you know, obviously because we had met face to face, and I was like, hey, remember me from Rare Evo and blah, 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 blah. And I'm sending them my drone footage from Rare Evo and pictures of me with Dahlia on her page and everything. And like that, you know, anything I could do to get noticed, you know, and I pushed.
Right. I got you. Yeah, that little leg in the door already.
Right.
So it was a bit, just push the door open a bit.
And like now that I've established that connection, They see me on Abstract. I'm going live all the time. I'm up high on the ladder on Abstract. You know, I will do my best to, you know, put the word out there for you, but you have to understand they've got 100,000 people messaging them the same thing that you and I are. You know, so it's
okay.
It's about being the tallest weed, you know. the squeakiest wheel. And so
Well, I was just thinking about Queens of the Chain. You know, maybe we should have a show on there.
absolutely, I think it would do well too, because
Because it would be a female novelty act, you know, too. You know,
if you've been on there, there's not much.
no, there's not.
Not much. It's very new. There's a handful of people doing it, and I feel very blessed to be there amongst that handful. But if you can get on there and you've got something of quality, a good podcast, it's going to do well. Because the majority of it is people playing Pudgy Penguins games.
I build and sell computers. That's what I wanted to do on there. You know, some tech reviews on computer components and stuff. But hey, we'll see what happens now.
I say just keep plugging in, bro. I literally 5 to 10 times a day am liking everything on there. Anything that has to do with Abstract on any platform, I was on there. And I was trying to stick out. That's what I would recommend for you to do. And I would recommend to find out where Abstract is going to be at an event and show up. Be there face to face and say, hey, I've heard of your platform. One of my friends live streams on there, and tell them who I am or whatever, and give them my freaking name. I'll message them and give you a good word, you know. I'll do whatever I can, but what I would say is touch grass. Go out there and meet them in person. And you might be able...
I'm in the UK though, that's the problem.
They're coming to London. I told you this.
Yeah.
So, you know, and that's coming up. So, you know, make it happen, Captain. You know, that's the best I can say. But I'll tell you, I probably would have got in sooner because they were shilling me while I was there. They were trying to get me to sign up, and I was like, yeah, whatever, right with it. And it wasn't until after the whole thing's done, I start researching and looking into all my leads that I get. Like I said, I got a stack of leads right here of just everything. And I start looking into these projects and doing research and stuff. And then once I did, I was like, oh man, I messed up. I should have been on top of that. Well, then I had, if I had been right there and been like, yeah, sign me up, I bet you she would have approved me right then and there. And I wouldn't have had to go through all that. So, but now you're at least a head start ahead of me. You know, when you go there, what you want.
Yeah.
I stumbled into it.
Yeah, I'm going to look into that tonight. I'm going to put that on the venue list, and I'm going to go down to that event.
That's what I would do. And if anything, you're going to have a good time. And you're going to make some good content. Guarantee it.
Yeah,
I wish I could attend
as well.
Yeah, I wish I could attend. I would be on that.
Hey, maybe something comes up when you can attend.
Yeah, you never know. For me, I have to have like a lot of advance. Like Rare Evo, I booked that like months and months and months advanced, you know, because I have, you know, kids and planning and the show, and there's just everything that I'm doing all the time. Like it's hard for me to do stuff. Like in order to line up all this Stand with Crypto and everything that I've had done, I had to take 2 months off from the show, which has not been helping my algorithm at all. So like it's a give and a take thing. Like I have to find the balance. When is what happening, JFM?
Anyway.
When is what happening? People, when you're in the chat, you have to be more descriptive. You have to
probably Rare Evo.
Probably. I'm guessing. The event in London, I'm not sure, to be honest with you. I know it's coming up though. Let's see here. Anybody else want to come up here? Let's invite a few people. I'm hanging out. We got like 30 more minutes for the show or whatever, so we'll give some people an opportunity to come up. What's up, Scotty?
What's going on, Oz? How are you?
Hey, glad to have you, brother. How you doing?
I'm good, man.
Did you catch the first
I'm
act?
good, thank you.
What's that, Oz?
Did you catch the first act? The guest.
I did not.
Oh, brother, make sure you go and you watch it on YouTube. Anyone that missed the beginning of this, make sure you go to YouTube. One of the best interviews we've had on this show by far.
Who was it?
Yeah, him and Miss Nifty, the two people from Stand with Crypto. Great shows, especially this one, because we really got into it. Because as time progresses, I'm digging in a little bit deeper into things, and the wheels are turning more, and so like I'm having the opportunity to ask more and more deeper questions. So it was definitely powerful.
I'll check it out, brother, on YouTube.
So what's up with you, brother? You doing the live things again? You back to?
I'm doing it a little bit, not every week because it's been the holidays and all that, but yeah, I'm doing it a little, man. Honestly, it's I'm not really playing in crypto much. I'm in metals right now, hardcore, so
Absolutely,
it's taking a lot of my time.
Dude, I've been in metals for like the last 9 months before all this happened.
Yeah, I made the move in September. I shifted out of my crypto bags and into metals, and
Nice.
I don't regret not one day since then.
Good for you, bro.
Hell yeah. Yeah, we've been talking about buying silver since, gosh, April. I think maybe even before that, March.
I've been in silver for 18 years, man.
Oh yeah, same here. I buy hard silver.
It's been my forever.
Yeah, I go to the thrift stores and the swap meets and stuff, yard sales, and I buy stuff that people don't know what they have, and I buy it for pennies on the dollar. I have a nice little collection of spoons and forks and decanter things and all kinds of stuff, vases. I bought 5 ounces of silver, and it's not silver plated, it's silver, and it's a what is it? It's like a mixer for drinks or whatever. And it, on top of what it being in silver, it's also an antique from like the 1920s.
Oh, it's a shaker.
Yeah.
Strainer.
Yeah, and I bought that thing for $2 at a yard sale.
Have fun with that.
Yeah. But I'm not going to sell it. I'm just going to sit on it, you know. I'm sitting on a silver mine. I own a silver mine here. But it's going to take 20 years to even open that thing up, turn it into something.
Yeah, that's a journey of love for sure. Doesn't happen quick.
I'm hoping to offload it, though. I've been trying to get offers on the silver mine because I figured now would be the time maybe people are starting to think about mining again in the future because the price is going up.
It's too much money to bring it up to OSHA code standards.
Yeah, but as the price goes up in value over the next 20 years, someone will be looking to buy now because the property value is going to go up over time. The mine's going to go up in value over time. The metals are going to go up in value over time. So if someone was looking to open a silver mine, the time to buy the land and the minerals is now.
Yeah, mining's always a fickle thing. You need those values up for it to be more cost effective.
Yeah, and that's the issue I'm having right now is getting the price I want for it.
I was in gold country up in Butte County up north, and I had a mine that ran underneath my house. So we
Literally
got to
sitting on a
hear
gold
from
mine.
the old timers how expensive it was to read timber, just to read timber, an old abandoned mine.
Come on, I
Well,
have to say it. You were literally sitting on a gold mine. I had to say that. Sorry.
Yeah, I was.
well, with supply shock now in silver, right? So we have supply shock, and that's going to drive the price up. Eventually, with such a supply shock and the price going up so high, you don't understand. Like gold, we use gold, right, for computer chips, but it's a finite amount. Silver's in everything. It's in medicine. It's in chemtrails. It's in deodorant. It's in everything. Like, so silver, when it hits
They're
a
switching
supply
to copper now.
right? But what I'm saying is the silver, as the price goes up, and supply shock the way it is right now, it's going to skyrocket to crazy prices to where it's going to have to be mined because they need it. They need it to produce the products that we use. So, and it takes 20 years to start mining. So, that being said, that's why
they're talking about mining asteroids too.
Yeah, but that's more than 20 years out.
The thing with copper, guys, is it's not exactly comparable. It's got good conductivity, but its thermal qualities can't match silver. There's a lot of applications where copper won't be used.
And
well, I got to hear the NVIDIA speak today on Crypto Never Sleeps Live. And boy, they're using a lot of copper for that. And they weren't talking about any other precious metals.
But can you kill vampires with copper?
At all. They have a new cooling system for the giant supercomputers.
Did you hear Oz, though? You can't kill vampires with copper.
Yeah, I know.
Hey guys, since you're talking about investments and you're looking at potential investments, I'm looking at computer chips myself at the moment. Specifically storage devices, M.2 storage and graphics cards. They're going to shoot up by about 200-300% in the next 12 months.
Interesting you say that, because my IT guy says, hey, you need more hard drive storage and you need more solid state storage.
Better do it now.
Yeah, I better buy it now.
Well, 2 months ago, less than 2 months ago, I bought a 2 terabyte storage drive for $115. Today, if I was to buy the same storage drive, it'll cost me $175. So the prices have already started rising, but they're going to rise slowly over the next 12 months. And then the next thing, while this is going on, the next part is we're going to face a silica shortage, which is going to drive the prices up even further.
That was my next statement.
Yeah. You know what's crazy is?
And palladium.
I built this studio, right, last year. We started building it in, I think, February or March. And I started just buying everything I could, the building materials, the computers, the electronics, and everything for it. It's already at its used value, doubled in value from what I spent from it. It's crazy. The GPU in my computer is worth almost 3 times what I paid for it. Like,
what one you got?
I think it's like 4090 something. I don't know. It's the IT guy knows all that stuff. He put all this together for me. He's like, this is what you need to buy for what you want to do. And that's why we're able to multi-stream on all platforms simultaneously. The only thing slowing down this live stream is the internet, because we're Starlink out here. So we can push as much as Starlink can handle.
What's that? 42 megabits?
No, it's a lot more than that, bro.
Yeah, a lot more than that.
We're running 2 Starlinks simultaneously.
Right. Okay.
Yeah, it's a lot. We're pushing a lot, and we're running 4K on multiple platforms. So It's quite a bit.
What about the helium systems?
You'd have to ask the IT guy. I just told him, I said, hey, make a shopping list and here's a credit card. Make
you
it so.
helium mining as well.
Yeah. I could probably
Oh,
mine
fantastic.
crypto with this whole setup here. I don't see why not. I could probably handle it.
It's not worth it.
Yeah,
Trust
I know.
me.
I know.
I'm a former miner.
I used to mine too back in the day. Like I spent more money on the equipment than I got in return. It was a waste.
Oh man, my story's the complete opposite, bro.
Really? Oh, lucky for you.
I had one graphics card and I used to play this game called MCV, and one of the guys on there says, oh, your graphics card's really good for mining, you'll get you $5 a day. And I go, well, what's that gonna do? And I added it up and I thought, hold on, that's a nice amount, yeah? So I started mining on it. And then I went and bought another one and another one and another one. Then I had a full mining rig mining. Then I had 2 mining rigs mining. And basically I spent in total, about 3.5, 4 grand on equipment. And the total return was over 10.
Nice. That's not bad.
And the funny,
And you
and
have
the
the
funny
equipment.
part is, and the funny part is, right, here's the crazy part. With the graphics cards going up again, I've still got 2-3 of them graphics cards, the 3060 Ti's.
Yeah.
And right now, they're valued at about £200, and I paid £500 each at that time. But in about 7 months' time, I'm going to get a full return on them as well. I'm going to get my
Nice.
£500 back on them.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking at here with all this equipment. I'm like, man, even if I decide I'm not going to do social media anymore and just quit doing this, I could sell everything used and double my money now.
Yeah, hey, you'll get a lot more in about 12 months.
That's what I'm thinking, but I'm not going to quit. Guys, you already saw, like, you thought I quit there for a while, didn't you? A couple months there, you thought I quit.
Yeah.
Nope, I was just out networking, just making, and the proof's in the pudding from having Stand with Crypto up here, you know, and so like I'm still pushing. I just realized that I was not going to bring anything of value to the space by interviewing and talking to the same creators that are all talking to each other all the time. It's always the same regurgitated nonsense on here, the same speculation, nothing new added to the space. And I was like, we need to bring new information here. We need to reach out and actually make a difference, make a change. And so that's why I went out and did what I did.
Oh, fair dues, bro. It was a lovely live.
Thank you. Appreciate
Well,
it. Because like I can get up here and scream about XRP is not going to 10K only so much. You know what I mean? It's time to graduate.
Well, and I want to thank Scotty for his anti-TikTok bullying show that he did that one evening. I mean, that was really needed at the time, and I really want to thank him for caring enough to do that.
That's awesome, man. You want to elaborate on that, Scotty?
No, I mean, I've always taken the position that it doesn't matter what we're on here for, what our want is on the platform, and it still comes down to how you treat people. And if you want me to listen to you or take knowledge from you, it starts first with me making a decision on how you treat people. And bullies don't get my attention in a good way; they get them in a bad way.
Absolutely.
And I wish there wasn't such an environment on this platform where people are afraid to speak up and call people out in the moment. It's far too much after the fact in other lives and behind the scenes. If people would call out that type of crap when it happens in the moment, then these people wouldn't get to benefit from treating other humans like pieces of garbage.
I
Just
did.
because they want more followers.
I agree.
I went after David.
I saw it happening, and that's part of the reason why I stepped away when I did, because I didn't want to be caught up in it, and I didn't want my name to be one of the names that's named in it. You know what I mean? So that's part of why I went out and touched grass, because I saw it coming. I knew, especially when the markets weren't doing well and it was going down, everyone was screaming to the moon. I was pretty much one of the only people on here saying that it ain't going down like that. And it put everybody at each other's throats. I didn't want to be a part of it. There were other creators that were sending me, I'm not going to name any names, but they were sending me videos of their back and forths with these other creators, making fun of each other and doing different stuff. And I told them, I said, hey man, you're better than that. I'm like, what are you doing? Like, this is wrong. And they're like, oh, well, they started it first and they've been saying that. And I'm like, yeah, but that doesn't mean you stoop to their level. You're way beyond that. You can do so much better. You don't have to embellish in that kind of behavior. I'm like, and I noticed after I had said that, they made a change, and they became more positive and quit doing that, and kudos to them. But yeah, it's a really big problem here in this space, and thank you for doing that. I honestly, if you want to do more of that, I'd love to get in on that with you.
Yeah, for sure. We can talk. I mean, I'm no different on here than I am in person. There's certain things I can't talk about on here that I do for business side, but I'm a consultant. I'm dealing with corporations on a daily basis. That's my bread and butter. So when we talk about what are these larger entities up to, I always tell people, look at me as a reference. I'll tell you what they're doing because I'm in the boardrooms with them. I'm the one that sees their P&Ls. I'm the one that helps them build their budgets, do their CapExes. I'm that guy. So if you want to know what they're doing with their money, I know. Can I tell the company that I'm dealing with? Absolutely not. I'm under NDAs right now, 4 of them. But I can tell you what different industries are doing and where they're putting their money.
Likewise. I have several NDAs. I actually broke one of them, but kind of fudged the line a little bit. Didn't name the company, but said what they were doing. But yeah, I know what you mean, man.
It's so hard.
It's so hard. Especially,
I want to name company names so badly on here sometimes because sometimes just saying a name gets people to give their head a shake and understand that you're not full of shit.
Right.
But it's out of respect. This is how I feed my family and create a future for my children. So unfortunately, I love you all, but you're not worth the risk.
Yeah. See,
No.
my career is over. I'm retired. I'm done. This is my career now. So there's a part of me that's like, maybe I'd just say it. But then also it's like, okay, what legal issues am I going to deal with now? Am I going to get shut down because of it? Am I going to, end up owing a bunch of money and having to go back to work because of it? And then no one want to take me kind of thing. So I'm sticking to it. I only got a few years left on my NDAs, and then I'm going to freaking blow the lid off this crap.
And I see TikTok seller in the chat about everyone about the NDAs. It's a really good topic that I don't think anyone has actually dug into on what NDAs truly mean. There's different NDAs. For me, because I'm a consultant, the NDAs are more of a non-compete and unable to divulge financial information. So if you're a company and you give me access to your financials, you surely don't want me going around town sharing that.
Absolutely.
My uncle was research and development in Silicon Valley for like Maxim.
Yeah, no, I hear you.
GE,
I know it wasn't a shot.
Intel, a bunch of those places, So when he died, the Men in Black literally showed up to his house and they took every hard drive, every computer, every piece of paper, napkin he ever doodled on was confiscated.
a lot of people have a form of an NDA just in their 9 to 5 jobs. It's right in their original offer letters, in the fine print, and you know that's a form of an NDA. Non-compete clauses. Sometimes it's a year. Unable to approach any contacts or vendors that the company exposed you to. So there's a lot of this that goes on that if you're not in that world, you may not understand how much fine print there really is.
Yeah. Mine is more or less like, because I did audio engineering, I'm sitting in these company meetings and I'm just running like the audio, right? And so I'm not allowed to say anything. But they only carry for 5 to 7 years. So once they're up, I can say whatever I want.
I'm feeling left out now. I ain't got an NDA.
You want one? I'll give you an NDA. I'll
No, I
write
don't
one up
want
for
one.
you.
I've got a static form ready to go, Starks, with your name on it.
Yeah.
I'll sign it if there's a job attached with it.
Maybe. Hey, down the road, you never know. I'm hoping that this whole production expands one day and becomes global and much bigger than it is now. Obviously, we're a baby in this space. I've only been doing this for months. It hasn't even been a year yet. So, and that's one thing the IT guy was telling me. He's like, you know, because there are times where I was like, man, this ain't worth the headache. I'm like, all I do is work on creating content and preparing for the show, and I'm spending money. I'm bleeding out like crazy. And I mean, obviously he wants to keep his job, but at the same time, you know, he's like, dude, you're just getting started, man. Like, it takes people years to get to where you're at right now. He's like, you've already jumped leaps and bounds. He's like, just keep going with it. So here I am. Well, it's 9 o'clock, guys. Thank you all for showing up and hanging out. Smash the like button, subscribe to the channel, share the show with your friends. Follow me on all platforms at Ozthecryptogoat. Follow everybody here on the panel. Make sure you follow Cali Crypto 714 here on TikTok, X, and wherever else he may be. We appreciate him. Make sure you follow Revolution Starts Now. And thank you guys for showing up. And don't forget, if you missed part of the show, it's on YouTube. You can check it out there on YouTube. And I would say, like, some of these shows maybe aren't worth watching, but the ones where I have the special guests on, and I'm going to start labeling them special guest so-and-so in the title, watch those. Those are going to be worth watching because we're going to be having some really high profile people on here, and it's only going to get higher up that ladder as we go. Like, the people I'm in DMs with, you wouldn't even believe. It's pretty phenomenal. And I don't want to give out names. You know, I don't want to be a name dropper, and I don't want to divulge who's coming on until I've got them locked in and a flyer made. But there's some big people coming for sure. 100%. So make sure you guys send me a follow and set your notifications on TikTok here. So when I go live, you know that I'm live. And I game as well. We've been doing a crypto gaming live stream on Abstract and Twitch only. Where we have the Discord open. Bell's actually been on it a couple times, and we talk crypto and we game, and we're onboarding normies through gaming. So when I get a new squad with new people, we're onboarding them into the crypto space, and we're onboarding them in a way where we can educate them and help them. Because one of the number one questions I get is, what coin should I buy right now? And first thing I tell them is none of them. I tell them, watch the show, get educated, and then let's talk about investing and getting you on track, you know. So we're helping to keep people from getting scammed and keep them going. And don't forget to join the Discord, guys. The Discord link is in my bio. If you have trouble getting in through the link, all you got to do is copy the link and put it in your browser, and then it should come right up. But if you do have that problem, it means you have like malware or spyware on your device, which means that your crypto keys could be being keystroked. So if that's the case, you should probably think about going through your apps and deleting anything that could potentially have that on there. One thing that I found out is that when you would click on it to go into Discord and it would have that, and you'd like try to click again or click back, it would take you directly to that app. So if that happens to you, make sure you delete that app because your keys are at risk. All right, chat. I'll see y'all later. Have a good night.
Good night.
See you later, bro.
That should be good. Right about there.
Yeah. Hello.
Welcome, everybody, to the Ledger Lounge. I'm Ozthecryptogoat. Don't forget to smash that like button, subscribe to the channel, share the show with everyone you know. We're here today with Ryan from Stand With Crypto. He's the president of the Missouri chapter.
That's right.
So, who are you? What do you do? Tell me a little bit about
I am currently the vice president of medical asset tokenization for AI Mind Systems Impact. Stand With Crypto is a nonpartisan, non-profit volunteer job that I thoroughly enjoy because I enjoy crypto, blockchain, and the industry. So we're here spreading the good word. And yeah.
Absolutely, absolutely. And so one of the questions I have for you is, I want to talk about the Clarity Act a little bit.
Okay.
Where do you stand with the Clarity Act? Obviously, the CEO of Coinbase pulled their backing for the Clarity Act recently. Where do you kind of fall in with that?
You know, I agree with him. We'd rather have no bill than a bad bill. If we cannot have stable coin rewards and for people to earn on yields or any kind of other financial instruments that people have seen traditionally to be done by banks, should be fought to the biggest that can be done. Like, we should be advocating for a financial system that does not require banks. Banks are not necessary. They are not the say-all and all. We unfortunately have lived in a world for hundreds of years where that's the normal. We're conditioned to it. It's normal. There are other ways for us to spread economic good and for us to create other systems of credit and other systems of currency that currently don't exist in our society. And I'm a big advocate for that.
Absolutely. And so I don't actually use a bank anymore. I'm
Okay.
100% PayPal, crypto. Like, I don't use banks anymore.
Yeah.
Most of my holdings
Kind
are
of hard with a business still these days, though. Yeah.
Right. I've been operating that way for a long time, like since. So I got into crypto in 2016 out of necessity because I've never had a credit card. I've never had a loan. I never had a car loan. Everything I ever bought, I bought cash.
Yeah.
And I made a lot of money with my job, so I would just save and I would buy when I needed to. And I started that job at 18. So I created a system for myself to operate outside of the system because I saw that the banking system was corrupt and it was very inflationary. And that's what drew me to crypto.
Yeah.
in the first place. And
Fees,
also,
fees.
yeah, and then also, being an audio engineer, I sat on a lot of panels for. I have NDAs, so I can't say what companies, but a lot of these companies that you see around you, I was the fly on the wall, just listening, and so I realized I was like, there's something to this, and this is an opportunity as an 18-year-old just entering into the financial world. I was like, I can do something, different, and I can operate outside of their system, and so I was able to get into it early on and be here for a very long time, and that's why they call me the GOAT, because I know so much about crypto. But well, I want to get back into the Clarity Act.
Sure.
We were talking, and you were talking about the stablecoin APY, right? So obviously, we don't want to lose that. That's the bank's biggest competition,
Right.
Right, and
The
what do you
only
get?
leverage they have.
1 to 2% from the bank is what you're going to get. Maybe from like a CD or a Roth IRA.
Yeah.
Whereas I can just put cash in a stablecoin and earn 5% APY, 4%. And even with farming and lending, some of my different, like I have like Wi-Fi coin, it earns 80% APY.
Sure. Yeah. Well, to work for a bank must be a terrible thing to do, because if you are wanting the human civilization to truly flourish, then there's no necessary means that someone else should be controlling the moneyed interest of an individual that can and should or may have the ability to do it on their own. And I always, when I talk about crypto a lot, for people who don't understand it, they can basically understand that there was a time in human history when we didn't have money and we had to barter and trade, and it was inefficient. You can't exactly trade 2 cups for half a bowl. You can't do those types of things. That's all changed. That's what crypto is. It's pure transaction down to a half a bowl, if you want to put it down to that basic thing. So we have new systems wherein people can create an APY for themselves through many different avenues. And being a person who's fluent and active in the blockchain or crypto industry, you kind of have to come to the terms that you're going to have your income come from several different directions. And you can choose, and you can choose wisely. Banks, I think, are not the answer for that. The products are expensive. There are so many fees. And, when you're calling to talk to somebody, about something, you're talking to somebody who's being paid $50,000 a year off of the fees that you paid that bank, when you can be doing all of those things in a transparent process through a ledger by yourself, and can even prove to other people what you did and when you did it, right? So
Yeah,
I don't mean to get too off track. I know you want to keep going back to clarity.
I understand.
Yeah.
And I do it all the time, so
Yeah.
don't worry about it. It's great. I got a couple other points we'll bring up, and we'll
Sure.
get into that a little bit deeper. But I do want to kind of focus on the Clarity Act, because it is very important to me. I think we do need clarity, but not just for institutions, but also for investors. And for me, obviously, we want institutions to come in because it's liquidity that's going to, boost our bags. Yeah, but from when I got into crypto, that was the idea, is that institutions weren't into it. It was, and the government wasn't into it. It was unregulated. It was, the Wild West of money, right? And
now you see it appropriated by industries that we were trying to replace.
Right, and so where I'm at is do we really want the government putting their sticky fingers on something that's so beautiful and also very dangerous? Crypto can be used as a great force for financial freedom, and not just financial freedom, but financial freedom is freedom in general, right? It can be used as a force for good and for freedom, or it can be used as a force for control. And so it's a very fine line, the slight edge. I don't know if you've read the book, The Slight Edge. Highly recommend it.
Okay.
But basically, it's like, when you're, walking down a path like this, it's a very narrow road. One tip to the side and you fall off, you know? And so we have to be very careful. This is the framework for the entire new global financial system. We need to make sure that we get it right.
Yeah.
And we don't rush it just because we want our bags to pump because we're in a bear market right now.
What we want is our intention to equal the consequence. Well, a lot of people start off with good intentions, and there are a lot of ways to get distracted in this industry to go the wrong way, because it can be a force for good or evil.
The road to hell is paved with good intentions.
Right. So, I originally went to architecture school when I went to college, and the very main point was your consequence has to equal your intention. The house that you designed, you want it to come off exactly the way you did it. With clarity, that's what we want also. There has to be actual clarity, and there can't be back doors, there can't be side deals, there can't be a hegemonic power that wants their stable coin to be the dominant clearing token or mechanism, right? And you see a lot of those political plays within crypto that I don't believe belong there either. And I may go out on a ledge here, but I don't agree with Coinbase going on to the NASDAQ or the New York Stock Exchange. I think that was
100%.
I think that was we're trying to replace that system. Combining it and going into it has caused a lot of problems, and I don't agree with that at all. But this world is full of people with their own choices, and I learned this new word recently called Sonder. I don't know if you've heard of it. It's this realization that everybody that you see in your life is living a life that's full and as complex as your own. It's this existential thought, right?
Love it.
But people are in these processes, and you can't really, and blockchain is a computer science. So people will go good, they will go bad, and you have to figure out if someone's intention is going to equal their consequence, and how trustworthy are they, and do they do the things that they say they're going to do, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So a little bit deeper into the Clarity Act, right?
Okay.
So obviously we want APY, right?
Yeah.
And that seems to be the main focus that everybody is talking about, and that's the focal point. But there's actually a Trojan horse in there that me and my team sniffed out. So we have investigative journalists, we have fact checkers that work for the show, and we were able to find that there's an issue with the Clarity Act the way it stands right now, and I believe that they're using the APY as a way to distract us from this. Have you heard of the Boozman-Booker draft?
I've not.
So Boozman and Booker are on the Hill,
Yeah.
and they've been working on rewriting the Clarity Act.
Yeah.
And so right now, the way the Clarity Act is written is basically there's like a 3-year and so many month grace period for new blockchains and native tokens when they come on. They have to meet a certain criteria, and they start out under the SEC, right? Or excuse me, UFTC, right?
Okay.
No, I believe it's the SEC. I'm gonna have to look at this.
I believe it's, I now I think I know what you're talking about. I believe it's the SEC is going to be over the CFTC, if that's what you're talking about.
Sort of. So,
and for
they
certain
are,
processes.
So
yeah.
there have been some developments there. They want to work together, and I'm hoping to talk to the commissioner here at the event.
Yeah.
I submitted a few questions for him, so hopefully we get him on here, and I'm sure his time is very valuable. But one of the issues is that basically what happens is when the coin starts out, it's under high scrutiny through the SEC. The SEC is very, and as you've seen with Ripple, what happened all last year and over the last several years with the case and everything, and we can get into that a little bit later. But basically, what we're seeing is the SEC will be removed from regulation after a 3-year and so many month period, and then be under the UFTC where it's a little bit more laxed, which means that when that happens, these companies could potentially, it puts the investor at risk. It's great for the institutions, but me as the everyday consumer, you and everyone here, is at risk right now the way it's written. So what the Boozman Booker draft does is it gives that clarity for the institutions, but also gives the security for the investor. And that's what I'd like to see. I'd like to see that come together. And the problem is no one's talking about it. No one's looked into it. It's being silenced. It's being swept under the rug. And that's why I'm working so hard with Stand With Crypto to educate you guys, because you guys are on the front lines of this. You know, you guys are there. You're hearing about this for the first
people
time.
like you, and we can't. Obviously, as an individual, I can't know everything that's going
Absolutely.
on. So we depend on people like you. Absolutely, yes.
And that's my mission is to, and why first day I got here, I went straight to Stand With Crypto and met everybody. Actually was on the same plane as Rachel from OnChain.
Okay.
And so I keep you guys close. I kind of sideswiped you a little bit there. You weren't really expecting
It's okay.
that. But that's part of what I do with my show. It's entertainment, and I do stand with you. I do stand with crypto, and I do want there to be clarity, and I do want all these things. I want to make sure that we do it right, and I want to make sure that the people that are in power and positions where people listen to you. You're the president of Missouri, right?
Yes.
So you have pull, not just within crypto, but with these politicians, and we can make a change. But you have to have the information in order to do that. And so I've been planting the seeds, and I'm hoping that through the spider web effect that we can spread this information. We can actually get this written the way it should be and make this something great.
Yeah. I would love to learn more about what you're talking about, and if there is a way for us to assuage investors' concerns about investing in cryptocurrency through the Clarity Act, that would be fantastic. Right now, I know it affects a lot of business processes that I sit on. Just basic assigning a blockchain address for an identity system can be a regulatory hurdle for a municipal identity that doesn't want to lose their information from the federal government, right? By accidentally giving out resident information. Things that are so simple that we see in the blockchain world that answer a lot of the problems that we see in the other world. Most people can't make that connection, and although, like you say, I may have pull with politicians and/or business leaders, they first have to have some kind of opt-in for it. There has to be a reason for them to have the interest, and still the investment of it is still very risky for a lot of people. Look at it now. The market's down right now, but it's very hard to get any kind of strength to a token right now that is speculative. One of the few tokens I see rising right now is Helium. It's a DPIN token, but I think people were looking for real utility. And that's where the investors are looking for it too. If blockchain can produce on that utility in healthcare and logistics and supply, then people are all in on it. People like my mother, who knows nothing about blockchain, knows that it can do wonders for healthcare records and those types of things. So investors, if they get security from the Clarity Act and we can get more from what you're saying, that would be fantastic.
I think the issue is people are impatient, right? They want it to happen now. They're like, oh, adoption's happening now. What was the ISO 222 thing with XRP and all of that? Oh, it's happening July 12th, and they kept moving the goalposts. People don't understand, this is a long-term goal, right? This is not something that happens overnight.
We built for centuries.
We have to develop infrastructure. We have to develop clarity. We have to develop guidelines. We have to get rid of an entire generation of people that want nothing to do with it. This is something that's 20 to 50 years in the making, and everyone wants it now.
Yeah, that's true.
And for the sole reason they want their bags to pump because they bought the top.
Yeah.
And we can't have that be the sentiment. We can't be gaslit into thinking that The issue is APY. We have to dig deep and we have to find out all the little details and make sure that we do this right, because this is the one thing in crypto I'm most passionate about is the legislative side to it. Because, and honestly, I blame a lot of the problem with the XRP army because of what happened with the SEC and with Ripple. They want that to go away because they think that XRP is going to $10,000 this year. That's not happening. Like, come on, like, be real.
Yeah.
And I believe that narrative was pushed so hard for that sole reason, because they knew clarity was coming. They knew these things were happening, and they want people to be impatient. They want them to be focused on the wrong things, and they want them to be Trojan horsed into, sleight of hand. Look at this hand and not what this one's doing. And that's been the play since the beginning of time.
Yeah.
And you have to understand, this is the beginning of a new global financial institution, right? You don't think that these people in power are going to have their greedy, sticky, nasty fingers in this stuff? Absolutely. Slow down, people. Chill out, chat, okay? We've got time here. You've got plenty of time. Start accumulating. Now is a great time to buy. All last year, I told you to sell, sell, sell. I'm finally saying it's time to start accumulating. We're about there. It's time to start DCing into these projects. It's time to start looking into it. Don't buy the top. Don't chase the green candles. Chase the red ones. Find the bottom.
Go for the utility.
Exactly. And the utility, like you said, it's speculative, right? And we don't know what's going to be adopted. We don't know what's going to be used. We don't know what's BS and going to get rugged. We just don't know. But what we do know is that there are great projects that have great utility, and those are what you should be focused on.
Yeah. It's hard to get those to come to the top, to come to the front of the stage. A lot of voices in this field, so it's hard to be heard. I would recommend, like, for these conferences, before I started working them, I always came with a spreadsheet or a PowerPoint, something to show somebody. You never know when you're going to be in the moment when your project can hit that runway, right? So clarity is a very important thing. Clarity for investment, clarity for building your company's treasury, building your own treasury. If we can get clarity and people can finally see the fruits of self-possession and being able to manage all of those things, not necessarily by yourself either. That's what the community's for. You can, I think, find more than money. It's more than money.
Absolutely.
I think, it's there's a philosophy behind it, and it's when I meet the college kids with Stand with Crypto, those chapters, you're very young, and I think a lot of us got into crypto because it's like, oh, money. But when you start to learn blockchain, you start to learn a really beautiful philosophy.
It's freedom.
Yes, it's freedom, and it's clarity, right?
Yeah.
Like a smart contract is like, oh, that answers that business problem so clean and nice, right? Like there.
And
it's that administrative process that can be eliminated through all of these smart contract has the ability to give us all an autonomous yield.
right. Think of the housing market and like buying a home mortgage. It takes 90 days to close usually, or more.
Yeah.
Unless you're paying cash, maybe 7 days.
And it goes through how many hands?
Right. And it's just like,
Yeah.
could you imagine just a click of a button and you bought a home?
Right. And because your wallet already says that you are a verified person, you have X in this amount, you have this A, B, and C certificate that says, you're not a criminal and you can live in this neighborhood, or whatever is required of that house, can all be instantaneous and provable by your identity. And you can actually go into a contractual relationship with somebody for the purchase of that house without a bank.
And that leads me into my next topic of what I wanted to talk. How do you feel about KYC?
As in, do I
Know your
like it?
customer.
Yeah. Well,
where do you stand on it?
very important from a business perspective. And there's more to that. There's also like we go into now know your patient, know your business, know your customer. It's it all depends on the context, right? Because if I'm reading your question right, who do I want to give my identity to, or who should I allow to let know me, right? And blockchain's not exactly anonymous; it is pseudonymous until you get to a certain point. If you use Monero or something along those lines, but I really think that it's very important for that freedom, for tokenization of businesses, for getting loans through different processes. You talked about how you've never had a credit card. Well, and my work with healthcare and blockchain, MRI machines are very, very expensive. They're like about $3 million, and to install them is about $3 million. And you have to put in all new air conditioning, HVAC, that's separate from the rest of the hospital, et cetera. So, if you are a small urban or rural hospital that cannot afford an MRI machine, you can be contracted out to do research for larger hospitals through blockchain processes, and you can start to make money through new credit systems and start to acquire new merchandise because you have become a part of a blockchain ecosystem wherein you, for example, tokenize your radiology imaging, and the radiology center has a radiology permission token. It starts to go into a liquidity pool. Radiology centers can pool their resources. They can build their own systems of credit and start to get an MRI machine with the goodwill of a liquidity pool and a payback with maybe even an APY in there, right?
And that's a beautiful thing.
Yeah.
And I know I said I've never been in debt. I see debt as slavery, but I also understand that it can be a tool that can be used for tax reasons.
It's still called an asset
things.
for reasons,
Right. So there are different things. Like I said, I operate outside of the system.
Yeah.
I'm patient.
Yeah.
So if I can't afford it, I'll wait. Eventually.
I hear you on that. That's why I bought my house outright, my car outright.
Same.
You don't. There's that peace of mind knowing that you don't have rent every month. So.
Well, I'm looking at houses while I'm out here in Denver because it's a buyer's market right now.
Yeah.
And right now, all across the country, you can buy a house that needs a little bit of work, and that's the kind to buy, right?
Yeah.
As an investor.
Well, you don't want to buy a house built in the last 5 years.
Absolutely. So
I watch enough YouTube to see those construction stories.
I'm looking at homes that are built in the late 1800s and 1900s.
Very good, yeah.
And I'm looking for something that has at least a half acre or more of land. And I'm seeing them for $30,000 to $50,000 cash. And I put a few offers out, and swoop them up. That's unheard of. That's so cheap. And obviously they're not in a city, they're off, but there is opportunity out there. People can buy a house for next to nothing, but you got to have the cash.
Yeah.
You got to save. But that same house on a mortgage, you're looking at $400,000, $500,000 in the same condition. And obviously these houses aren't quite move-in ready. They need a little bit of this and that. But
I love working on houses.
I do too.
Yeah.
It's like a hobby for me.
I grew up building houses, so yeah.
Yeah. I built sets in Hollywood, so I was IOTC.
Now that would be fun. Yeah. But one of the first houses we bought, I bought my first house with my brother. It was real quick here. It was the person who lived there went through the Depression in the 30s. So the basement was filled with Folgers cans filled with walnuts. We had to tear down the basement, lift the house up, rebuild the basement, put the house back down on it, and redid the roof. It's just what you have to do. That kind of hard work is rewarding. I get as much reward out of that as I do with crypto or the philosophy of blockchain. So, it's what you do with your life and where you go.
And we're all investors here. That's why
Yeah.
we're here, right? I bought 2 years ago. I bought a 25-acre ranch on auction for 17 grand, and I mean the buildings were pretty decrepit, but they were built by the U.S. military, and they're like bomb shelters.
Oh, okay.
And so like the bones are good. You just gotta slap on some drywall and some paint and
I love that.
and
Yeah. I had to make sure my condominium had cement walls in between the units.
Yeah.
I can't do the new construction with the paper thin walls.
oh, I know, it's
Yeah,
crazy
yeah.
what they're using. And I mean, they got this drywall that's like this thin. You know what I mean? Like
And this new plastic wood, so you can make 8-story tall wood buildings.
Yeah.
Hell to the no. But
hey, chat, do not buy a home that was built after COVID. Period.
go online, look it up, check it out.
Yeah. And take it from guys that buy houses.
Yeah,
you know?
I saw this one house. This guy, they didn't even bother to put mortar in between the bricks in the basement, and they went ahead and built the whole house on top of it.
Oh my God.
And they were trying to sell that as new construction. That's the type of new construction out there,
That's crazy.
and that's just what you can see. God
Oh,
knows
I
what's
know.
behind the walls.
I'm getting in some of the attics of these newer houses that were built post COVID, and the truss, like the wood doesn't even line up, and it's like there's like a gap in it.
These
and,
people,
like,
they have leaks in their house. They don't know where they're coming from because
Yeah.
there's like these huge gaps. Look it up on YouTube. Obviously, you have too because
well, I've been searching because I'm.
Oh, you're
buying
home
real estate.
buying, yeah.
Right, so like I'm seeing it firsthand. Like I said, I work construction.
And now they have these. I haven't bought a house in forever, and every house I've bought, I either built or redid. But there's these huge home manufacturers. Now there's like 3 or 4 in this country, and then now it's like it really is McDonald's homes. It's like slap together, throw on a couple pickles, shred lettuce.
Yeah.
I mean, it's basically, house of cards. Yeah.
Honestly, I think what's happening is with all the if this global financial shift that's happening, this adoption that's happening right now, guys, it's happening tomorrow. Hurry up. No. That takes time, right?
Yeah.
This has happened in history before. And every time we have a global financial shift, it always ends up in war. And what we see is, and we're in World War III right now, whether you want to accept it or not, we are. Everyone is sick right now. Everyone. And they've been, the sickness lasts for like 2 months for some people. Some people last for like a month. It's biological warfare. And honestly, I feel like COVID, and I know we're going down the rabbit hole a little bit
Well,
right
I mean,
now.
is it? But I mean, I get what you're saying about the Third World War. It's almost as if there's no specific actor behind it, though. It's all of our own actions coming back and our own choices. Fast food, plastic bags. All of these things that. When I was studying Greek philosophy, we called miasma, pollution that goes from generation to generation, right? And I think that's what we're seeing a lot with these plastic homes and the cheap cars and why certain parts of our government are so scared to let in these new products from other places. I mean, China's making some excellent cars right now that I wouldn't mind having myself if they're only $15,000, right?
Honda's coming out with a flying car that's $5,000.
I don't know if I trust it, but we'll see. Well,
yeah.
I'll wait until the second model.
I mean, I guess that's still speculative. It's whatever, but it's supposedly supposed to be like $5,000 for a one-person flying car thing.
Better come with a parachute. Yeah.
It does.
Okay. But
I'm not getting in no kind of drone thing without a parachute.
Yeah.
That's why I won't fly in a helicopter. You're going down in a helicopter, your tail spinning
down.
to the
Yeah.
Plane's a little different. You have an opportunity to do something.
But
I want to reel back to what we were talking.
Sure.
Stay on topic a little
Yep.
bit because we got a little bit down the rabbit hole. But so we were talking about World War III happening and with the sickness happening. I think it's one of two things. One, either COVID, everyone social distanced and we're using hand sanitizers and stuff, and we, as a population, lowered our immune systems by that. Or two, just like with COVID, there are countries, I mean, the U.S. has basically a tariff on every country right now, so it could be anyone. And obviously, it's against the Geneva Convention. They're not going to say they're using biological warfare when they are. And obviously, we saw that. I think it was intentional with the Wuhan lab incident or whatever. And honestly, I think it's part of the playbook. Was let's release the sniffle nose disease, right? And play it up really big and go really hard with it so that way, when the real thing comes out, no one wants to do anything. No one wants to touch it. Right now, there's a serious sickness going around, and no one wants to say anything about it. Now, the hospitals here in California have brought back the mask mandate. So that is back. And we will see if it goes, but you're not seeing the social distancing. You're not seeing it in public. No one wants to touch it. They're afraid, and I think that was part of the play. I think part of it is they need, like we talked about earlier, is in order for this adoption to happen, there's a whole generation of people that got to go. That has to happen. And we're going to see the boomers, the baby boom, is the senior boom now. They are entering their life expectancy over the next couple years. We've got 1 to 5 years, and we'll see most of the boomers gone. And with that, I think is when we're going to start seeing more of those changes start happening, more of the digital ID and more of the...
I'm really interested to see, because that generation, the boomer generation, the generation before them was the silent generation. And I'm seeing that type of personality rise up in the Gen Z, kind of Gen Alpha generation. And they may be that key, because they're, I think, in this 14 to 20-year-old neighborhood that, they're kind of jaded about dating. They're kind of jaded about social things. And for lack of a better word, they're more like, show me the money, right? Like, if I'm going to do this, what is it going to do for me? And I think that practicality of those younger kids coming up may be the replacement for the lack of confidence or willingness in other generations. And, it's still, I don't think most people realize that, we're still talking about fiat, in a lot of ways. We're still talking about, we have to understand that people's attraction is still to paper money.
Right. I'm a trader. I buy it, I sell it back for money so that I can spend it on something and do something.
So this existential fear that people have about cryptocurrency is about keeping on to paper money, right? And we all know this paper doesn't have any actual worth. It's what we trust it to, the fiat we put into it. And people don't necessarily have that fiat right now with crypto, that trust. It can happen with stable coins. It can happen with the right actors that have the right intention that equals their consequence. But we have to see those consequences in real time, and that they do actually happen. And that's a part of the verification process, right? In the whole blockchain world. Like, is there a problem? Yes. Did someone verify? Yes. Did it get fixed? Yes. Did someone verify that it was fixed? Yes.
Well, I think part of the reason people want the adoption and everything with crypto is also, right now, crypto is like you said, you have to buy it with fiat and then transfer it back into fiat in order to spend it. So is it deflationary? Technically, yes, when you can actually spend cryptocurrency at your everyday place. For right now, it's retentionary. So it retains value because as the dollar inflates, it goes up in value.
Yeah.
But you still have to trade it in for an inflated dollar.
And keep it for as short a time as possible.
Right, and spend it on whatever. Yeah. And so it's just retaining value.
Well, and it goes back to the clarity bill. If you're going to have a $1 unit, there's this a larger existential case of who's going to own the one, right? Is it going to be $1? Is it going to be a yuan? Who is going to have the one, right? arguably the Clarity Act is setting us up for the United States dollar in the future and forever to be the denomination, right?
Right.
Which is fine. It doesn't necessarily, once it gets into the blockchain world, it's really not the foray of any government. That one can change at any time, right? And that's up to the will of the people, and we're getting into dangerous territory. But
And
so
I think that's, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, but
Yeah.
I think that's why, and I'm so focused on and looking into, and I think a lot of people are really excited about, is RWAs, because we're talking about a real world asset backing your token, right? And so as that asset goes up in value, there's only so many assets in the world. There's only so much whatever. Obviously, like take lithium, for example, or rare earth minerals, right? They were, a little bit more valued because they were so rare. And then they found in Iran, the rare earth mineral deposit just recently. And so that, kind of dropped it. And so the value of rare earth minerals, but then that was offset because we need more of it in order to produce AI and all the new technology that's coming out. So it kind of just held its value, but obviously, real world assets can fluctuate in value just like the market can. But, everyone's always going to need a home. Everyone's always going to need drinking water. I'm huge on the idea of tokenization of water rights. That's going to be a very big one for sure. And obviously, they're probably going to tokenize air, right? Air traffic control or something.
there's already a couple DPIN companies in that area, yeah.
Right, because what's the most valuable resource is food and water, right? Water first. So, and everything else comes after that, right? So, like the tokenization of water is going to be a huge thing. But once, these tokens are backed by something that's real and tangible like that and not paper trash,
Yeah.
that costs more to make it than what it's worth. It's not really deflationary until it
Well, there's also a really big discussion about what is a real world asset. And it's kind of where you're getting into consumer choices and what actually constitutes a product or what constitutes an asset. And we've seen that those tastes can change as well. And of course, like you said, the value changes as over time. But if you have that one single unit with that basket of real world assets behind it, that change in value, but you have the one that stays the same value, and you can have that APY. That's what we want with the Clarity.
right.
The assets can change, yeah, obviously, but we need a single unit, right? We need that unit.
Right, we got to figure out what it is.
Yeah.
And I figured it out. What is the true value? What is actually worth something, right?
Yeah.
That's the big question, right? What should we be in? What are we actually using, right? And a lot of people say gold, they say silver, and all these things. Gold and silver, obviously, gold has some use case because of technology. It's very conductive. Silver, it's got medical uses and all these things. They have utility, right? But gold as a currency is dead technology. The price of gold right now, I think, is freaking crazy.
It's like a 4,000 or something.
Yeah, if
like
you're
that.
buying gold right now, you're an idiot. Like, come on. It can't go forever. Obviously, it can go higher, but if you're buying the top right now, I feel bad for you. You probably bought XRP at like $3.60 that last year. Anyway, but what I'm saying is what is the true value, right? The true value is our labor. It's time and energy.
Yeah, sure.
Right? And we put in our time and we use up our energy, and then we want to have something
Compensation.
to transact
Yeah.
for our time and our energy. So that is the true value. And that's why I find Bitcoin as very valuable, because it is proof of work, which is time and energy.
And Bitcoin's important even if you don't use it as your substrate, as your main token. It's very important for temporal recording and doing. You've heard of what is the? I'm gonna forget the word. I'll just go on. Bitcoin has a very good way of anchoring things into a temporal time slot, right? You know, there could be a way, you know, there's the science fiction trope that the past can be changed because what happens in the future, and you know that's why we have the Bernstein
paradox.
Bears,
Yeah,
you know,
yeah,
and
yeah.
all that kind of stuff. So you know what happens when what we value changes, and what an actual asset is, and what we feel like is going to be valuable in the future. So I don't really know where I'm going with that point.
Well,
But
we're talking about, like, you know, the true value and what we should be investing into, and what is actually going to back our tokens,
yeah,
right?
universal data income, right? We have this abstract taxation philosophy of universal basic income because AI is going to do so much that we're not going to have anything to do. So we're going to require some kind of
UBI.
supplementary income. Blockchain allows us to do a universal data income where the signal you put out has an inherent return, right? The remuneration comes back to us. And that's one of the beautiful things about the philosophy of blockchain is that it can return to us what was taken or could be taken or appropriated by AI. You know, people have this anxiety about AI hollowing out our human endeavors. Blockchain is the contract that says, well, wait a minute, you've got to pay for that first, right?
Right.
I don't think a lot of people realize that blockchain is the savior for them, that the anxieties of AI has given them.
Right, because they're just farming our data now to train the AI, and we're
Right.
not getting anything for
We're
it.
not getting anything back. So what I do and my mission with my job, and more broadly with Stand with Crypto, is returning the power to the people, right? And what is that? And that is blockchain to me. That, you know, AI is fine and dandy and all, but you know, it's really just regurgitated right now LLMs that have pretty much reached their limit, right?
Right.
You know, they'll come out with a new model here and there, but you know, nobody's really talking about the other types of AI. We're just, I mean, generative text, okay, great, you know, I mean, people don't know how to write their own reports anymore, you know, so
AI is about to get really crazy. I don't know if you read the Big Beautiful Bill. I read every word in it. Okay?
I have not read the whole
I believe
bill.
it's like 14601 or something like that section in there. It's just under or above the health section. There is a part they put in there, and a lot of people don't know this. No state or federal government in the United States can regulate AI for the next 10 years whatsoever.
Yeah.
And obviously,
There's
the
yeah, there's-
corporations are still kind of regulating themselves
Uh-huh.
because they're a little afraid. But obviously, somebody's going to open Pandora's box here in the next 10 years.
Well, OpenAI already has, and they've gotten themselves in trouble because now they have to record everything that happens, right? So, and they're very open about, well, I don't know that they're very open about, but you can pretty much guarantee anything you put into ChatGPT or OpenAI will be used for their training purposes, right?
Yeah.
So, you know, when I hear people talk about, oh, I designed my whole business on ChatGPT, I'm like, well, you don't really own it now, you know? People need to be careful with how they use AI, and especially with novel processes like we're coming up with here. You know,
It tells
it's not,
you what you want to hear now.
It tells you. Well, it compliments you. You know, that's the best idea I've ever heard. That is one part to it, but it also allows other parties on the other side to be aware of what's going on within your corporation, your business, your podcast, your personal life. So you have to be very careful with what you put into AI, and you have to be very judicious with which ones you use.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And you were talking about like UBI and like blockchain, how that would potentially the data you get paid for it. And I
Absolutely.
believe that once, you know, robots are doing all the jobs, our job is going to be to train the AI.
Mm-hmm.
And you're going to think you're playing a video game or whatever, but you're training an AI.
Well,
And that's how
If-
you're going to get paid.
when your human signal is tokenized and it's used for AI training to become smarter about you or about systems or whatever it may be. If you are a part of the process and a human is still part of that, you are not going to be appropriated away, right? An autonomous yield will happen for the AI, and an autonomous yield will happen for you. Right. The more you give, the more freedom you get, right? So right now we know that all of our data and information, especially medical information, is being used behind the scenes, right? What if you had a company or a medical office that said, you know, we do this, how about we put you in on it and you get part of the process and you actually get to share your medical assets with whomever you want to for outside consultations and curate your records to make them more valuable to pharma, et cetera, et cetera.
And you'll have more access to your own records. Like right now, if you want your own medical records, it's like pulling teeth to get it from the doctors, you know?
So, you know, I think there's still a lot of fear. You know, AI is something that people are going to have to lean into because it's going to be the thing that actually produces the give back.
I hate it, but you're right. There's no getting around it. We're past that point. Pandora's box been open.
You just have to be
so we have to figure out how to adapt to it in a way that it doesn't kill all humanity, basically. You know, and enslave us all. Right.
And there's people,
Skynet.
of course, you know, there's people, of course, working on that, I'm sure.
Yeah.
You know, there's always somebody working on something. You just have to make sure what you do is better, right?
Exactly.
You have to make sure that all the people that you surround yourself with have good intentions. That's the only way that we know that this community can exist. You know, that's kind of our fiat, right? You know, the community is how we. It's an informal credit system. You know, it's a way. If I see you with a bunch of degens that I know pull rugs all the time, I'm going to have a different impression of you. Maybe I shouldn't, but maybe I should. But we have to police ourselves, I think, is my bigger point here, right? I can't go around saying don't do this, whatnot, when my best friend's doing rug pulls, right? You know, I mean, I'm not. You know, it depends on how long I've known him. If you're my childhood friend, you get your hand smacked. If I've known you for a little bit, I can't do business with you, right? You know, so that's the world we live in.
Yeah, unfortunately, everyone's dishonest.
I wouldn't put it like that, but you know,
I think
prove and verify. You know,
smart contracts takes a lot of that dishonesty out, and like you have
because you're making contractual relations with people you don't know. Right. And the only way to do that is through confirmation of what's in your wallet, whether that be an NFT, the currency, or however the transaction's happening, right?
And we're saving time and energy while doing it.
Right.
I mean, technically, okay, because like, what was it? Bitcoin last year used like $100 billion to operate or something like that.
Oh.
It was a lot. It's a lot of energy, but honestly...
That's the dirty part of making value.
Well, I think... So, I don't know if you know this. In 2020, Donald Trump signed the Release of Suppressed Technologies bill, which states that all suppressed technology is to be released and implemented into society by 2025. And it's part of Agenda 31, whereas by 2031, the world will be unrecognizable. It'll be what you said, the flying cars, the robots doing the jobs, the UBI, all of that. And that's where it all started, right? So now I got a little off topic. We were talking about. But basically, shoot. I lost it, chat. Don't forget to hit that like button.
That means it's a good conversation.
Yeah, don't forget to hit that like button, subscribe to the channel, share the show with your friends, follow me on all platforms at Ozthecryptogoat, all lowercases, no spaces, and don't forget to sign up for Stand with Crypto. You go to
Ryan right here.
Yeah. What's the website, Stand with Crypto?
Standwithcrypto.org. Go there, sign up, and you'll be able to... once you're associated with your state, you're able to look up and go to events around you. And hopefully there are ones close to you. If not, maybe you are the next person to throw a Stand with Crypto party. Get in touch.
Right, and we have a lot of viewers that are in the UK and in Australia and all over the world.
We're an international organization.
International. Yeah. Anywhere. get plugged in, find your chapter, and read before you sign something. Never sign anything without reading it.
You don't
See
have to
what's
check
in
every
there.
box, but
Yeah, exactly. I wrote my own letter personally. Before I even knew who you guys were, I was already writing my own emails and making phone calls.
excellent.
And,
Yeah.
and this brings me to the last topic I want to talk about before I let you go. I know
Sure.
it's been about an hour now.
That's fine. Yeah.
So I am, for a long time, since we heard about the Clarity Act, I've been like, hey, hit the brakes. Like, let's make sure we get this right. Obviously, we talked about that. And the sentiment with the community right now is that it doesn't matter because the lobbyists have all the control and, the powers that be and the banks and whatever, they're going to manipulate and change. And there's nothing we can do about it. So we might as well push for it and allow it to happen. And I'm like, no, the primaries are coming up right now. This is your chance to actually have your voice be heard. If there was any time for you to actually reach out to your senator or your rep in the United States, wherever your district may be, now is the time. You have a small window to actually be heard. The problem is people aren't educated enough to understand that how the system works and, when their voice is actually heard. Because, you call after primaries, they're not going to listen to you. They're not going to care. It's going to be too late.
And I would say, I think there's a misunderstanding that crypto has a political affiliation. It really does not. You will meet people that are Democrat, Republican, in between, and they're all here for different reasons. Some are here for the same reasons. I think there's another language that goes beyond that is a little bit more than that, and that is that philosophy of blockchain that we speak of, where humans don't have to ask for sovereign status. We can get it ourselves. It is within your grasp to do that, and there are the processes beginning or are in place to do that. So I think that's a very important thing. It leans towards getting clarity, getting rid of banks in your processes, or using banks in a smarter way than the fees that they use now. Like we've talked about, there are new credit systems that you can use through staking is a good one. I know people borrow against their Bitcoin. There are new and different ways, especially for these younger generations. I see these stories of $2,400 a month rent for these one bedrooms. Yeah. And we talked about the construction of these places. I can only imagine, these luxury townhouses that these people get. There are different ways to build things than the same old broken system of that construction industry, of the banking industry, and all these others. There are new ways to do business that can free human society. International currency does not require the United States. It does not require these things. And a long time ago, I may have different thoughts now, but one of our biggest jokes was, have you ever seen Tina Turner and Thunderdome?
Yes.
Okay. They had Bitcoin. Because I bet they had a tower that transmitted to the next nearest town, and they sure as hell didn't use dollars.
Right.
But there was some kind of electronic, digital currency. Like I say, it was Bitcoin, but it's something, right?
Well, people think that this is just a new concept. They've been talking about this since the 80s,
how are you going? It's just like the smart contract between two people who don't know each other. How are two Thunderdomes going to confirm that this $1 is this $1 by having a currency in common, right? That's what crypto is, because it's international. You may choose a different flavor of one. Bitcoin is the largest one. Ethereum's the ecosystem's the largest. Solana may be a larger chain than the actual Ethereum chain, but Ethereum has a huge ecosystem of thousands of chains, it seems like now, right? So there's all sorts of, the world's new.
I want to circle back to one thing you said earlier. how this is a bipartisan issue with crypto. And no matter how you feel, chat, about the current administration, this doesn't have to be something that bifurcates us. You don't have to hate crypto just because you hate Trump, and you don't have to love crypto just because you love Trump. We can find common ground, okay? And we can understand that this is what's happening, and let's get it right, and let's come together as a community to work together to bring that freedom we talked about in the beginning of the show.
Well, life isn't as simple as Republican or Democrat, right?
Absolutely. I'm a libertarian.
Our marketing and our society would really like to put us into these very nice, neat little demographics, and they do so. They do so with our advertising to catch us off guard and be like, oh, that's nice. Yes, I will join that, and all these types of things. You have to be adamant. You have to be.
We have to normalize not hating each other because we have a different opinion.
Yeah.
Well,
blockchain goes beyond.
Yeah, it's not opinion. It's basically the perfect black and white.
It's certainty in a world of chaos.
Absolutely, and
it's one of the things. I mean, it tames the AI. It tames the wild business process.
It tames the banks.
It does.
It tames a lot. There's a lot. Oh, we're getting the signal to wrap it up.
Okay.
So,
well, it was really nice speaking with you today.
Ryan, great show. It was great to meet you.
Yeah.
And you're welcome to come on my podcast anytime. I love Stand With Crypto. Okay, I know I give you all a hard time because I want you to be educated. I want you to understand. Because there's a lot of lower level people too.
Well,
and I want
we
them
depend
to,
on people on the street. That's what we're here for.
I want the new people to understand just how grave the position you are standing in. And I revere you. I want to join Stand With Crypto. I tell every Miss Nifty all the time, my resources are at your disposal. Let me know what I can do. I want to be involved. I want to have this conversation that we had today with everyone in Stand With Crypto and every politician out there.
It's possible. We'll do.
And we'll leave it at that, guys. Don't forget to smash that like button, subscribe to the channel, share the show with your friends. Follow me on all platforms at Ozthecryptogoat, all lowercases, no spaces. And thank you for joining in tonight. Have a good evening.
Have a good one.
That was great.
Thank you very much. You'll have to give me a
It'll be uploaded.
I used to have some of these bar stools. Yes. They're in red.
With the mics, we have a pretty heavy noise filter on them just to help take out some of the background noise. So you want to keep it about a fist away from your mouth as you go.
Okay.
How close to the mic is it?
Instead of fist. Nice lighting. Ah, fantastic. Michael, have you tweeted the spaces from our handle?
Check 1 2.
Every pole to try and shade us to take control, but we the goats, we real got soul to be the greatest, that is the goal. So go and judge me and slur my name. Yeah, G9 is what I became. Just judge my music, don't need the fame, but no LF goat is what I proclaim. When you're a goat, you just know it. We the black sheep, yeah, I suppose it's coming for us to just be different. Cause all my life I've been belligerent. I get so mad when they play ignorant, but that's what made us so magnificent. Yeah, we here and we chilling with the tribe. Got my grass and my hoodie and my light. Getting lit, come on, you know you wanna try. We doing good, bro, please don't kill my vibe. Said we here and we chilling with the tribe. Crypto underdogs, nah, I ain't gonna lie. So good they can't ignore even if they try. We'll never leave, it's LF go till we die. No, you'll never hear a mumble rap from me. These words I care, yeah, they have meaning. We in the matrix, but I'm intervening. About to pull you out, Neo, you've been dreaming. Find you in the song and want you to be freed. So get used to seeing goats up in your feet. It's guaranteed that we'll succeed. Come on, man, I know you've seen the term goat used on a TV. It's in sports and it's in music. There are lots of ways to use it to describe the best. The ones obsessed at hidden quest. It's like we blessed. Boy, I'm like Santiago, I'm the alchemist. Travel the world and leave you all impressed. Become the wind, my spirit strong. I swear I'll prove them haters wrong. Show them we for real all along. Cause goats are great, the top's where we belong. Ozthecryptogoat, it means the other heart. Like yin and yang can't split apart. The dark from light, yeah, it's a balance. You only know this if you're like Alice and seek the knowledge down that rabbit hole. Two equal opposites that complete the soul.
All right. Smash that like button, subscribe to the channel, share the show with everyone you know. Welcome to the Ledger Lounge. This is Ozthecryptogoat, and we have a very, very special live today. We have the president of California's Stand With Crypto coming on the show. I've got my Stand With Crypto pin on right now, and I'm in chats with her. She should be on here shortly. In the meantime, everybody hit the like button. We do... How's everybody doing today? Do you guys like my new picture? I have the Christmas goat. Oz the Christmas goat. What's the name of the trust company? Angel Finance? In the meantime, hit the like button. Just working out some details with the guest right now. Please bear with me. I do apologize. I usually like to get all this done, but this is a very busy person. So we're trying to work with them as best we can.
against ourselves, not PvP. When I say goat, I really mean it. But it probably ain't what you thinking, not just a title, you gotta earn it. You can't give up, there's no returning. So when you still on the grind and feel like you are running blind, just know I made this little rhyme. All cause I want to inspire, lift you up, come on, it's time to grow.
All right, we're back. How's everybody doing? I'm gonna bring down the music here and we're gonna talk a little bit.
It ain't a competition against each other. It's a
How's everybody doing, man? It's good to see everybody showing up. Don't forget to hit the like button, subscribe to the channel, share the show with your friends. Everybody double tap the screen if you're watching on TikTok. If you're watching on YouTube, don't forget to hit the like button as well. Don't forget to subscribe. Those of you on X, don't forget to hit the chat. Those on Twitch, we're also live on Facebook. And we're live on X as well. I have all the chats pulled up so you can watch and chat from any platform you like. People tend to use TikTok the most, but we have wherever you decide to find yourself, that's the place to be. Let's set up a Heart Me goal here on TikTok. Boom. All right. So we have a special guest today. It's Miss Nifty, Miss NFTY. She's the president of Stand with Crypto. She's going to be coming on, and so this is their website. This is standwithcrypto.org, and it says, if you care about crypto, it's time to prove it. 52 million Americans own crypto, and yet crypto's future in America remains uncertain. Congress is writing the rules as we speak, but they won't vote yes until they've heard from you. Join the fight, and you can click right here, right? So there it looks like there's 2,623 U.S. advocates, 1,226 policymaker contacts, advocate donations. They've raised over $500,000, and globally they have 2.9 million crypto advocates. So these are the different. So look, it shows you someone in Washington emailed their rep. Someone in Washington followed SWC on X. Someone in Washington joined SWC. Obviously, that's Stand with Crypto. Someone in Utah joined. Nevada, California, Illinois. Someone in Illinois emailed their rep. So you can track everything that's going on with them, where it's happening, what they're doing. And as you can see, the big areas, I don't see anything in New York yet, but we have Connecticut, we got Virginia. This is around the DC area. Washington, California, Nevada. These are hot spots, right? So this is good. And the reach is growing. This lady has been on a plane for like days. I think it was like 6 days. We'll ask her and she'll tell us everything. But it's been quite amazing to see all that they've been doing and all the work they do. So Stand with Crypto is first and foremost the result of 2 million plus people fighting to keep crypto in America. We also partnered with a number of companies to fight alongside us. So it looks like we got Privy, Protocol Labs, Paxos, Anchorage Digital, MoonPay, Coinbase, Third Web, Lightspark, all these different Kraken, BTC, Hedera, OpenSea. So they're partnered with all these different companies, which is pretty amazing. Let's see, let's go back here. So you can also, on the website here, this is standwithcrypto.org. You can join Stand with Crypto. You can email your senator. You can follow on X, and maybe we'll write an email in the next live show that we do. I'll write the email, and you guys can help me compose it. I'll be in and out for today. Had the worst day of all time. Oh, I know about your day, brother. Sorry to hear that, man. Glad you're okay and you're doing well. I'll tell you what. Everybody simultaneously right now spam the chat with a W. How about SWC? Stand with Crypto. Everybody SWC in the chat. Hashtag FYP, hashtag for you, all the hashtag crypto. I do know that there's a bit of competition in the live time right now, so it is what it is. But share the show out with your friends. Let's get the algorithm rolling and get more people watching, and we can get to our regular viewership levels. And before we start the show, if anyone has any questions or wants to come on the show and ask any questions, let me know in the chat and we'll see if we can work that out. Let's see here.
Competition within ourselves. LF Goat. Hey, Go Tribe. No drama, bitch.
I love this song.
I got no drama. Said I got no problems. Not a single distraction. Don't care about your trauma. What are you building? Said what are you doing?
Hashtag Goat Tribe.
Cause trust me, I'm suing. Every day I check the feed and see some dumb shit. Like someone rugging or they got a scam like fuck it. Somebody sleeping with somebody else.
The music's allowed on TikTok. I have the rights to this.
That's why you won't see me on your
I'm have full permission to use this music.
directly to my face. They always be talking behind my back, bro. I really don't care. I'm just trying to stack. They tearing you down, they messing shit up. Don't think I can't take any more of this flood. So remember to leave my name.
So if you have any questions or you want to come up on a panel, let me know. Anybody want to come up?
No drama. Leave it at the door. We don't care. We won't fight. This ain't a war. Keep it straight. Only business on our mind. No hate, no drama. We on the grind. On the grind, another day, another verse. Always getting better, I ain't getting any worse. Build you up, help you out how you meant. Also, you can pull this stupid little stint. Come on, man.
How's it going?
Play dumb and just take a hit. Stay your lane. Don't be a stain.
Hold on, let me adjust the volume here.
Can't take no more drama on our chain. So next time you think about spreading the rumor, just act your ways. Don't be say okay, boomer.
There, now I can hear you.
To have some humor, but holy shit, dude, I swear you're like a tumor. So I'm working, focus on my craft. You gon' talk, enjoy your little laugh, but I
Hold on, I gotta adjust the audio for you because what's going on?
I'm good. I'm sorry I missed your interview earlier today.
Oh, it hasn't started yet.
Oh, I thought it was at 3:00 California time.
No, that's the TA class, and that got rescheduled.
Oh, did I read the flyer wrong?
You may have. So the flyer is the show starts at 5 p.m. and then the guest comes on at 6 to give a chance for people to come in to so they don't miss out on the first part of the show. So do you know who the guest is?
I looked up Miss Nifty.
Yeah, or NFT. Why?
I'm not sure if I recall her. I may have heard her speak before.
Yeah. So I met her at this last crypto event I went to, and she's the president for Stand with Crypto in California. And this is their website right here, standwithcrypto.org. And it actually is a tool where you can email your senator directly. You can take polls, refer friends, mint an NFT, follow. But my main thing that I really like about this is the direct link to email your senator. Fix the camera. What do you mean fix the camera? What's wrong with the camera? You can't just say fix the camera in the chat. You got to tell me what's wrong.
Me, probably.
Aha. There it is. There you are.
Yeah, I just got done feeding my horse, so.
It's off center. Oh well. I really don't care if it's off center right now. I'm not gonna mess with it. It just is what it is. The IT guy comes in and cleans stuff, and sometimes the camera gets moved. It just is what it is.
Kind of cool. I'm down in the comment section. I mean, I feel like I'm in the lower bleachers or something.
I don't know why that is. Usually there's a bunch of different boxes here. I haven't used any of this software in so long. It's everything got updated. It's all different now.
It's all like Christmas.
I am so excited for Christmas. Did you see my new picture?
I think your guest sounds really cool. Like it's going to be a really interesting interview. Is Jesse going to join us?
I don't think Jesse's going to join us. She's been busy doing stuff. I'm hoping that she comes back to the show soon. But you know, it's the holidays and stuff, you know. But she's down there in the chat supporting. But yeah, I'm hoping to get the whole crew back together and get the crypto show going again, get more guests, and get everything rolling the way it was before we took the break. You know, it's been nice to have a little bit of a break, though.
That'll be really nice.
So, I have a question for you, Belle. Is there any questions that you would have for Miss Nifty as far as standing with crypto?
I want to know why we don't know more about it already. Why am I just hearing about it probably maybe for the first or second time?
Right, so exposure is what you're talking about.
Is this a large movement specifically just for California with our taxation?
So globally, there's 2.9 million people. You can see it right here on the screen. Mm-hmm. The U.S. advocates is 2.6 million. There's 1.2 million policymaker contacts right here. And then they've donated about a little over 500,000 in donations. And look at, you just click this right here. Email your senators to pass crypto legislation. Boom. Click that, take action. Put your first name. Here, let's see here. Last name, email address. Your senator. This will show after you enter your email address.
Now, I may have heard about that like 6 months ago with a bunch of the XRP stuff that was going around. And the fear of California doing that clawback on any crypto in your accounts that stayed dormant for 3 years.
Oh yeah, for the wallets. Well, here's the thing on that. So they can reclaim those funds, but you can actually claim them back from the government. You just have to file. So it's actually a good thing. So let's say that you had a wallet that got lost, or you lost the keys to it, forgot how to access it. The government, after 3 years of inactivity, would basically claim those funds, remove them, and then you could file to get those back. It's just, you're going to have to jump through the hoops.
It sounds like something I might want to make a few posts on. And hello, Web3. Thank you so much.
Web3, I did put some posts out on Stand with Crypto. And if you want to reach out to Miss NFT, or Miss Nifty, excuse me, she's in my Discord right now. So click the Discord link in my bio. She should be hanging around in there, and you can ask questions or engage there. So click the Discord link. Let me see here. I'll post it in the chat for you guys. Give me just a second. I'm really excited about this this guest today, though. I wasn't 100% sure if they were going to make it, because we actually rescheduled a couple times, but we got it. We were able to make it happen. Let's see here. All right, copy.
Web3, you might want to share this out to a couple of your other bros and ladies that might be interested in that, or specifically people from California.
Exactly. And it's not just California, it's a global movement.
Yeah.
So it's more than just California. Obviously, she's the president of the California section of it, but still, hold on, I gotta fix everything. Everything moved around on me. All right, we're good.
Appreciate you, Jesse. We'll see you soon.
Trying to get on the Discord now. If you're having trouble getting into the Discord, send me a DM. I'll send you the link directly. Some people have issues. Some people get right in. I don't know what it is. And TikTok's not letting me post it. So I don't. Jesse, if you could go into the Ozthecryptogoat email, copy it, and then post it into the chat. I know you can do it. I just can't do it from a desktop. So,
and I have to drop from the box if I think she's gonna post or pin anything.
Got it. Did you have any other questions?
No, I just wanted to know a little bit more about her, and
Right. And
other things she's into, and how she got started in crypto very briefly, and what are her passion projects.
absolutely. And when she comes on, that's what we're going to talk about. And then I got a few questions as well. If she has time, I'm going to open the panel back up for you guys to come on and ask questions directly, if she's willing to do that.
Fantastic.
Yeah, so
another lady in crypto,
Exactly. There's actually more women in crypto than I realized. Like, I go to these events and I see lots of women at the booths, and they're not just paid actresses. They're involved. They're doing stuff. So you guys are not alone. Josh said, "Speed me up. I'm late." That's your own fault. You're late, Josh. That's why we start an hour early. We start early so that it gives you a chance to get caught up. But we will have our guest in a little bit.
I'm starting to wonder, what does she see for, AI coming online more? What changes does she see for the future kind of stuff,
Well, I know that as far as the legislative side of it goes, AI is untethered now. So,
Which is scary.
Oh, it's very scary. At the same time, you're going to see things moving a lot faster now because of that. So we'll see how it goes.
Well, my little tiny business got dumped in SEO ad placement on Google and other sites since August, and AI is coming online and burying your stuff even deeper. It's like you're having to pay Google like ransom now to have your business propped up on page 1.
Yeah,
it's from page 1 to page 3 overnight.
If you copy the link from your link tree and paste it into join the server on Discord, it works. Got it. So you hear that, chat? Just click the link tree link and then paste it into join a server on Discord, and it should work. We can't hear her. All right. Let me turn up the audio. Sorry about that. Oops. All right, Belle, thank you for coming on, and we'll
I'm gonna drop down and let you talk to a few other people, but those would be some basic questions that would be on my mind at this moment.
Yeah, Web3, if you could drop that in the chat, I would appreciate it. Thank you very much for your help, and thank you, Belle, for coming on.
No problem. I thought if I hopped on, others would follow.
Yeah, it's always good to have you.
I love you guys. Thanks, Oz.
Bye.
I'll be listening. Bye.
What's up, Mr. Josh TV? How you doing, buddy?
What's up?
It's good to have you back on the show. It's been a while. How's your show coming along?
Well, I've done like 3 live streams so far. I'm not gonna lie, it gets pretty tiring. Now I know what you mean when I'm up there and like, I don't know, last time I was streaming, I was up for like 12 hours and I haven't streamed since.
Dude, I told you, it is tough, right?
Yep.
Imagine doing it just 4 or 5 hours a day, 5 to 7 times a week, like that, just like clockwork. And then having something to say every time and be right. It's
right.
It's difficult.
Exactly.
So, what do you know about Stand with Crypto? Have you heard of it?
Not really. I've heard of other organizations, but not this one specifically.
So if you go to standwithcrypto.org, that's this page right here. And basically it says, if you care about crypto, it's time to prove it. 52 million Americans own crypto, and yet crypto's future in America remains uncertain. Congress is writing the rules as we speak, but they won't vote yes until they've heard from you. Now, we're going to pull this up and read what it is. So you can actually email your senator. You click on this link right here, and it takes you can put your name, email address, and then it'll tell you who your senator is, and you can email them directly, which is pretty goated, if you ask me.
Yeah, I'm going to have to go do that.
Definitely read it before you sign it. That's one thing I would say for sure. I have not read it yet. What's up, Purple Bitcoin? Haven't seen you in a while. Good to have you.
Is this for the Clarity Act? I forget, because I'm pretty sure one already got passed, but they cut the other half of it out, right?
I'm not sure, and that's some of the questions that we're going to ask.
Right, because I was going over I'm pretty sure it was the Clarity Act while I was on stream, kind of going over what's in it, what things are important, what certain things meant.
Yeah, and I do think that we need some clarity. I think we need some legislation, but I think more or less we need more like a crypto constitution, something that protects us in a way that makes it so the government can't get too deep in it and can't start controlling it too much. Because the whole idea of crypto is to have the people in control of their finances, right? So
right.
We don't want, the government to come in and overregulate it in a way that just creates control.
And that's like the biggest argument that I saw when they had people like Brad Garlinghouse and other people kind of talk to these congressmen and these senators. I'm not sure if you remember that. That was a while ago. That was like midsummer. And they were going back and forth arguing over, we want control. And then somebody else stood up and said, well, yeah, I agree. There should be some level of control, but not to the point where the government can come in and start treating this like, any sort of financial bank account.
Absolutely. My biggest concern is control, right? They could basically flip the switch in the opposite direction and debank you with that kind of control. What are your thoughts?
Right. I think looking into it recently, So many people argue over the whole decentralized aspect of it, and like really looking over it into it in the last year or so, I've really begun to notice is that essentially everything runs on the exchanges because you're still exchanging for fiat, so everything is essentially still running on fiat. And basically, I know a lot of people are going to disagree with this, but I've kind of come to the conclusion that every single token is essentially still valued by fiat, because it has no value until you bring it over to an exchange and you cash it out for fiat. So in a sense, they could basically find out who holds certain types of wallets. And the problem is people say, okay, well, you can put it in a cold wallet, but if you ever bought Bitcoin on an exchange, that transaction from the exchange hold to your wallet is now a transaction. So they can link back because you upload your ID, you do KYC, and then they can track, okay, this person bought Bitcoin from this exchange, they moved it over to their cold wallet, then they took that Bitcoin from their cold wallet to a different exchange, but that exchange can look back and kind of see where that came from. And then, if we get to the point where the government can, I don't know, request some sort of file from these exchanges, like be like, we're looking into this person, we need you guys to hand over all the information, like who is this guy, their ID, all their information. And that's what I really don't want to happen, is when, the government can come in and basically force these exchanges to give out all that information, because then that crypto is now useless. I mean, they can ask them to freeze your assets, which a lot of chains, they can do that.
Yeah, XRP, Ledger can, HBAR, Ethereum, what's a couple others? There's a whole list of them. I actually posted them here on my TikTok. That lists all of the exchanges that you can basically be delisted or debanked from it. They can seize your assets. They all have some sort of smart contract written and slipped in there. And what's crazy is it's put in on a level where it was only found out that it was there through testing. So they would test the blockchains to see if it had any of this type of smart contracts. And all the big ones, man, they all have it in there. So it's a bit concerning. And it's not something that you can just look up and know that it's there. It's well hidden. So that's very concerning as well.
What are your thoughts on Bitcoin? Do you think that you feel a little bit safer with it, given that there isn't, I guess there's that extra level of, okay, it's the first token, and then also looking at it now, it's a lot harder to freeze somebody's Bitcoin address. But the only part that still doesn't make sense to me is I feel like they could just figure out what address belongs to who and just refuse to cash them out at an exchange. That's my only concern now. And I don't know if you've heard, there are certain people, there's a specific name for them, but you can basically send them the Bitcoin and they deliver cash straight to you. The only problem is obviously that's a lot more difficult, but I would like to see more options to pay for things with your crypto directly. That way you're not forced to bring it over to an exchange and cash it out for fiat.
Right.
If you get what I'm saying.
And I feel like holding stable coins, you can do that already, right? So if you're using USDC and let's say you're using Coinbase, or you have like an Arculus wallet, Arculus has tap to pay. I have a Visa for my Coinbase. I don't use it because who wants to use Coinbase, right? But it does exist, but I can't spend like Bitcoin directly. I can't spend XRP directly. However, this company right here, it's this is their pin right here. I think it's XPX. I think is what it's called. I'm gonna try to get them on the show here soon as well. But they've only been running for about 16 months now, but it's basically a way that you can spend your XRP or your Bitcoin or your Ethereum as cash with a card. So that's a new technology that's just come out.
Interesting.
And I'm really excited to have him come on. And like I said, they've only been live and building for 16 months now. And it's growing very quickly. So I'm interested
I think more
to
and
see
more.
what happens with that.
I think that industry is just going to continue to get bigger because more and more people are kind of understanding, what's the point of crypto if everything is still going to translate through fiat at the back end, right? Like,
Right.
obviously, even gold bars are exchangeable through fiat, but you can still trade gold for other things. So I think just having the ability to pay for things with your coins directly instead of having to go cash it out for fiat first and then paying with fiat. And also, I think it would boost the overall value of crypto. And I don't know. I think we're going to start to see more of that in 2026. I'm already seeing all of these crypto influencers, especially the ones you shouldn't really trust, like the ones that are always, the orchestrated pumps of cryptocurrencies and new projects. And they're basically saying that privacy is going to be the next thing, which is true, but they're also promoting a bunch of fake privacy coins that don't really do anything privacy. And I think that's the only thing. And that's where I would like to see some sort of regulation, because I feel like nowadays anybody can make a team, make a coin, say it does certain things, and then when you actually look at the capabilities of it, it's all just headlines, for example.
I'm more along the lines of buyer beware, right? So you should be doing your own research. Like, are you just going to pick any bank to bank with, or are you going to look around and see, do I want to use credit union? Do I want to use a small bank? Do I want to use a big bank? Do I want to use a business bank? You have to, have some kind of education in it. I think that more or less the people should take the time and learn. And, right now, crypto is like the Wild West, right? And
Right.
during the Wild West, people would sell products. And one of the issues that we had in the Wild West was medicine. So they had snake oil that they would sell to people. And I think it was like killing people, or it was just didn't do anything. But I think it was like, poisonous. They gave out opium, and people would get highly addicted to it, overdose on it. So the government stepped in and said, we're going to regulate this, right? We're going to go give some good, clear clarity. But look at what happened over 100 years' time. Now we have big pharma, where it was designed to stop you from buying poison. And now big pharma only puts out poison. All the medicines, there's nothing holistic anymore. There's nothing, that you can't go to your doctor and get holistic medicine. You have to get chemical based, that are all basically petroleum based products, that are poison for your body. And that's where we're at today now, because originally the intention was to help the people and to keep them safe and secure. But in the long run, that's not what we got. What we got was control to the point where a large corporation now and multiple corporations have control, and they can literally force you to take things now. And look at what happened with COVID. They forced everyone to take a shot in order to leave their homes and do things and stuff. So that's the fear that I have with overregulation. I love the idea of having some sort of regulation, but not in a way that gives them control, but more or less like a constitution for crypto. So that way
Right.
the government can never overstep their boundaries, and crypto is protected. That is my main concern.
Essentially, like in a way, the best method forward would be basically freedom of choice, right? You have all these different crypto chains and people can choose which one they want to use to transact. Same way that I don't believe that the entire financial system should be shifted over to crypto completely. I think people should still have the choice to pay with regular fiat, if they want to use Cash App, because they should be able to have the choice to use what they want to use. And same with like medicine, and this is a really touchy subject, but there's a lot of natural plants out there that are being banned from being usable, right? So they're telling you what you can or can't use, which is, I would argue, opposite of the Constitution that we have now, and that's why it's so important that we defend the Constitution, and that's also the only reason why America still has arguably more freedom than other countries, even though that's somewhat falling apart to a degree. But the freedom of choice is what I think is going to be the most important in the long run. Because the minute that, like you said, the government can step in and tell people, okay, well, now you need to use this, then basically you have it to where everybody's using one thing. It's easier for them to control. And I think that's ultimately where, if that happened with crypto, I think it would fail.
I don't think it would fail. I think they would look at right now. Everybody is cheering on regulation because they're in hopes that it's going to pump their bags. And so how is that helping anything? Can we reel it in for a second and sit down and say, look, we want regulation, but this is the kind of regulation we want. Instead, everyone is like, I don't care what regulation it is, just get something in it so that way my bags will pump.
I think that's why I like Cardano's CEO, Charles, so much, because he was talking about this on a live stream the other day, where he was saying, look, I understand that, our chain arguably hasn't been performing as well as others, and he was explaining that's because he's not selling his company out to these big institutional companies like all these other chains are. And he was talking about how everybody's trying to rush the process of regulation and adoption simply for the purpose of, pumping up the prices. And in a way, he was saying, like, when Cardano rolls out an update, it's good. It might take forever, but it's good, right? So I completely agree, and it's less about the chain, right? And it isn't just, I want to be clear, because this isn't just because I hold a lot of the coin. I genuinely like Charles as the face of crypto because he is very aware about what's going on, and he's talking about it all the time, right? He doesn't give you a bunch of false information. He just stands up there, he goes on live, and he talks about all the problems that we're facing and the things that need to be done correctly. And I think that's super important, because if we push it too far to the way these institutions want it, then we kind of lose the whole point of what crypto was designed for in the first place.
Absolutely. And that's my biggest fear, is losing the most beautiful opportunity that people have had in history financially, in my opinion. And we're giving it up, what, for some chump change, because we want our bags to pump now. We're impatient.
I think we need to see total, I would say organic growth would be better, because if you look past it all, the last cycles on the total market cap chart, it always comes up and then all the way back down before it goes back up. And we're never creating new floors, which tells you one thing, and that's that the overall market isn't gaining any sort of stability and growing. And that's the current issue, is whenever you push all of this adoption as news and you get all these people to front run the markets, they take it back out because there's still uncertainty. And then you're never making that new floor, and new people aren't going to come in because they don't necessarily trust it.
So do you think with regulation, more people would buy it and leave their money in it?
I think they would, partially because they've also everybody's told growing up that it's important, right? Like, you know, you need to have your money in a safe bank, this and that. I see it from social media how people are talking. Like, they do want some regulation, but like you're saying, I think it's important that it doesn't overstep, because I also don't want the regulation to get to a point where we're doing all these things just because a couple people want them, and then it destroys the whole space for maybe a short-term 50% rise in the markets, right? Because you want overall sustained growth, kind of similar to the stock market. You know, the stock market doesn't lose half of its total market cap value in the form of 2 weeks, if you know what I'm saying.
Absolutely. And I think that's the issue, is everyone is content with the small pump now because their plan is to pull the money out. You know, they're not looking. I mean, some people are, they're looking to hold long term, you know, but some people are just like, they think that they're going to put in $100 and come back in 6 months and be a millionaire. I think
that type of mentality is also.
Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I forgot what
I was just going to say that. I was just going to say that type of mentality is kind of what destroys the crypto space, right? Because if that's what you tell people, I mean, I would say from now that I started trading more, I like the volatility. And I think even if crypto grows, there's still going to be more volatility than the stock market, which is good because, like we were talking about earlier, people have freedom of choice. They can use the stock market, they can use the crypto market, right? They can choose if they want more volatility or less volatility. But I think overall, if you look at it, I don't know, just telling people that they can put a small amount of money in and that it's going to go up, it just hurts the space. Because if we were to address it a little differently, I think also more people would trust it, right? If they saw stability. I mean, why do you think more people trust Bitcoin, even though there's more gains to made elsewhere? Because it has a track record of going up every time. And we haven't seen that with these other chains, right? It's the biggest issue that Cardano is facing right now, is that it made that one all-time high and people want to see it go past above, because then they're seeing that, you know, original people who bought it are trusting it and they're coming back into the space.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is where I come back to the idea of we're just really early. You know, there's a lot that needs to happen as far as trust, security, privacy, insurance. You know, knowing that if I put something here, you know, you put money in the bank and you know you're FDIC insured. You don't really have that with crypto.
Right.
So, you know, there has to be something that makes people feel like, okay, we're good. And I think that, you know, government regulation is something that does lead in the right direction. And like I said before, my main concern is that we lay the proper framework for that before we're just pushing through policies just to get anything through, just so that the bags pump.
Right. And I think same goes too. I think more people there should be better tools to store your own crypto. Because I think another reason why these cryptos are so volatile, and you can look at on-chain data to back this up, is the fact that when everybody holds their coins on exchanges, they can move it around, they can do what they want. For instance, they can actually sell the coins that 1,000 people are holding to dump the market. And if these people want to cash out, they have enough fiat available to cash them out. So it's a mimic. You know, you could log into your Coinbase and it says that you have, you know, 1,000 XRP or 100 XRP, but they can sell your XRP and the number will stay there because they have the fiat reserves to pay you out if you want to cash out. And when people leave their money in exchanges, it allows them to move it around and manipulate the market. So I genuinely believe that if more people started holding more of their coins on their on private, ledgers, wallets, I think there would be more stability in the market and more trust, because you see how Bitcoin's price starts pumping when exchanges move their Bitcoin back into a wallet, because that signals that they're not selling in the immediate short term.
Right.
So if everybody started moving more of their crypto over to wallets, that's trackable. It would show some strength, stability in the market, especially whales. I think that's what we need to see, more adoption and tools towards holding your own crypto.
What's up, Satoshi? How you doing, brother?
I'm doing all right. What's going on?
It's good to see you, man. We got about 6 minutes before our guest comes on, so I'll let you say what you wanted to say, buddy.
Oh, that was Scotty Dog. What are we talking about? Moving your crypto to cold storage, or?
Oh, let me invite Scotty Dog up here real quick. So yeah, we're talking about regulation, basically. So we're having the president of Stand With Crypto come on in just a few minutes, and we're gonna talk about emailing our senators and basically getting people that advocate for crypto. All right, Scotty Dog, what's going on, brother?
Going on, Oz? What's up, boys?
And Run Up, how you doing, brother?
Yeah, what's good, Oz? Thanks for having me up. And
Absolutely.
Hey, everyone on the panel.
And if you guys want to stay up on the panel while we have the guest is going to be through Discord. And if you guys have questions throughout the interview, you guys are more than welcome to stay up and be a part of it. But Scotty, you want to go ahead?
No, I mean, I'll just sum up kind of my thoughts on this. Recently, I think we forget that crypto's still a toddler. And being that, I just do the analogy that when you look at a toddler, sure, you can have aspirations and thoughts of what that child is going to become, but you don't know. It takes a lot of investment and a lot of effort and a lot of commitment to guide and support. And I think maybe that's something you're getting at, where it's almost like everybody's a lot of the people in crypto right now that could be doing something to make a difference are sitting back and letting the foundational part of crypto, the decentralized, the ability to try and do something and have control yourself, slip away. And that's what I meant by my comment in the chat. We're like lab rats just waiting for the players to use us to fine tune their takeover.
You know, one sentiment I've noticed when I bring up this subject is people say, well, the institutions are just going to do what they're going to do already. The big money's already got their hands in it. There's nothing we can do. And I think that that's very wrong. And that's why I'm really excited about this guest coming on, because I feel like this is an opportunity where we can have our voices heard. We can do something about it. You don't necessarily have to go and click this and use their predetermined letter. You can write a letter to your senator. You can write a letter to your congressman. You can get involved. Your voice can be heard. If 10 of us all emailed our congressman, that would create a ripple effect. You think that it doesn't matter, but it does, especially with primaries coming up. This is our opportunity to actually make a difference, because when primaries come up, they're afraid. You know, this is your one opportunity to have your voice be heard.
100%.
You don't want to be the person that doesn't even give a voice and then complaining about it after.
Yeah, and that's the majority of people. People want it to just be done for them. They just want it to happen for them. They don't want to literally click a website right here. It's this easy. Name, last name, email, address. click your senator's name, and then they have a thing, and then boom, click send. It's that easy. It's that freaking easy, but you know, who's actually doing it? And it seems like most the people, the sentiment is there's nothing I can do. There's nothing I can say. They're not going to listen to me. Run Up, did you have any thoughts real quick before I pull up Miss Nifty and we give her a chance to talk, and then I'll give you guys an opportunity to ask questions if you like?
Nope.
All right. So let's give her a call and oh shoot. We do video call. Let's get her on the show here. There we go. Like we're connecting. Hi, how you doing?
Hi, how are you?
We're doing great. It's good to see you.
Good to see you. I've been having a great time listening to you for the last hour, chatting with the community, listening to the questions and concerns and things that they're doing and reading and seeing.
Absolutely. So, who are you? What do you do?
I am Carrie Miss Nifty Lynn. I am the president of Stand with Crypto California. I also am the founder of Learnville, which is an ed tech platform that provides education on 4 pillars to underserved communities nationwide. And those 4 pillars are financial literacy, mental health, Web3, and innovative career paths.
That's wonderful. And so tell me about Stand with Crypto and what it is, what's your mission, and what are you guys trying to do?
Sure. Stand with Crypto is a nonprofit collectively supported by the most reputable Web3 companies that exist. Its purpose is to deliver the message from the people to the policymakers to ensure that we have regulations, we have ideas and suggestions, and the foresight provided to our policymakers who have no career paths in Web3, but they have constituents that are very concerned about what is and isn't happening and what is coming in the future.
And so what is it that you guys are advocating? Because obviously you heard the sentiment here. We want regulation, but we don't want too much regulation.
And that is the point, right? We want to make sure that we're safe. We know that the government is not going to come and attack us. We won't be sued for something. And it's a safe space for us. However, we don't want them to say, well, now you can't invest in anything you want to, and we can freeze your accounts anytime you want to. You had a guest on there talking about that specific thing, right? If they know who you are and you KYC in a bank, if you will, right? A custodial account, and you move it over to a non-KYC account, and then you send it over, like, can they freeze it, or what will they do with it? And that is a big concern. And so that's a part of the message that we deliver to policymakers.
I love that.
And so, yeah, it's imperative. And we've gone through this last year and a half between constituents and policymakers to deliver messages in order to get through to the Genius Act and to the Clarity Act, which we're still working on very heavily. I will be back in DC next week talking to Congress and Congress members in regards to this. We want this taken care of. We want to feel safe. We want to know that we can start new businesses, we can launch new products, and we're not going to be worried about the government coming after us. And that's one of the things that the Clarity Act will give us, is a safe harbor period when you're starting a new business and you don't know what category you necessarily fit in. And you know, as an entrepreneur or anybody who's starting a new business, you have all of these different ideas, and you start with one idea and you go through this, you know, all of these different things. When you learn knowledge, and then it changes a little bit of your goals for that business, and it shifts here, here, and here, and here. You don't want to live in that fear that the government's going to come after you as you're growing your new business in this new innovative space that there's not a lot of regulation around.
Yeah, my like I said, and obviously you were listening. My biggest concern is being like debanked, being unable to access or use my crypto. Also, one of my concerns is overreach. And one of the things that I'd like to see more or less with crypto as far as regulation goes is obviously we need to have some sort of a okay, this is the baseline right here, right? These are things you can and you can't do, right? So that there's some kind of control and regulation, but not so much for the people, but more or less for the exchanges. And to see more of like a constitution for crypto than less of like legislation, to where basically the Constitution is in place to protect us, the people, from the government. And basically that would be the same concept, is a way to protect us, the people, from the government's overreach into crypto. That's something I'd like to see.
What would you see in a crypto constitution?
What do you mean, what guidelines?
Correct, right? Because you're using blockchain. So there's not a lot that you can really say, you can't do this, you can't do this, because everything is so transparent, you can find it. And if they are in control of stablecoins, for example, right, they are going to be responsible for what's going on and how they're operating and who's able to launch stablecoins.
Yeah, I think that there should be regulation for those that launch stablecoins. Like, I don't think I have any business launching my own goat coin or something like that. You know what I mean? But I think if Walmart and Amazon and all these different corporations are going to launch their own stablecoins, there needs to be some sort of oversight to basically not overfee charge people, because if everyone's got their own stablecoin and I've got USDC and now I got to transfer it from Amazon and now I got to transfer it to Walmart or whatever. Now we're talking about a new type of service charge, right? So I think that's one issue that needs to be addressed.
By the way, I'm taking note.
Absolutely. And if you want to, we can get together. I'd love to write a constitution and have something that we could put together. This is obviously something we can't throw together on a 1-hour podcast, but I'd love to work on it.
Something that I've kind of toyed around with, along with some other organizations, is like a AAA, if you will, right? So certain hotels are rated, 5 diamond or star, I think it's diamond, 4 diamond, etc. That companies and tokens would be issued based on where they hit the mark on the prerequisites to be, credible, versus it's not really stable. Maybe this is just something that's going to come and go really swiftly. But that organization or association would be created by the people, which could do what you're talking about, right? Create this for the people crypto constitution and create this association that manages it and oversees it.
As long as they can't be bought and paid for.
Correct. That's going to be the biggest thing.
Yeah, and I think that's the big issue that everyone has with regulation, the sentiment because I've had this conversation many times, and they're like, oh, well, we're just the little guy. Nobody's going to listen to us. Nobody's going to do anything for us because we don't have the money. We don't have the backing. We don't have this. And it's just like, I can't. And I'm like, you can do something. You can let your voice be heard. That's what's beautiful about our country. And it's time we started standing up and doing something about it.
Yes. So something really amazing about Stand With Crypto is we organize in all 50 states. I mean, we're global community, if you will, right? So we have Australia, we have Canada, and I'm a part of the US one. And what we do, though, is we do IRL, a lot of IRL activations. I focus on experiential because I think that it's really important that we have a lot of touch points between each other to build stronger bonds, as online is online, right? We always have a community. We can always talk to each other online, but the IRL experiences, the wisdom, the empathy, and the love doesn't just come from online. It creates stronger bonds in person based on the interactions that we have and what we're experiencing together. So I really love experiential activations with our advocates. And that gives me an opportunity to learn more about our advocates, not just about, hey, these are my concerns as I'm building my business, or this is my concerns as I'm buying and trading and selling crypto, but what is their thought process? What makes them be afraid of this versus that? What makes them excited about this versus that? And then I get to better understand them and what it is that they need from their policymakers and the government to protect them, and or be better prepared for things that may happen in the future when it comes to Web3 things such as crypto and AI. AI is a big thing as well. But learning more about an individual, not just about one subject, helps you learn more about their thought process and how they will deal with and address other things come future forward.
Yeah, one of the issues, sorry, I just had a mind blank right now. One of the issues that I have, what were we just talking about? Oh, I remember. The legislators, like on your website, it shows like who's pro crypto and who's not pro crypto.
Absolutely.
I would like to see maybe like a mission statement or something from these people that are pro crypto. What is their actual stance? Because I'm a firm believer that there are two sides to standing with crypto. There are those that want the machine to win, obviously, and have that full control, and there are those that want the people to have the control. So maybe clarifying that as well, it would be a good
I am taking note of that. And I will say that our grades on policymakers strictly pertain to where they voted when it came to something crypto related, right? Are they supporting it? Are they voting yes? Are they helping to write and push forward regulation and safe legislation for us? Now, there is somewhat of a challenge when it comes to Dems and Republicans, simply because this administration, who happens to be Republican, is so pro crypto, but also makes a lot of independent money by investing and or using their name in crypto. And so what that does is it directly impacts Dems to say, well, then that means it's Trump. If you're pro crypto, then you're pro Trump. And what we're trying to combat is crypto is not a Trump thing, it's a people thing, right? It's just giving us an extra hurdle that we have to help push back and show, which is why it's really important with us in
Oh, you froze.
crypto, the faces behind anybody, but crypto.
Hold on a second. Looks like we're having some issues here. Are you there? Did we lose you? We might have lost you for a second. Let me see if we can check our bit rate. Did I lose you? Chat, we lost her. Everybody, W is in the chat. Smash that like button, subscribe to the channel, share the show with your friends. I'm going to head over and see if we can get her back on the line here. W Goat. W's in the chat, everybody. It's a people thing, not a Trump thing. Hits hard. Dude, you have no idea. When she said that, I was like, that is so spot on. We have to realize that it's not one or the other. You don't have to hate crypto because you hate Trump. You know? And I'll just take this time here. Thank you for all the gifts that have come in. Thank you for helping me reach my live goal. Let's set a new goal here. Let's see here. All right, I think we're set. Yeah, we're having some internet issues right now. If you don't know, there have been solar storms, and with the solar flares and the solar storms, the internet has been a bit shoddy. So that's been a problem. So that's partially why I haven't been going live every single day, because I'm like, okay, maybe we should just wait for the internet to get better. There you are. I see you now.
I was struggling.
Yeah, no worries. There has been internet issues across the world right now. There's a solar flare storm going on that's going to be going on for the next couple months. 2/3 of the internet was out across the world for a while there. So it just is what it is. We're dealing with it.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Okay, so where were we?
You were talking about how the Trump issue and the crypto issue are two separate things. You don't have to hate crypto because you hate Trump. You don't have to love crypto because you love Trump. You can pick your side without, being polarized by politics.
Absolutely. And that's where Stand with Crypto stands.
I love that.
And that's how representatives are graded. But behind the scenes, or not necessarily behind the scenes, but that is something that we try to combat between the two parties, so that they understand that this is for the people, and we explain and we fight to show the voices behind crypto. And so it's imperative that I am in tune with all of you, right? Crypto natives and people that are just simply interested in crypto that can benefit from it. Tell your story. And so sometimes we will fly out constituents to DC and participate in some of the meetings with their representatives so that they know that these are real people.
I absolutely love that. I would love to fly to DC. I would love to get involved in this in any way I can. This is probably the most passionate part of crypto that I've had, as a journalist and as an influencer. Like I've been in politics. I was on the school board out here. I was in politics with my union. So I'm actually trying to run for city council where I live now. Yay, right? Because I want to make a difference. I believe that I can make a change. I believe I can do something good and useful with my life. I'm retired now because of crypto, so I have the time on my hands and the ability to do it. So I'm trying to be involved and give back to my community as best in any way as I can. That's why I have this show. I don't make any money doing this. My back hurts from sitting in this chair.
Somebody, we're getting a fund together. We're sending him crypto to buy a back-friendly chair.
I have one, but we got new chairs because we have a dual set, and when we have the other show that we do, it uses these chairs, and so I didn't have time to bring the other chairs in from the other set.
So basically, you're choosing to go through this torture.
Yeah, I put myself in this position.
Got it.
So back to crypto, and back to getting involved in DC and helping constituents talk to their senators or representatives. That's an amazing thing.
Yeah, so we have a chapter in every state. And so there are activations all the time. And so any of your subscribers or listeners at this moment, please feel free to reach out. My DMs are open. I always love to hear creative ideas and suggestions of how we can do better, or what is a great way we can get our goals out there and our message out there to our policymakers so that they can represent us better. In short, we are the people's voice to the policymakers, right? We are the trusted resource of information to the policymakers and to the people. So when it comes time to vote, we are giving you the information and saying, hey, this act says X, Y, and Z. Not what you're seeing marketed on the screen, but this is what it actually says. This is the fine print. So you choose how you want to vote, and this is what it says. And the same thing goes on the upward side to the policymakers, right? And so knowing that I like experiential and making sure that we are a trustworthy resource, we are never sponsoring or promoting a token. We are never promoting a policymaker that is running for office. We may collaboratively do things with people that are in office, but we're not pushing you to vote for any one person when it comes time to vote. We're just giving you their stance as it pertains to crypto. That's it.
Yeah, and I love that. I like your website too. It's really cool that there's a link right there where I can just submit to my rep.
Oh, 30 seconds.
Yeah.
You've sent an email. You have their phone number. You can call. And even when it's a representative that is graded an A as it pertains to crypto, it helps that you call and say, thank you for supporting me. I am one of your constituents. I am involved with crypto in some capacity. I appreciate you supporting me. Those calls and emails matter.
Yeah. And being in politics and seeing that, especially with my union, when you would run and you would make changes or you would make moves behind the scenes, when people come back to you and they're like, man, you made a really big difference, this is how it impacted me, this is how it changed my life, not only is it reaffirmation for your representative, but it's also as the person being the rep, it gives you this feeling of accomplishment of like, I'm making a difference, and then they fight harder, they do a better job.
Yeah, that's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
We are there's actually something that we're hosting in a couple of weeks in LA, and it's I had this vision of just capturing the voices behind crypto, and so advocates, crypto natives, I want to capture your story, right? And so we're going to have a studio rented out, and I want to interview you. Who are you as a human being? And why is it that you care about crypto? And I want to tell that story, and I want to use that story and promote that story so that people and policymakers know that we're real people.
Wow, that's amazing. When is that? I will be there.
December 17th.
I will be there.
Okay, I will send you an invitation. There's also something, this is a different subject, but when I was listening, while I was listening for the last hour before I got on, a young woman asked about AI. And I just flew from Atlanta because of a conference that I was there for, which is a global conference about financial literacy, where I got to speak to 40 different countries, delegates from 40 different countries. And this person, who happens to be a friend of mine, John Hope Bryant, and Sam Altman, a couple of years ago, started the AI Ethics Council. And so they just released their first AI and Ethics Council report. And so I just shared with you a link in our messages that you can share with your listeners as well.
Okay.
So they can read about the information that has just come out. They just released it today. And keep an eye on that, and they can participate and read up. They are focused on 8 pillars of AI. And
I love that, because I am actually very concerned with the big, beautiful bill. For the next 10 years, AI is completely untethered. Skynet any day now, like that's,
yeah,
absolutely.
I just appreciate that, they have come together, a group of leaders have come together to create this council. And just for you guys listening now, it's based on the pillars of business and entrepreneurship, communication and social media, community, faith and civil society, fraud, risk, and misrepresentation, financial inclusion, and future prosperity for all, financial services, consumer finance, education and educational operability, policy and regulation and governance, employment, career preparedness, job skills, and universal accessibility, healthcare, absolutely, healthcare, climate change and environmental sustainability. Those are their focuses at this moment.
One of my issues that I would maybe add to that list, I don't know what control or influence you have in that sector, but political overreach through AI. I don't know if you remember during the presidential race, John DeSantis was going to be running for president, and there were actually where I don't know if it was him or I'm imagining it was his team, released some pictures of Donald Trump and Fauci kissing and hugging and doing some different things, and it was put out.
AI.
Yeah, and it was made by AI, but it was put out with the deception of that it was real or true. And I believe that is going to be a big issue in the future with AI as far as politics and voting, and fraud. So I think that's another major issue that needs to be addressed.
I agree.
Is there anything more you want to say about before I open up for questions?
I just want to say yes. I want to say that you all have a voice and you are not alone. Oftentimes, because we have virtual communities now that are very strong, we don't necessarily know how we can reach government members, policymakers, and tell them, hey, I'm feeling this way, I'm concerned about this, or I'm dealing with this or that. I'm reachable. I am a resource. And I do want to hear your story, your voice, and I want to deliver those messages to your policymakers. So we are very powerful. And our numbers are not updated on the website. So we have over 3 million members.
Wow.
And in fact, in the state of California, we've added almost 100,000 members within 10 months.
That's incredible. I know you've been
And
working. You were
I've been working in
like 6 states this week.
Listen, I'm in Detroit tomorrow. Yep. So all over, but this is important that I hear you, that I see you, and I'm able to communicate and learn, right? All of us pouring our information and our concerns and our ideas and suggestions into this pool so that it can be delivered, the messages can be delivered, and solutions can be created, and safeguards can be created is important. It doesn't happen unless we have all of the information from people from all different walks of life.
Absolutely.
You don't see what I see.
That's
so there's no way.
That's one of my favorite things about TikTok is, obviously this is a podcast and right. things have been a little bit slow because I took like a month off. So we're kind of building it back up a little bit. But I can open up a panel. Are you still there?
Yes,
okay.
I just needed charge because I don't want the computer to die.
No worries. Take your time. But one thing that I like about TikTok is I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 people sitting in the panel right now. And we have conversations where we talk like we're on the phone, and sometimes we talk about crypto, sometimes we're just talking about wrapping Christmas presents, whatever it is. It's a more tight community where you actually like become friends with people in Australia and New Zealand and the UK and in Canada and all over the world. There are people. When I started doing this, I never imagined that I would ever gain a close connection to any of these people. And like YouTube, I don't know any of the people on YouTube. They watch the recordings, they come back later. I don't talk and conversate, but the people on TikTok, they're there in the chat, they're talking, they're up here on the panel, they're waiting to ask you questions. Like it's a family, and it's yeah. And so like we have a much more tighter community. The downside to that is TikTok is so suppressed. I got suppressed today. That's why our viewership is so down. I got flagged for misinformation.
Really?
Yeah. Anytime you tell the truth on here, you get flagged for misinformation. So, yeah.
Listen, the big people are in charge. Somebody.
Right. So I do apologize for the low viewership, but all this is recorded. People will still see it later on, and I'll clip it and post it out, so it will get out there. But unfortunately, our viewership is very low because of that hit today.
That's not the point. The point is we're here together.
Absolutely.
And we're delivering a message, and we care.
Absolutely.
So that's what I care about.
Any last thoughts before I open up questions?
Please, if anybody is in crypto, is interested in crypto, blockchain, AI, get in contact with us. My DMs are open. Please become a member. One of our big things is we do not spam. We do not email you unless there's something coming up that you're going to vote on, and we want to make sure you have the facts straight. And we're not persuading you to vote any certain way. We are simply saying, here are the bullet points so they don't miss, nobody misses the fine print. And letting you know if there's something going on in your area, if you would like to participate in something IRL. However, numbers matter, right? Numbers matter when we are able to say to representatives, hey, I have X, Y, and Z number of constituents behind me, and they're concerned about this. They're more apt to listen to us, right? And so for the state of California, which we have the most advocates out of any other state in the US, we have almost 350,000 advocates here. They want to listen. Hey, I represent all of these voters in your state. We want support. We want protection. We want to feel safe. You represent me. And so when you register at standwithcrypto.org, that's what you're contributing to, the power of your voice as we talk to representatives on your behalf.
Absolutely. And I think right now, this issue is more relevant than ever with primaries coming up. We have an opportunity to really make a wave. If we have a wave of people coming in and writing, their representatives and getting involved in politics and, having their voices be heard, now is the time to speak up and have your voice heard. The window is very small.
I see your little Stand with Crypto shield on.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I got it on. I got it on. It's normally on my hat, but I put it on here for the show.
Nice. I love it. I'll have to send you over a t-shirt.
Absolutely. If you have stuff, I will wear it on the show here. You see, I got the Goat Tribe. I got Goat Tribe in the background.
I saw it in the back as well.
Yeah. Yeah. Anyone that supports the show and, whatever, I will, support you as well.
I love it.
And just like you said, on the 17th, I think you said you're having that thing. I will be there.
I would love to. And just for some more backstory about the event, this is a congratulations to all of us for the work that we put in to get to where we are this year, to be able to pass the Genius Act, to get clarity to where it is. We're still pushing for clarity to get done, right? But we have put in a lot of work this year. We have made a lot of progress this year when it comes to crypto. And I want to celebrate and I want to empower and I want to honor all of our advocates. And so we are making sure that all of our advocates attending will get new headshots. So you have a fresh social media face. And when you do any press or speaking engagements, you can utilize your new press photos. We're capturing the voices behind crypto, your story about you, who you are behind crypto and why it is that crypto is important to you. And then having some nice camaraderie celebratory time with other advocates to celebrate what we've done. So I just want to say, let's have a good time, but also capture you and empower you all in whatever it is that you're doing. So you may have, a business, a podcast, right? We are inviting people that are policymakers, that are influencers, that are community leaders for our advocates to interview as well. And that's content, fresh content for our advocates to use in the new year as well. So I just was like, what can we do to help be excited about the new year and be like, yes, I've got my business together. I feel good about how I'm walking into 2026. And it's just a little something that we can do to make it fun and also pro-business.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's like right before Christmas. It's like a Christmas party,
Yeah.
right? Love it.
Mhm.
Do I bring gifts or
Exactly.
what? Like,
No, just we want to celebrate all of you guys.
that's awesome. I really enjoyed this conversation, by the way, and I'm sure we're going to have more in private because I have ideas and I'd like to get more involved and volunteer, help, do whatever I can to be involved in what you're doing, because it's the reason why I started doing all of this. So you got another one on board here. Okay, I'm with you.
Thank you, sir.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
I'm gonna give this opportunity. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 people in the panel to ask questions.
Absolutely.
And maybe more will come up here and there. And one thing I would have you know, I believe, I don't know, Tristan Kelly, I don't know if he is an influencer, but 4 of the people in the panel right now are influencers with their own communities as well.
Yay.
So
Thank you guys for being here.
it's like multi-level marketing reach right now. So let's start with Josh, since he was the first on the panel. Josh, you want to go ahead and voice your questions or concerns? Josh.
Yeah. I was gonna ask, what do you
No.
see?
Oh, you can't hear him. Okay.
I can only hear you.
All right. You ask the question, Josh, and then I'll relay it. Let me see.
All right. I was gonna ask her what she would like to see for the crypto space. Like, what are some things that she's personally either like excited about or really cares about?
He wants to know what future you see for the crypto space. What do you care about? What do you want to see happen?
Crypto for good. How can we utilize crypto to make a positive impact on society? How can we make a generational impact utilizing crypto? And as I was listening earlier on, before I was on with you, there was a concern of it's the wild, wild west. Yes, it's like the NFT era. I think it was like 2020 or 2021, right? Where everybody had an NFT, even though it wasn't necessary. And 95%, don't quote me on the actual percentage, came to nothing. And that's just kind of the same thing when it comes to crypto in this moment. Everybody's launching a token. It's not necessary per se. And so it's really important that you do your own research and you are paying attention to what it is that you're investing in. And, obviously it's a little bit safer when it is a stable coin. And so we have the Genius Act, which is passed to kind of give us that safe space when it comes to a stable coin. I think that I almost see a universal token, to be honest. I mean, everybody wants to launch their own token, but like you mentioned earlier, is to swap out tokens, you're paying gas fees at minimum, right?
Right.
And so what are we going to do? Swap out the JP Morgan Chase token for the Bank of America token, for the Walmart or Amazon token? We're not going to be swapping out tokens like that.
Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off there, but I didn't want to lose this because I think this is very important. I'm a little worried about a one token environment. What I'm more worried about is a million token environment, a token for every single thing you want to do.
We're going to have that.
And I like that idea. Like there's a token for everything. As long as there's not fees involved with it, that's great. Fine. I can make a quick trade, whatever. No big deal. It's all electronic. But what my main concern is if there's one coin to rule them all, someone can get control of something like that. And right now, we look at the way fuel is traded, petroleum, right? Most countries trade with the US dollar, but Russia, China, they trade with the yen, right? And some countries trade with the euro. There's different options and opportunities so that no one actually gets shut out. Because if it was the US dollar right now for purchasing oil, Russia would have no access to oil, right? So
right. At the end of the day, though, when it comes to that, it's what you're willing to accept as your form of payment when it comes to crypto, because Amazon could say, I'm only accepting Amazon tokens. Or just like they look at it like when we first got credit cards. Some people like Costco would only accept Discover when they had a deal with Discover. When they have Amex, it was only either your ATM card or Amex. That's it. Amazon will have that power to say, I'm only going to allow you to pay for Amazon products with Amazon token. Or if Amazon has a deal with, let's just make it up, JP Morgan Chase, just like Costco has done over the years, that's the same thing that's going to happen with these tokens.
Right.
Right. It's just replaying it. And I just want to mention one of my, and it could be a concern, but also awareness for the people is at some point, because of KYCing, we're not going to be filing taxes anymore. They're just going to have your wallet address and say, this is what you owe.
Gone.
Why do you need auditing? I see your wallet addresses. And this could be, controversial, right? Like some people want to have non-custodial wallets for whatever reason. They just want to have their own wallet and be in charge of their own thing. And maybe those people have that because they don't want to be audited on this KYC wallet and have their taxes done for them. But if you look at it, how much money does that save in processing fees, paying someone to do your tax returns, paying someone for an audit, paying someone for blah, 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 even the IRS paying that whole team when they just pull everyone's wallets.
I actually like that idea with the inclusion of, like, when you go to fill out your tax form, there is a section where you click exempt. So if I'm very libertarian, I don't believe that taxes are legal, obviously to an extent, but
so that means you have non-custodial wallets.
right. I'm very much so like, there needs to be an option to where you can say, I am exempt from this, then I would be for that.
Yeah. But what gives you the right to be exempt? So that's to be determined.
So I'm exempt because there's no law that states that I have to pay taxes. Show me the law. I believe it's what is it? The University of Princeton has it's like a $10 million reward for anyone that can show the law that says that you have to pay taxes.
Really? I didn't know that.
Yeah. Taxes are unconstitutional edict. Oh yeah.
Okay.
We'll talk more about this. That's a whole other show. So I do a show called Down the Rabbit Hole, and I have a doctor coming on, and he's going to explain this in more great detail than I ever could. I mean, he knows it. He knows what section of the law and where it states what. Oh, it's going to be good.
I love it. Thank you for sharing.
Absolutely. Another question that Josh had asked earlier. What was it, Josh? We got on a tangent. Do you remember what it was? Oh, I remember now. Josh had asked about, obviously we want to use crypto, but there should be a choice where we can still have the option to bank with regular banks. We can still have the option to use fiat. We can still have the option to use our crypto. We could use the exchange. We could use a tap to pay option with our crypto wallet, something like that. That's another concern that I have, is the freedom of choice, not being forced into it, but having the option to utilize it.
That's just happening inherently because there are so many unbanked communities. And with unbanked, that means people who don't have a bank account that simply deal with cash. They're not in crypto. They don't even have a bank account. So they're not them getting into crypto is a long way out. And of course you have, and in California, there was a lawsuit saying, hey, we don't have banks. So how can you be a cash only store? A lot of stores are cash only now. And so now stores have to put up signs and notices say, hey, we're cash only, because that was an issue. I think that there's going to be an option for a very long time. We again, are far ahead of most people simply by having this conversation or even that question.
Absolutely. I say this often is those of us that are actually educated in crypto are the top 1% of crypto holders, because 99% of the people holding crypto, they're buying lottery tickets, or they're buying Bitcoin, or they're buying something they don't know what it is, what it does, or how to use it.
Yep.
So count yourself as the elite here, chat.
You are.
We are. Absolutely. Josh, did you have any more questions, or can I move on to the next person?
I'm sorry,
I think you
can't
can
hear you,
move on. There's a
Josh.
lot of other people on here. Maybe they have some good questions.
All right. Thank you, Josh. I appreciate you. Scotty Dog, did you have any questions for Miss Nifty?
Yeah, I had two, but one of them I think Tristan's gonna. He already asked in the chat, so he'll probably ask that. My question is, with the concern of losing that foundational decentralization of crypto, is there anyone, or is there any senators or anything in the U.S. that's looking at consensus? And what I mean by that, right now, proof of work and proof of stake are kind of what's looked at, but both of them are very easily manipulated by larger entities.
Oh,
so
man, that's
without consensus mechanisms, that's really at the beginning. That's at the start of this process.
Okay.
So I'm just curious if there's anyone looking at it.
Okay. Correct me if I'm wrong in interpreting this for you. So, you want to know the consensus of what? I'm sorry, that was a mouthful, buddy.
Consensus.
Can you summarize it a little bit more?
All right. So I'll simplify it.
Yeah.
When people talk about proof, I have proof of stake, or I have proof of work.
So when people talk about proof of
It
stake
sounds
or proof
great.
of work, it sounds great, but it's highly manipulated, right? And what was the
Correct.
question? What is the consensus?
How do we get to a mechanism that can be trusted?
How do we get to a mechanism that can be trusted? That is his question.
Okay, how can we get to a mechanism that can be trusted when it comes to proof of stake?
Like proof of stake, proof of work. I believe Cardano's proof of stake, Bitcoin's proof of work. There's a few other different ones, but so you're looking for legislation that finds the better use case for what is the most proper thing to use, because I would say Bitcoin proof of work is the safest, but it seems unsustainable on a global scale to me, all the electricity and costs to go into it. Whereas proof of stake it seems more sustainable and better to me. What are your thoughts? I don't know.
I don't know that I'm clear all the way on the question, but what I'm thinking is that the concern about it being inflated comes from the validators being chosen by how much they hold. Is that right?
Right. So you're talking about like governance through voting?
Yeah. Or is that what he's...
Is that what you're talking about, Scotty?
Yeah, and if you look at Run-Up's comment in the chat, I think he's kind of getting what I'm putting.
Okay. Decentralization concerns when you relinquish control of the consensus algorithm to few entities. Oh, that was beautifully put. So just what you were saying. So governance votes based off of how much you hold. And I believe they spoke on this at Rare Evo, that they're trying to fix that.
Yeah, I think that this comes from having safeguards, right? Installing safeguards, so it's not just the consensus mechanism. And so that can be, distributed validator sets, right? So that you are capturing the small holders. Economic, I guess it would be penalties, slashing, so a trusted POS chain punishes people that are doing things wrong.
Yeah. I think more of a republic type of governance over a democratic type of governance would be the answer.
Yeah. But there's not one answer, right? I think there are a few things that need to be implemented, safeguards, if you will, so that people can feel better about it. But I do agree with, I can't remember who asked the question.
Scotty
Sorry.
Dog.
Okay,
He's an
Scotty.
influencer.
Nice to meet you. I wish I could hear you guys and talk to you directly.
I know if they had come on to Discord and joined there, then
So I didn't write you guys. I didn't write you guys.
So they came up on TikTok. Everybody's stuck on TikTok. It's so addicting. They cannot leave it. That's where they want to be. And I'm like, fine, whatever. Do what you want to do.
Well, I did it. I get a bonus point.
Absolutely. Run Up, did you want to ask a question?
Yeah, I had a couple questions. Like, where do we stand on the Clarity Act and other crypto market structure bills, and also the Retirement Investment Choice Act, and whether?
Hold on, let's break it down. Okay, so where do we stand on the Clarity Act and
other crypto market structure bills?
Other crypto market structure bills.
Clarity Act,
the Retirement Investment Choice Act,
and the Retirement and Investment Choice Act.
I do not know about the Retirement and Investment Choice Act. But in regards to the Clarity Act, that's actually why I'm going to DC next week to talk to more Congress members. It's stuck there right now. We are trying to get that voted on. There are 2 different bills. And I believe the agriculture and let me make sure we're waiting for them
the Agriculture
to 3
Committee,
different
they drafted a
arms
bill
to submit
soon
their
as
versions of the bill, if you will. And I can just
they
double check.
did.
I think it's
They
3
submitted
different
it
arms.
soon as the
But
government reopened.
That's a big deal for us that we're pushing for, and
It's been
so we're
submitted.
going out there. Huh?
It's been submitted.
From all of the houses, all of the arms?
As far as this community knows, yes. I believe it happened after the shutdown ended.
The Clarity Act's been there, but they're just not voting on it
Yeah,
because they're waiting
it passed the
on-
House.
Yeah, it passed the House, right? So we're waiting on.
Yeah, that's what I just said. It passed the House.
Right.
It's stuck in Senate. They're not voting on it. We want them to vote on it, but they're not voting on it because they're waiting for reports from the Agricultural Committee and I believe 2 other committees. And that's what I'm looking for right now is the committees that we're waiting for.
I feel like they're dragging
so the
it out
Agriculture
to
Committee
drag out
drafted-
this bull run. That's what I think.
Yeah, they drafted a proposal soon as the government reopened.
Here we go.
So they had it
evidently
ready.
There was a proposal that was drafted right after
Yeah.
the government was reopened.
We've gotten through all of the Clarity Act edits, but to prevent Trump from claiming credit for making the U.S. a crypto capital, let's see, committee delays.
Yeah, but the
They're
bill is
trying
also
to
at risk
submit, and I
of
was
being
just reading about the
filibustered in the
updates
Senate.
Since I'm going out there next week.
Right. So the concern is that the bill will be filibustered in the Senate.
Yeah,
It's possible.
I know one of the concerns that we had or that has been going on is that big banks are not liking people being able to use crypto and tokens on their own, and they feel like that they won't be going to banks as much. But that is indirectly forcing banks to give more benefits to people for fiat, which they're not
Absolutely.
necessarily looking to do. One of the other things banks are trying to do is roll back the Genius Act, which was already passed. And the Genius Act allows for crypto rewards, but banks are saying, hey, these rewards are too big. We're not able to give these same rewards. You know, when you spend money, you get points, for example, like Amex points, and they say, okay, 1,000 points equals $100. But they can change that at any time, and they do. They can say, well, now 1,500 points equals $100. But crypto has a greater reward system.
Absolutely.
And it's very clear on what you get in your return. And that's what they're trying to fight now, even though it's already passed. Even though that's not Clarity, that is Genius. I didn't want to mix the 2. Yeah, I can't find it right now. But there were, I believe, 3 arms that were waiting for their versions of the bill or edits to the bill.
Awesome.
Yeah, and the deadline has been pushed back because originally, like, they were supposed to pass the Clarity Act before Thanksgiving. Then it got pushed to before Christmas, and that was looking like Q1 2026.
Yeah, and I honestly, I think that that's a good thing to be pushing it back and to slowing down this process. So it gives us a chance to really look at it and gives a chance for our what is it? Our representatives, congressmen, to be more educated on it before they actually vote on it.
Here it is. It is that the Senate Banking and Senate Agriculture committees, and they're coming up with their versions and or edits. And that's what we're waiting on.
And that's what I want to see is different versions and edits on the bill itself, because from what I read, it needs some changes for sure.
My position is we're not going to have a perfect regulation.
At least make it amendable.
Well, we need a skeleton. So here are the basics, and then we can move forward and fill in the skeleton with more details later.
My concern is if we are building the skeleton, right, and we put something hard in place that sends us down the wrong path, it could be very detrimental, because then we have to basically issue a new bill to fix that problem and get it passed and go through everything.
But we're so new, and we're in this space where it is so new, it's changing every day. We know that from the technology side of things. We know that from the consumer side of things and builder side of things, that my solution today will be different tomorrow. So the same applies to regulations. And when it comes to the Clarity Act, this is the Genius Act just saying, okay, we're safe to have stable coins. This is the Clarity Act, which says, hey, these are the rules for digital assets. This is your safeguard to become an entrepreneur in the space and utilize this technology without the government coming after you. These are the rules that protect us from the government.
Right.
And why is it taking so long?
And I think
they were able to stable coins real quick with the Genius Act, but who's making the money off of it? Banks.
Right. And like I said earlier when we were talking about this, is I think the framework and the skeleton needs to be more or less a framework of the people's protection from the government's overreach and less restrictions on the people. That's the skeleton.
What do you think in the Clarity Act is restricting the people?
Well, I can't say anything. What I'm saying is I envision it more or less a constitution than a bill. That's all I'm saying, is it needs to be more or less framed around safeguards from government overreach than for regulation. You know what I mean? Like, we started with the Constitution, we had the Declaration of Independence, we had the Constitution, we had the Bill of Rights, we had the amendments to the Constitution. I believe that starting in a process like that shields us from government oversight. Right?
I think that
before we legislate, that's why this country in the U.S. is so amazing, is because the forefathers, when they sat down and they wrote the Constitution, they were protecting the people. And I think that if we come at writing this legislation with that vision and building it properly, then we are going to stop dead in the tracks any type of government overreach, control, surveillance, manipulation.
I think that that's what the Clarity Act does, is protect us. Because it is simply addressing, from what I read, it's simply address, I want to be a builder, I want to do this, I want to do that, I'm safe to do these things, and here are things that protect me from other people that might be creating things that are fraudulent in this space. And we can do another day where we show up and we talk about just the Clarity Act.
I would love that.
You know what I mean? And go dig deeper into this, because we're in the heat of the moment with this. We're pushing for this to get passed right now.
Absolutely. And I'm not naysaying the Clarity Act, but I know that the consensus in the community, my community, most of all of TikTok is, are we pushing something through because we want our bags to pump, or are we pushing through the right legislation? And that's the main concern. Yeah. And that's why I think we should have that conversation.
I think clarity isn't about pushing our bags. It's about empowering ourselves. The Genius Act, even, I don't think is about pumping the bags, other than what pumps the bags is that we're getting some type of legislation versus nothing. So it's a little bit safer to be in the US as an investor and builder. But it doesn't directly pump the bags. It just says the Genius Act gives everyone safe space to launch stablecoins. And we know who they are. And then the Clarity Act is for the people, saying now the people are protected, not just by way of giving them a clear path to be a builder, but also a clear path to be protected from other people that are building things, so they're not just scammers.
I think basically what I'm trying to say is, I'd like to, as a constituent, have the opportunity to address my representatives, my congressmen, and voice that concern of, we want the environment of crypto to protect the person from, oversight, surveillance, control, manipulation, and let that be the framework of everything that we do. I think that that's the point I'm trying to get across.
Yeah, I agree with you. Now, whether the government is on board with that or not is another story.
Right, but we can at least fight the good fight and try our best. I don't think we win this fight, to be honest with you.
Well,
but
listen,
I'm going to go down swinging.
There are wallets that are not custodial, and that's what they're for. But that's what somebody told me. You're not hearing it from me.
Interesting. All right, let's do the next question. Black, are you there? You want to ask your question? By the way, it was great meeting you today. That was a great show we had earlier. You there, brother?
Here we go. Sorry, I couldn't unmute for a second.
No worries, brother. What's your question? Try to summarize it in a way that I can elocute it properly.
Yeah, so mine is actually not really a question. It's more of what I'd like to see, right?
Okay.
And it was great. By the way, we had a great conversation earlier. So saying that, main thing for me particularly, and I'm sure a lot of people that I know within my local community in Web3, the protection of DeFi investment vehicles. And when I mean DeFi investment,
DeFi investment vehicles. So we want to protect DeFi.
Okay.
Yeah, so DeFi investment vehicles, and I'm including but not limited to.
Is that a statement?
Yeah, it's more or less a statement than a question. What he'd like to see.
Yeah. Okay, I'm writing it down.
Okay, and when I'm including but not limited to borrowing and lending protocols, liquidity provision, staking,
and
if we can go out on a limb, like perpetual futures.
Yeah,
so
that's a concern he has.
Yeah.
Not so much a question, but something that he'd like to be addressed and brought up and looked into.
And if needed, I could draft a document like explaining better.
And he says he's willing to draft a document to explain it better and send it to you.
Will he contact me on LinkedIn or send me an email and or DM to get my email, or you can provide him? I'm going to send you my email.
Okay, I'll send it to him.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I'll link you guys up, and you guys can work together as well.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Appreciate it, man.
Thank you for sharing.
Absolutely. All right, Tristan Kelly, how you doing, buddy? Are you there?
Hi, Oz.
Hey, what's your question, buddy?
Good to meet you. I listened to you and Black and Run Up on Waddy's live earlier on. Very good content, I have to say.
Thank you.
My question is, I live in Ireland in Europe, and my question was, how active is Stand with Crypto in Europe, and what kind of engagement have you had with the European Union and individual countries in Europe?
Okay, so his question is, how active are you in the European Union? He lives in Ireland, and what are you guys doing as far as the European Union goes?
So we have Stand with Crypto over in Europe, and we are separate. We're not collaboratively working together. And I can give you the connection of the people representing us in Europe so that he or she can speak to and connect with, if that's okay.
Yeah. So Tristan, send me a DM, or you can reach out to at Miss Nifty. It's on the flyer for the show. Her at, and you can reach her on Instagram, I believe.
Instagram, LinkedIn, Twitter, but it's MS_NFTY.
So NFT, why? Why NFTs? That's the joke. It's a joke. I said it earlier.
Yeah, so you know the definition of nifty, and as my Web3 play on that. I'm gonna send you from the EU. There's a link just for EU. I'm DMing you the link.
I'll send it to Tristan.
Okay, great.
Can I just ask as well, Oz, please, how familiar is she with the MiCA regulations in Europe?
With the what regulations?
It's the MiCA, MICA.
How familiar are you with the MiCA regulations in Europe?
I'm not.
Yeah, this is more US based. But I'm sure that once you reach out to that the EU side of the community, they're going to have all those questions for you.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
All right. And when Rap, what is up, Crypto Rap? You actually met Crypto Rap with me when we met in person at the party.
Diego?
Yeah, in San Diego. So he's here on the live. What's going on, buddy? How you doing?
I'm chilling, bro. It's a beautiful evening.
had a long day, busy, hella meetings and shit. But saw that you were on here talking to Miss Nifty about this important stuff, and I think it's really important that we get the word out. I don't really have any questions or anything, but just excited to be here talking about what is something that we all need to mobilize for. You know, crypto is decentralized, and we as a community and as crypto enthusiasts need to decentralize our effort in order to protect our industry and make sure that we can grow and blossom and be, you know, our fullest potential.
Absolutely. Thank you. Well put. I appreciate that. He doesn't have any questions, but he says he supports what you're doing, and he digs it, basically.
Thank you so much.
Is there
Thank you
anybody else in the chat you have a question you want to
This
throw in?
motherfucker scrapped half of what I said.
Yeah, dude. I said everything you said, bro. Word for word. He had nothing but nice things to say, I promise you.
Oh, thank you. I really appreciate that. And I really appreciate the time everyone's taking here today to listen.
Absolutely. It's all influencers here in the chat. It's awesome. And viewership has gone up exponentially.
Come to the event. Come to the event in December. And I'm more than happy to share more information if anybody wants more information. We're always doing events every month, at least a couple of times a month, all over the United States. So tap in with me. And if you have an idea, right? You are an influencer, you are in crypto, which is why you are here. If you have an idea, come to me with that idea and say, hey, Carrie, I have this activation. Maybe that's something I can fund doing, right? I want to support the community the way that the community supports crypto.
Bellstar wants to know if you have any NorCal events.
Absolutely.
Right.
We're in San Francisco. We're in Sacramento. I did not go to San Jose this year, but I do plan on San Jose this coming year. But Sacramento, San Francisco, San Diego, and LA have been hosting events and get-togethers. Once you register on standwithcrypto.org, you will have access to know like these events are Stand with Crypto and it's coming up in your area if you want to be notified.
Yeah, I definitely want that for sure. Looks like we have one other guest that wants to ask a question, so I'm going to give them an invite for a second. Another influencer as well. Wow, everybody showed up for this one. As far as the influencers go, man, everybody showed up for this one. This was one I really promoted the heck out of. We're just not getting the regular viewership because of me getting hit with a banana today. Got slapped in the face with a banana. Money Talk, go ahead. What's your question?
Good evening, all. So, my question is more in regards to the education, right? Like the education for the people, not necessarily so much on the political side, but just overall education, because clearly we have the scams, then we have the learning how to even use crypto and all these things. And that's something that I don't really see.
So, her it's not a question, more or less a concern about educating not just people, but also our legislators, if I'm correct, Money, in crypto, and giving them the resources and the tools to understand what they're doing, what they're voting on, and actually know about this, not just for the, you know, the policymakers, but for the people as well.
So while in Atlanta, we just announced a collaboration of creating educational courses with Coinbase, the National Cryptocurrency Association, and Operation Hope. And so in Q1, we're creating that content, the classes, and it should be live for anyone to access April 2026.
Awesome. Thank you for that.
Yeah, it'll be a trusted
Are they in
resource
partnership
of
at all
education.
with?
Are you in partnership with who?
Operation
Pardon me?
Shamrock and Aaron West?
Operation Shamrock and Aaron West?
No, it is Coinbase, Operation Hope, and the National Cryptocurrency Association.
There you
Separately, we recently announced the establishment of Stand with Crypto University program, and we tomorrow, which is why I'll be in Detroit, are announcing which 50 universities across the U.S. will have chapters on campuses for university students. So that's happening as well.
That's awesome. Is there any other questions? I see Jake Claver in the chat. Jake, you got a question? I think that's it. Is there any closing thoughts you want to leave us with?
I want to remind everyone that you have a voice and we need you. We need your words. We need your wisdom. We need your experience in order to better shape our safe space in this crypto world and this Web3 world. Again, my experience is not yours and your experience is not hers or his. And so for us to create our own path in our safe space, we need all of our information to pour into this pool and deliver it to the people who are going to be and who are armed and charged with the responsibility of protecting us. So they need to be empowered with that information, and we won't have that without you.
I love it. Beautifully put. And yeah, I would encourage everyone here in the chat, everyone that's watching, whether you're on YouTube, Abstract, TikTok, X, Twitch, wherever you're watching, get involved, get engaged. Let your voices be heard. Like I said, we have an opportunity to make a difference, especially now with primaries coming up. Let your voices be heard. Stand up for yourself, and let's move this crypto space in a positive direction for the people.
Wait, I think I found this little soundboard thing.
Oh, cool. I didn't even know that existed.
Why didn't I see this earlier?
Yes, that's so awesome. I gotta look into that. That is cool. I want to do that now. How do I do that? That what this is? I don't know.
It's soundboard in Discord.
I'm gonna have to look into it. I'm gonna break something. Dang, you can just like hit somebody with that. That is classic. I absolutely.
That's gonna be
love
the next one.
Is there a goat one?
No.
Do a goat one.
It's not. There's a cricket, and that's my dog.
Hey, thank you, chat. Miss Nifty, I don't want to take any more of your time. We kind of ran over our hour that I usually allot, and I thank you for staying a little extra time here and coming on the show. We'd love to have you anytime you're available. I know you're a very busy woman, and like I said, any way that I can help or get involved, I want to be there. So whatever you need from me, I am at your disposal.
We will recap for sure. We will definitely do this again. And thank you for doing this for the community. It's needed, and it's not going to be one person, 10 people, or 100 people. It's going to take a lot of us. It's going to take all of us to share, spread information, and make a difference. So thank you for what you're doing and for hosting.
Thank you. I try my best. All right, chat, give a round of applause. Everybody send in W's for Miss Nifty.
Thank you
so
guys.
much. I bid you adieu.
Thank you, sir.
All right, chat. That was awesome. So here is the website right here. You can go to standwithcrypto.org and you can find their website. And I believe that there is a directory to other Stand with Cryptos as well. I'm sure that if you don't find for your area, you can Google it. If you do want the resources, she did send out to me everything. So if you do want that information, reach out to me and I will get it to you or get you connected with her, and you guys can work out whatever questions or things you have. All right, I got something for you, chat. Yo, what is up, the greatest crypto rapper of all time? What's up, rap? Bro, you're out of control, man.
Yo, what the fuck is up, bro? Hey, great conversation, man. Well done.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Hey, man, I'll tell you what, that beat the hell out of the conversation that we had at the party, because I was so lit, bro. Like, I was like, you know what, I'm gonna have you on the show. Dude, I had way more fun at Rare Evo, but being there with you made it so much more fun, bro. And like looking back on it now, and I'm remembering, I'm like, dude, I was so messed up. Like, I kept like, I was a machine, bro. I was here, I was there, dude. I didn't stop moving.
Bro, yeah. I mean, it wasn't even the biggest venue, but you were in every corner, bro. You were always like, "Oh wait, I'm about to be right back," and then I look over and you'd be like, just in a whole different conversation at a whole different place.
Yeah. Constantly networking, constantly moving. That's just how I am, man. Dude,
100, bro. Yeah.
I network better in person. You know.
That's
online.
real, bro.
Yeah.
It's a strength. And I mean, that even just that night alone, you scored so many, guests for your show. And this program was a great program and wonderful guests. And this is like one of, a half dozen people that you recruited that night.
Absolutely. And you were there. You saw who these people are. These are not just, some guy on TikTok with a camera. These are developers, people making huge waves in the crypto community, and we were there rubbing elbows with them and educating ourselves and getting an opportunity to spread that education to the community.
It doesn't stop, bro. We're going to keep connecting, keep networking, keep, stretching our arms out. You and I, we're ambassadors from TikTok to crypto. It's a rare niche in the industry that not a lot of people respect. But I think it's one, and you obviously agree with me, that this is one that's tremendously valuable and one of our best vehicles for reaching the next generation of investors and onboarding retail. And that's ultimately going to be the key, is us putting a good foot forward and wearing the banner of TikTok and representing you guys from the community and really sort of expressing your voice to the industry at large. Because right now there really is no clear sort of channel of communication from you, who are ultimately retail investors that matter a lot in the industry, because you make up the next 20 million, 30 million, 50 million people that we're going to onboard. But nobody's really paying attention to you guys right now.
Yeah, and I would say, how the saying goes, go out and touch grass. You can still be about crypto and everything you do while touching grass. We were literally out, at a crypto event, touching grass, rubbing some elbows, and still immersed in, coming up with content. I was live for that show. We're meeting with the people, we're getting the information. So any creators that are watching, I would encourage you to, take the phone and go out into the real world. Talk to random people. If there's not a crypto event near you, you can just ask people on the street what they think about crypto, and you can find, and I do this personally, there's a consensus out there that most of the people you ask this question, what's your experience with crypto? Basically, I go, the spam email you get, how's your crypto experience going or whatever? I ask people that on the street, right? And the consensus seems to be it's a scam. So you have an opportunity to go out into the world and explain to them the truth and really reach more than just the tight community that we have here. Bro, what are you doing? Bro, what the all right, you're booted.
Chill.
I just shrunk you, bro. I just shrunk you. I fucking love you, bro. Hey, we gotta hang out more, because I'm actually down the road from you, bro. We're close.
But what you're saying is right, bro. You're 110% correct. That's the way forward, bro. And we're doing our part. We're touching grass. But you know what? The other thing I'll say for the people in the chat, there always is going to be some kind of crypto community, some kind of crypto event going on near you, even if you live in fucking Boise, Idaho. You just gotta jump on. The best apps to use would be something like Luma. This is some free game for you guys in the chat. Take the leap to IRL. Take the leap to going and connecting with people that you otherwise wouldn't connect with. You don't realize how kind of echo chamber and insular your crypto community is until you step out into the real world and see blockchains that you never even interacted with, and how rich those ecosystems are and how many people are there, and et cetera, et cetera. Take the leap to IRL. Be brave enough to go beyond the screen. If you want to take this industry seriously, it's not just about sitting behind the screen all day and hitting the trenches and all that. It's about connecting with others and building what is ultimately undiscovered, uncharted territory. We are pioneering, we're trailblazing crypto. And that can't happen by yourself in your real life. I mean, you gotta go out and see some real people. So get Luma, Luma, that's the free game, and look at local events. And usually Luma events skew towards tech or crypto events in the first place. So you'll probably see them right there on the local discovery page. And just go and go take the leap. It took me a long time to take a leap to go to my local crypto meetups, but when I did, I was like, damn, I was missing this. It's good. It's so much fun to hang out with these people because you obviously have so much in common.
Dude, you were like a kid in a candy store at that event, man. It was so cool to see you. Dude, your face lit up. You're like, this guy signed the Constitution for Cardano. You were all stepped.
Yeah, that's for me out, bro.
I was like, yeah, man. Dude, that event wasn't even on Luma, right? I mean, it was through Luma, but it wasn't public. It was a private event that we got to go to. And we got invited to that because of the Goat Tribe. So Goat Tribe got us locked in with that. So special thanks to Goat Tribe as well. You can find them at Ada Goats on X or goattribe.io. Great fam. They're fam. That's why I have the Goat Tribe up in the background, because I consider myself part of the Goat Tribe. I've actually been inducted as one of the goats because I'm a goat holder now. Dude, I wanted to ask you, we got to reach out to them. We got to work on the next album, right?
That's real, bro, for sure. And I gotta hang out with bro too. And also, I gotta get a goat, bro. I don't even have my goat yet, but I've been shopping them. I've been looking around trying to find a nice one on the floor. I'm really particular about my NFT, so
reach out to him. He'll make one of you. So they made one of me with the twisty mustache. So that's the goat side. Yeah, bro.
Bro.
Yeah, so legit. And then we were talking about touching grass. You're going to Abu Dhabi, right, in a couple weeks?
Yeah, sir. Actually, in a couple days, in literally 1 week from today, pretty much, I'm gonna be on the plane out there to Abu Dhabi, about an hour and a half outside of Dubai, for the largest Solana conference of the year, where everyone's gonna descend and decide the future of the blockchain.
Dude, that's so lit, man. I wish I was going to that. I got family and kids, so when I travel out of the country, I gotta take the whole brigade with me. So I tend to stay more local, but we're gonna have to do one of those together for sure, man. We'll link up.
Holy, you know what? I was just having a conversation actually today with. I'm gonna be staying in a content house out there in Abu Dhabi. I'm gonna be staying the event's like 4 days or whatever. I'm gonna be out there 10 days. And it's gonna be me and a bunch of other A-list crypto content creators, and we're gonna be just cranking out literally 24/7, 365 live with a full film crew and lights, camera, action, the works. And we're talking in a meeting today, and ETH Denver is coming up in February. I feel like that's one we should run, bro.
ETH Denver? Yeah, I could do
ETH
that.
Denver.
Yeah, do that.
I feel like that.
When is that?
The college should be out there, a lot of big names should be out there. I know a bunch of penguins should be out there. Friends with them. That's in February.
I think it's when that. I'll let you know. Give me some information. We'll check that out.
Yeah. And I'm FOMO, bro, because our battle in Miami is right now, and a lot of crypto people are out there doing events. It looks like such a good time right now.
Yeah, man. And I forgot what I was gonna say. Shit, dude. I can't even say why my brain is. I keep losing my track of thought. Remember what you tried gave me before we left? Were you there for that? I still had that, and I had that today. So.
I was trying to find Inflection on GoTrap. I got it right here. You know, I got a little shame on me. Yo, that was my favorite one, honestly. That art is insane. It's so good. Yeah, I was looking for mine. It's right there next to me.
I got
oh, but let me mob you real quick. Boom!
I got the pin. Hell yeah, bro.
Yo!
Dude,
that's crazy.
And then on top of it, I got the entire sticker collection. I got the poster. I got a bunch of stuff, man. They hooked me up, dude. They found me for sure. And I'm excited to work on that album, man. Because like you're a rapper, I'm a lyricist. He's a dev. Together, we could pump out some serious albums, man.
I'm excited. It's gonna be fun. I like the project a lot. I'm not just gonna pump a couple of those things. That's on my shopping list. I'm gonna carry the NFT portfolio and start stacking like as a private reserve, and those two are gonna be in there.
Well, plus the GOAT NFTs come with utility. So I don't know if they told you about this, but the GOATs have utility. So as a GOAT holder, you have certain things. So you can, like for me, I can play the music on the live, and I have the rights to use that music with no copyright infringement. So like when I post stuff on YouTube, I don't get hit with anything. You know, so like there's utility to holding GOATs, and there's more to it than that. That was the main utility that I saw. I was like, okay, let me get some GOATs, you know, for that. But there's a lot of utility in holding a GOAT, and I believe that is the future of NFTs. Is NFTs with utility.
Speaking of NFTs with utility, bro, you know I gotta plug my entropy, bro, my Aslar miner. It's sold out actually. Literally last night, I fucking got on the phone with the team. I was like, you guys are missing an opportunity. These things are sold out. You need to just restock as many as you can. And so they put 10 up in the shop. But yeah, NFTs with utility. It's a miner. You plug into a wall and it mines a meme coin. And that in order to activate it and actually claim tokens, you need the NFT from the project. So it has that culture element. That's sort of a metaverse element where you've got a DeFi, you've got NFT, and you've got the DeFi, of course, as well. So it's kind of a shout out to Jack. It's a jack of all trades of projects where you're really kind of wearing the hats at the same time. Miners eat first. Absolutely, it's sick. And so yeah, the best deal ever. It's usually like $150 for this thing, but right now it's like $90.
Yeah, and it yields what, like it's like $100 a year or something like that.
Yeah, right now yields are pretty low. I think it's averaging 36 cents a day or something like that. And so the thing costs $99. You got to figure it out a little under a year until it pays itself off.
But when the coin goes up, then your yield is going to go up from there. But if you're looking at baseline where it's at right now,
I mean, historically the coin. I mean, there's been times where the thing is yielded up to as much as like $16, $17 a day, which is insane. If you punch in the numbers.
Right. So like the lowest you're looking at is it might take a year to pay the thing off at worst case scenario, which is not a big deal. And it's small. It's not using a ton of power. You know, so it's not like it's going to cost you a bunch of energy to run it.
Yeah, no, it's super sick. I can't recommend it enough. If you guys are interested at all in decentralized physical infrastructure networks, mining, passive income yield type projects, you like Solana meme coins, but want a little bit more depth to what you're investing in, this is my go-to for sure. And I'm only talking about it because it's literally like a temporary deal where it's like the best deal ever. You know, TikTok is always like, the TikTok shop, this is the last time this deal's going to be here, 60% off, blah, blah, blah. It's pretty much what I'm doing.
Word. All right.
That's interesting. Where do I find it? Justentropy.lol. Justentropy.lol. Take my hat and turn it into a website.
There you go, bro. I almost ordered one the other night, and then like, I was on your live and I was going to order one. I was going to order 5, but I passed out.
Well, they're in stock. There's only 10 of them on the shop right now.
And you can only buy 5, right?
The 5 is the max, but you know what? Let me give you some super duper top secret alpha that can't be said anywhere else. Very soon, we're introducing a brand new product offering. It has never before existed. It's highly limited. Again, we're talking less than 10 units. It's going to allow you to have a sixth miner. It's going to be crazy.
Love it, bro. Hey, man, thank you for coming on, dude, and being here. I'm going to cut the live out now. If you guys want to send any gifts to anybody in the panel, make sure you follow everybody that was up here. Much appreciated. Always a pleasure to have you. Crypto Rap, the greatest crypto rapper of all time. This is a Crypto Rap exclusive.
This is an Ozthecryptogoat exclusive. The greatest crypto podcast of all time. Everyone go watch my live because Oz is ending my live right now.
Black, did you have anything you want to say before we get out? I know you didn't get a chance to talk too much. I want to give you the opportunity because we had a short conversation earlier. You want to expand on it a little bit. I don't have to get off just yet, but if you want to talk.
I definitely just really appreciate bringing up what is this, Stand with Crypto? I've been navigating using Coinbase multiple times and contacting my legislators, so you definitely need more activity like this in space. So keep these types of, I guess, whatever these are, live streams coming.
Absolutely. And I took a little break, a little vacation chat. Okay, the show's back. It's in full force. We got guests lined up, Wazoo. And we're talking about these are big players in the crypto space, not just little guys. And I'm hoping that this next year I should have Wendy O and Charles Hoskinson. So those are in the works. So stay tuned, chat. I'm excited. Some big things are happening for such a small show. We are just starting. You know, it hasn't even been 1 year that I've been doing the show, and because we are out pounding the pavement, touching grass, going to these events, rubbing elbows, and basically we're going to free parties with free food and drinks is all we're doing. But doing that, we're building this community strong. So strong, and it's been really incredible. And for those of you that have been here since day one, thank you. Special thanks to TikTok Seller. He's one of our moderators here. This show would have died a long time ago without him. He has helped support in so many ways. He's given and donated to the show so many times. I've offered to pay him for his services. He refuses, and he is with me every single day in the Discord. I mean, we're calling out bangers in the Discord. If you're not in the Discord, make sure you click the link in my bio. If it's not working, send me a DM. I will help you get into the Discord and send you the link. But dude, we are calling out big movers in there. Okay. Dude, I think I hit like it was Mon. I hit 50% on that already, and it looks like it's still going up. So you know, we're doing things. You know, in Discord, we're trading together as a group. People are learn. We have the TA class as well. If you want to get involved and learn the TA class, Crypto Rap is actually coming on the TA class and taught us how to use Pump Flood, how to find the bangers there. Special thanks to you, Crypto Rap, for doing that as well. The TA class is lit, man, and we not only have like me teaching you how to read charts. I have hedge fund managers coming onto the TA class. I have other influencers, creators, market traders, big names in the space that are coming in and teaching you their knowledge. So I would tell you, the best thing you can do for yourself is invest into yourself before you invest in market. Get educated. You know, learn about this. Crypto Rap, I hear you saying this all the time. The best thing you can do is lock in and learn. And we're so ready. You have an opportunity to learn something new before everyone else gets into it. To be the top dog, like we were talking with Ms. Nifty earlier, we are the top 1%. Everyone here in the chat, you are the top 1% of educated people in crypto. The fact that you're here is enough. Because most people, they don't care. They're buying lottery tickets and that's it. They don't want to learn. They want to go on. They want to ask an influencer, what should I buy? And not put in any of the work, not do anything, and have someone else do it for them. You as an individual getting involved and educating yourself, learning paper trade. Guys, you can paper trade. And you have an opportunity to advance yourself light years ahead of the competition for the future. So I urge you to get involved, get in the Discord, get in the TA. Crypto Rap has an amazing Discord if you like meme coins. They're calling out crazy bangers, dude. What was that? It was like 150 some X last night. What?
Yeah, it ended up being like a 215x or something at the end. But yeah, we caught a couple triple digit multipliers this week. They're cooking in there.
Yeah, it's incredible. Actually, dude, I want you to come on the TA show again and teach us how to use Soul Pump, if you could. I would love that, man.
Yeah, totally, bro. Yeah,
dude,
for sure.
Soul Pump looks cool as fuck, bro. Like, I'm not gonna lie, like I want to do it, but I know nothing about it. I'm afraid to touch it. Like, but if you want to do it, dude, because like 6-7's already yielded me a little bit, and like, dude, I'm very conservative, so I'm like, oh, I picked up 10x, here and there. I'm good with it. And so like, yeah, dude, I'm picking up 10x's like this, bro. Like, yeah, Soul Pump, dude. You don't know what Soul Pump is, bro? Tell me what Soul Pump is.
It's a game site. It's a lot of game sites. I mean, it's a reliable on-chain, fully transparent. I'm not gonna lie, it's like 95% RTP. It's not exactly a money printer, but it's a lot of fun. And we play Crash on there, and we've hit a couple again multi-hundred X's. There's no better feeling than crunching like a big triple-digit multiplier and scaling down the progressive profit to 1%, and then literally every time you click your mouse, you're getting $1.
That's it, bro. Yeah, it looks like fun. Like you said, it's like a game, right?
Yeah.
And it's not like, and you were saying it's like you can set parameters, you can set all these different things. So like you just play, you're making money, and you get paid in soul, right? So
yeah, we can talk about it anyway.
In the DA class, absolutely. Love it. All right, chat. I'm gonna call it a night. Thank you to everyone that came up here. Thank you for all the gifts, everyone that gifted. I'm just gonna shout out the names. We got TikTok Seller, Brooke Odyssey. Let's see here. Who is this? This is Miss Evie, AB Ryder, Fred Drum, For Fun, Mr. Josh TV, Satoshi Nakamoto. And I miss it. Oh wait, no, we got Scotty Dog. We got Run Up. Run Up. Revolution, Francesca, Purple Bitcoin. I think that's everybody. Thank you all. If I missed you, I do apologize. Thank you for all the gifts. It's incredible. We've been live for 2 hours and 39 minutes, and we've made a whopping $5.75. We are rich, bro. We are so rich. We're making a lot of money here. Thank you guys for your donations and everything that you do here. Everything that you send here now, I pretty much either donate to other creators or I give it to Jesse or Mike to get here. So much love and respect for all of you. And I will. Let's see here. Let's do this real quick because Rap is doing weird shit again. I love you, bro. Dude, and if you want to watch a good live stream, follow Crypto Rap and watch his live stream and just watch him roast the chat. It is the most fun. My favorite creator here on TikTok, hands down. Like, I'm just having so much fun just listening to him roast people. It is absolutely phenomenal. I wish I had that ability to do what you do, bro. It's fucking hilarious. So definitely check him out. And then follow Black XXLR. Very educated and I trust what this guy says. We had a good conversation on Why Crypto Live the other day, or it was today actually. And he knows what he's talking about, and he's not standing for bullshit either. So I love it. Anyone that's willing to tell the truth and not lie to the community and dump their bags on them, you got my respect. All right, chat. I'll see you all next time. Have a good night.
Thanks for the liquidity, guys. Take care.
Smash that like button, guys. Subscribe to the channel. Share the show with your friends. Follow me on all platforms at Ozthecryptogoat, all lowercases, no spaces. We are live on Abstract, Twitch, and TikTok. Thank you all very much for showing up and showing out. We got a special guest today from prison to blockchain. We're going to talk about his story, my story, and some crypto. We're going to look at the charts, do some free A for you. Everybody loves free A, right? I know y'all love the free A. That's why you guys are really here. You guys don't care about the info. You don't want to put in the work. You don't want to grind. You want a free payday. I get it. I get it. And that's why I'm here. I guess I'm here to do all the work for free, right? Anyway, I'm being hyperbolic. But we'll give you a little free A today if you're nice. If you're liking, if you're subscribing, if you're a super fan, or you're showing engagement, you're giving a little gift or something, you get some TA, all right? And it's still free A because all you got to do is like for it. All you got to do is hit the like button. It don't take that much work, right? So let's work together as a community and blow this show up, guys. Let's make it massive and be what it's intended to be, right? Revolution, good to see you. Everybody put a W in the chat. Get the chat rolling fast. Get the likes rolling fast. The more engagement, the more quickly, the better the algorithm is for us. We need W's in the chat. We need emojis in the chat. We need goats in the chat, baby. Yeah, let's get the goats rolling. I'm going to open up, let's see here. Get the Discord rolling. Just so that we have the... I want the voice channels. We want Camera. Comment bait more often. Like, what do you mean comment bait? Like, listen, guys, Bitcoin is a meme coin, ladies and gentlemen. It's a meme coin. And if you think it's not a meme coin, tell me otherwise. What is free A? Free A is free technical analysis. That's what free A is. It's free technical analysis. You tell me what you want me to TA for you, and I will do it. Obviously, I'm being a little bit hyperbolic right now because we're trying to boost the algorithm a little bit, right? But you guys want some good TA? I would say one of the best in the space. I got you. This is the last market pump before the bear market. I mean, we've been in the bear market. But yeah, moon cycle pump. We had a small little pump right here. Was the new moon was like the 22nd to the 24th. And then the full moon is around the 4th through the 5th. That's where we are. And so now we're headed back down. And if you think that that's not real, moon phases is actually an indicator on TradingView. And it's goated. It's pretty accurate here. Zcash crashed so hard. Yeah, we're gonna dump. I think we're gonna dump here. I thought that maybe Bitcoin had a flat bottom inverted flag. But now that I'm looking at it, it looks like we could potentially come up here and touch the top here at 95. Okay. And look I drew this a while ago. I drew this back in December 19th is when I drew this line. Okay. And it's followed it. And I just kind of threw it out there, right? So it looks like we're going to pop up here maybe to 95. A little bit of hopium. Maybe we go to 96 and that's it. But the issue with that is, let's see, let's get rid of this. Well, we'll move it. The issue with this is an inverted, or this is a bear flag. So I thought it was a flat bottom, but we have this little thing here. So I think what we're going to do is we're going to pop up here to like 96, right? It doesn't necessarily have to do that to fall, but I believe that this is the bear flag right here, guys. Maybe it's more like this, but there's your bear flag, right? So and this is an ascending wedge, you know, which is bearish. Boom, it's going to come down. We're coming back to 75K. Get ready for it. Buckle up, Buttercup. If you ain't buckled up yet, I sure hope you do soon, because we're in for it. So that's a bear flag, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for the gifts, Revolution, TikTok seller. You guys are awesome. You guys are the real ones, man. I appreciate you. Smash the like button, guys. Everybody together, hit the like button. Subscribe to the channel. Share the show. Share it out to all your friends. Comment, engage in the show. We are battling the algorithm right now. And not only that, like, we're battling major competition. Everyone's live right now at our time, when nobody used to go live during our time. So we do have some major competition, and we're just coming back into the space. So it's going to be an uphill battle. Why is H-bar crashing? Everything's crashing, bruh. Everything is. You think it's crashing now? Give it a couple more days, bro. Give it a couple more days. You're in for another major crash. Let's look at H-bar. I'll tell you why. But Husty, Hutsy, I'm only doing TA for people who are either following me, they're hitting the like button, they're sending gifts, or just giving any kind of engagement right now. So we got to thank you for the follow. I appreciate that, brother. Hit that like button. Thank you, bro. I got you, bro. I got you. I appreciate that. And, if you can't send gifts, guys, gifts are great. And they do go to help, pay the IT guy here. And, but, if you can't give, you can always just engage. Just put a W in the chat. Put an emoji in the chat. Put a goat in the chat. Goats in the chat, ladies and gentlemen. Everybody right now, hit the chat with a goat emoji. So, here's the deal. I know people would say that this is a descending channel, but it's not. This is what you see in the cycle, okay? You see this cycle right here? You see this cycle right here? What did it do? It peaked up and then it ran down sideways like that. This is a mirror of what happened right here. Look at right here. We have the push up here, a double bottom here, a pump, and then a descending channel to the bottom. Same thing here. So we should continue on H-bar pretty much like that, all the way down to, I'd say, 7 to 3 or 4 cents. Bellstar, how's it going? So that's normal. We're literally mirroring a previous cycle right here. This was 2023, right? March, January, February, March, April, May, June, July, August, September, October 2023. Now this took a long time. We took a whole year through here, but we're basically finding a bottom. Either we're at the bottom and the bottom is here at 9 cents, but I don't think so, because we should go into despair in the cycle. We should drop lower. We could just continue on like this. That's what we're looking at right here. I bought 5 XRP. Will it go to 10K and I'd be a millionaire? Absolutely not. I'm sorry, but it won't. I hate to burst your bubble, guys, but it doesn't matter how much money. Let's just say that XRP is adopted and trillions or quadrillions of dollars are flowing through it. It gets its value from the people that hold it, not from money that flows through it. Okay. So it won't hold any major value. I hate to break it to you, but it just is what it is. I know you were probably sold a bill of goods. Revolution, thank you for the galaxy. I appreciate you. What crypto stocks are you currently invested in? I mean, as far as, so here's the thing is I'm invested in silver and gold and copper, but not in stocks, in hard assets. I'm invested in steel and different metals, right? I've been in that for the last 15 years, right? But I hold hard assets. I don't hold paper, right? Because it's not real. The paper notes of silver are going to come crashing down, and there's nothing there. There's nothing to back it, right? They're trading silver that doesn't exist. So I hold on to the hard assets. I was literally today going through all my coins looking for all the silver coins because I've been saving change for, God, a freaking decade. And so I've been going through and finding, what is silver and what's not. And so, basically that's what I'm into. But as far as like stocks and crypto, I trade in crypto, but I'm looking for more like low cap coins with a small, amount, couple grand, nothing crazy, right? That I'm trading. I'm not holding it, I'm trading it, right? And I take wins, I take losses, and but I make more wins than I do losses. What stores do you buy silver, copper, or gold? Honestly, I buy them at like thrift stores, yard sales, swap meets, things like that. I've been buying it like that for years. It's getting harder to find, but it's out there. I buy circuit breakers and I take the silver out of them. And so, a lot of times I get that stuff for free. I don't even pay for it. I also own a silver mine. So, I prospect a little bit. I'm actually going to start prospecting more. That's one thing I'm going to be doing. And I'll probably film it too. I was thinking about filming, doing the prospecting stuff, but I'm buying stuff pennies on the dollar. I bought 5 ounces of silver from a decorative piece that was made in the 1920s. I paid $2 for it, like 7-10 years ago. Where do you get circuit breakers and silver mines? I get circuit breakers at like yard sales and trash bins. Maybe like updated on a job site or whatever, and they had like a bucket of them, and somebody's got it at a yard sale or whatever, and I give them $1 for it, for the whole bucket kind of thing. Silver mines, I bought the land. I bought it at auction. So somebody owned the land, they owed taxes on it and whatever, and I paid for it. That's how I did it. If you're looking for more information on that, by the way, join the Discord link in my bio. I'm going to be teaching people how to refine precious metals, how to search for them, where to find them, because you don't even have to refine them. You can just bundle up the raw materials and they're worth money that can be sold. You don't have to do anything. Let's see. Wait till probably March for what? Wait till March for what? Like to buy again? I would say March. Here's the thing is if we're still in a 4-year cycle, do you want to hold a coin that earns no APY, or do you want to hold a stable coin that's going to earn you APY for the next 3 years? That's the real question, right? Do you really want to be stuck holding an asset that's potentially going to come down more, or do you want to hold a stable coin that's going to earn you APY for the next 2-3 years, and then you can strike when the time is right? Beware the itis of March. Beware of ideas of March. Is that what you're saying? Everyone keeps saying March. I don't know where it's coming from, but I don't see it. Maybe like we'll have a downward and then up in March. But after March comes April, May. Sell in May, go away. So maybe March is the top after it bottoms. Like I don't see what everyone else is seeing. Every chart that I see that someone's like, oh, look here, this is what says it's going up. I see. I'm like, that's a false indication. I'm seeing nothing but misinterpreted charts and false indicators. So beware what people TA, do your own research, learn how to do TA. I teach a TA class. If you're interested in learning TA, I'll teach you. Join the Discord. I do all that in there. So click the link in my bio to join the Discord. If you are having issues getting into Discord, all you need to do is copy it and put it directly into your browser, and the link should still work. And make sure you guys are smashing that like button, subscribing to the channel, share the show with your friends. Thank you, Revolution and TikTok, for all the gifts. Chat, don't make Revolution and TikTok give all the gifts. Yo, what's up, bro? Nice, a silver mine. Yeah. I got lucky on the silver mine. It's not an active silver mine. It's just a mining claim land with buildings and stuff, right? And there's a mine shaft in it. So I don't even know if there's any more silver in it. Who knows? But somebody might, you guys are like, oh, I want a silver mine. Like somebody's going to be interested in it, right? So who knows? It could take 20 years to, actually process and start a silver mine up. So all y'all who are like, thinking like, oh yeah, whatever, like, yes, good time to buy a silver mine right now. Good time to invest into that. Silver mines won't see a return for another 20 years, but that means the price of silver is expected to go up because there are no mines open or really functioning right now, or no new mines anyway. So it'll take 20 years to actually produce that product. Remember the goat boss? All right, you guys send in goats and I'll baa like a goat. Is that what I have to do? Do I have to dance for nickels? Is that what it's come to? I have to dance for nickels and baa like a goat. Tech CEO with the laugh. Shout out to Tech CEO. That's his line, dancing for nickels. I completely stole that from him, 100%. Make sure you give him a follow. Dance for nickels is my only hope, right? That for real, bro. Like, guys, my boy over here is actually dancing for nickels, like, and shout out to him, right? I can't do it. All right, I can't do it, but yeah, that line, and credit should be given where credit is due. If I'm gonna steal a creator's word or whatever, and especially if they're in here in the chat, you are gonna get a shout out, okay? Like, a lot of people steal stuff from me and they don't even give me credit for it. I don't care, whatever, it is what it is. But you are going to get you're going to get recognition here. Don't follow your dreams, follow me. Absolutely. Yeah, follow me as well, and also follow Tech CEO, follow Revolution. They're great people, creators here in the space. Starks as well. Starks is a creator. Glad to see you, brother. Everybody, make sure you guys are hitting that like button. Let's see if we can get to 250k likes today without clickers. No auto clickers, all right? No auto clickers on this live stream, guys. The auto clickers will mess you up unless you have it set up a certain way, and I can teach you how to make your auto clicker not get flagged. But it'll not only hurt your channel, it'll hurt my channel. No auto clickers, guys. We don't click. Oh my god. Dude, remember back in the days? Hey, and you think that you're the only ones clicking? I'm right here with you guys. I'm clicking too. I'm doing half the work here. Look at, I'm cheating. All right? So don't think you're all alone. Don't think you're doing. We're trying to boost this algorithm. We've been off and for a while. Randomizer and slight movement. Exactly. You've got to be careful with your auto clicker. You've got to be smart. What I do is I tape down where it filters through the different speeds and it makes it cycle through all the different speeds, and then I'm moving it constantly like this while I'm doing it. And so there's still a human aspect to it. Yeah, and you got to pace it. You got to make it slow. And what I do is I'll have it click slow and then I'll click next to it as well. And it like doubles up. Guys, make sure you smash that like button, subscribe to the channel, share the show with your friends, follow me on all platforms at Ozthecryptogoat, the #1 live stream on Abstract for 6 days in a row. Let's go for 7, 6, 7, baby. 6 days in a row. We have been the #1 top of the charts for the show on Abstract, which is absolutely phenomenal. I feel very blessed and appreciative to be a part of the Abstract community. We're literally live streaming on the blockchain, chat. Live streaming on the blockchain, Ethereum network. If you're not using layer 2 technology and you're invested into crypto, what are you doing with your life? Educate yourself, learn how to actually use the tech. You can literally live stream, watch live stream, game, do all kinds of different things on the blockchain, guys. It's not just about buying tokens and your bag pumping and cashing out for fiat. There's so much more happening here, and we have the opportunity to be involved in it early on, guys. Early on. It's phenomenal. Absolutely phenomenal. Thank you guys, everyone that's tapping away right now. I'm going to stop tapping so I can know who's tapping. I see you guys are still tapping. Oh, wait. Yep, they're still coming in. The taps are still coming. Thank you guys. JFM, thank you for the roses. Thank you for the heart me. Yeah, we need to get the heart me's too, guys. The heart me's are important. The more heart me's we get, the better for the algorithm. There's something about it. And they're a penny. JFM, it is so great to see you. It's been a while. Glad to have you. We got to get the whole team back. We got to get the squad back, right? It's been months, 2 months since I've been doing the show. And so we got to kind of boost the algorithm a little bit. And we're having a good time doing it. You know what we're talking about? Does anybody else have a project they want me to TA for them? Anybody want some TA? We got Bitcoin right here. Okay. This is my Bitcoin prediction right here. That's what I see for Bitcoin. We got an ascending wedge. LF goat, baby. LF goat. How's the music volume? Is the music volume good? All the audio's good? Cool. Appreciate you guys. Everybody, Beam? All right, let's look at Beam. Now we're talking. I want to do some free A right now. Some TA for free for you guys. I'm in the mood to TA right now because you know why? I'm expecting a dump coming. I'm expecting a dump, and I'm here to help you guys. If you guys want to know when it's going to pump, you're going to have to do that on your own. Or you got to be a part of the community and see what's up. A cup and handle on what? Cup and handle on BTC right here? You think that's a cup and handle? Cup and handle is from a bullish push into it, not a bearish drop into it. Opposite. It's the opposite if we drop into a cup and handle than if we pump into cup and handle. A little free TA learning for you. A little bit of free learning for you. All right, we were going to look at Beam. Beam. Little bit of free A for you, because that's all you really want, guys. I know what you want. You want me to do all the work for you. I get it. All right, here's Beam on the daily. What do you want me to look at for you here? It's only been out since December. There's nothing. There's no TA that could possibly exist for something this new. What I would recommend you to do is look at how it mirrors BTC. It's kind of like this cup and handle, everyone's saying, but the market's about to go bearish. So this thing is probably going to drop. All right. Moon cycle, that'll tell you where it's going to go. We're about to drop. Everything's about to drop. So buckle up. Obviously not everything, but the majority of things are going to drop. But this is a new release. It dropped down, it gets released, and it pumps up just over. It's done. This thing's going to do this right here. It's going to go. That's what you're going to see. All right. That's my prediction right there. That's what these new ones do. And then once it finds a floor, we're going to buy the floor. That's how it works. So new like this, I doubt it goes much higher. It's already passed. You got to remember, a lot of people got these airdropped or they're holding them for free. They're going to sell on it. Look at Pendle. You see a bear flag. Let's take a look at it. How much lower? I mean, there's no way to know on that coin because it's a meme coin there, or not a meme coin, a new coin. Excuse me. It's a new coin. There's no way to chart it. If you're asking about BTC, I'm thinking about 74, 75K. We're going down, baby. All right, let's see. It was Pendle. Oh, the Loch Ness Monster. Let's see, what am I seeing? What am I looking at? A bear flag? I mean, it kind of looks like it's building a bull flag, but not really. What time frame are you seeing the bear flag? It looks like a bull flag, but it's probably not. It's going to come down like this. This is not a bull flag. It just looks like it. People are going to FOMO this and say, oh, it's about to jump up here to whatever. No. Thank you, Belle, for the shares. Don't forget to share the show, guys. Send in goats and I will do the goat. I will do the goat for you. All right, if you send a goat, I'll do the goat for you. That's where we're at right now. Dancing for nickels like tech CEO. That's what it's come to. Fine. For the short time being, I will shill myself and degrade myself for your pleasure. All right, because we got to get this algorithm. We got to get it back on track, baby. Because we were champions in this space, and now we struggle. We struggle very much so. So I do need you guys. I need your support. Hey Oz, can you look at CC? I got you, bro. Absolutely. How you doing, Seamont? It's good to see you, brother. We're back at it. Back to the good old days. Term of the day, it's going down like this. Exactly. Starks knows what I'm talking about. I've been talking about 74K zone upcoming for like a month or two now. Actually, it's been longer than a month or two. All right. I've been saying 74K was on the table, I think, since like September, seems like. 74K is definitely on the table. Honestly, I think 45K is on the table, but we're going to hit 74 first. All right, let's look at CC. CC. I'm excited to see you back, bro. You have been out having fun without us. I know, right? We've been having a good time. Oh, look at, I think it's coming down, to be honest with you. It could potentially come up here and touch for a new, I don't think this one, let's see, how old is it? It's been out since November. It could be topped. Okay, it could be topped, but I would say keep an eye out for 20 cents. 25 cents for sure. Like, it's probably not going to go past 25 cents. You have to understand, like, this thing's a rug, okay? It pumped right when it released. It rugged out hard. It ran down, and now it's recovering back to its original price, okay? Everybody that got in before and early, they're in profits right now. They're going to just continue to bleed on everybody. So, it's just too new. I know it looks like a cup and handle, but Bitcoin looks like a cup and handle too, right? And that's going back to December 9th. Okay, CC is going back to November. Okay, but still, nonetheless, we have that same cup and handle looking thing that Bitcoin is showing. And as we know, Bitcoin tends to move the market. So if we're going to see it do what Bitcoin's going to do, then more than likely this thing will break down. It'll probably fake up. I could definitely see it faking up at least to its original high of like 18 cents, right? And then drop. You know, because like people can say, oh, cup and handle, guys, everybody jump in, FOMO into this, it's a cup and handle, and everyone's just gonna on it, right? So just be aware of that. That is most likely the scenario. One Dope Nation says, you really helped me out. I'm trying to find a good trading platform for a brokerage that I can trade. What I would tell you to do is join the Discord link in my bio and get in there and reach out to me and I'll help you out. That's the best advice I can give you, is because I can just say blanketed random whatever. Let's talk in Discord. Let's get to figure out what your situation is, where you are located in the world, and so on and so forth. And let's figure out what's best for you. Yes, watch for scammers. Absolutely. And if you are a scammer and you come into the Discord, we're going to know right away and you're gone. So if you're legit, great. Come on through. All right, guys. Tell me, what do you think? I freaking love that. Do you guys even know what that's from? Does anyone even know what Cartman is? By the way, we have been live streaming every day. So when I'm not doing this show, after the show, we play video games on Twitch and Abstract. Okay, and we talk crypto. We onboard newbies. So when I get put into like a group of people, you know, for a squad, I onboard the squad into crypto, right? In a good way. Like we're trying to help them make sure that the normies are onboarded in under a good wing, somebody that wants to take care of them and help them succeed instead of get them scammed, right? So that's what we're doing. We're gaming. So if you ever want to show up to that, make sure you click the Discord link in my bio. It's on Discord as well. And you can actually come on Discord and chat and talk with us and have a good time. Let's see here. Let's multi-guest. Let's see if somebody wants to come hang out and talk with us up here. Let's see here. Where is... Interesting. That is weird, because it used to maybe it's for co-host. That's what it is. I wanted to get Mr. Non-Fungible up here. What's up, Belle?
Yeah, he's a good guest.
Yeah, I like him. I was trying to get him up here because I told him I was going to send him an invite. He must have turned it off because he knew I was going to send it to him. Interesting. Oh, here we go. Here's somebody. Let's see here. Let's get some people in the panel. Why not? Let's open it up here.
Hey, what's good?
What's going on, brother? How you doing?
What's good, Oz? Not too bad.
What are you seeing in the charts, baby? Are you super bullish? Are we going to the moon, baby? Where are we going?
Nah, we're chopping sideways for a while, eh?
That's right. At least you see it too. Like, I'm not crazy over here, right? At least
No,
somebody's
no,
telling the truth.
It's a bit of uncertainty, but you know, it'll pass eventually.
I'm pretty dang certain right now. Like, obviously nothing's certain because, especially having Trump in office, like, nothing's certain. But I'm pretty certain because, like, literally, like, remember last year when Trump bombed Iran? You guys remember that, right? Of course.
Yeah.
How can we forget that,
Yeah.
right? That happened on the winter solstice, which was a new moon. Moon cycle is so goated. Okay, like it seems random and like, oh, it's not whatever. But I think we're just in a giant video game and we're just playing. Everything's coded, or it's all ritual, or it's all planned. Something
We need
like
some better
that.
memes for that.
You know, like it's too perfect. It's too easy to predict for me. Like I've decoded it, right?
You're in the
feel
Matrix,
like,
brother.
yeah, I feel like Neo looking at everything, like when I look at the charts and I'm seeing the Matrix in it, and I'm just like, oh, this is so easy. I know exactly what it's gonna do. I've cracked the code. It doesn't
When you
matter.
take the red pill, you wake up the next day and it never happened. You take the blue one, you might go down the rabbit hole.
Yeah, this is all a dream, ladies and gentlemen. I'm actually asleep, having surgery right now, and I just think that I'm cool on the internet, and none of you actually exist, neither do I. Maybe that's it. Maybe I'm laying face down.
What is
on
it,
the pavement.
conspiracy hour? Are we doing?
Why not, right? We do the rabbit hole stuff too.
Belle, how you
This
doing,
is
brother?
the
Good?
down the rabbit hole segment before our main interview. Thank you, folks. Stay tuned.
Yeah, exactly, right? That's what it is, pretty much. Like, we do both shows, so we do the charts. I game, but I'm also a rabbit holer, baby. Like, I'm in like every rabbit hole. Like I'm like digging new holes. I'm coming up with my own ideas. Cosmic Crypto, what is up, bro? Thank you for the
What do you
hand
think
hearts,
about
man.
gallium?
Which one?
Gallium.
Don't know what it is. What is it, like a?
It's a resource that like mostly needed into core Intel processors that like 95% is held by China.
So like rare earth minerals is what you're talking about.
Yeah, like palladium.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All that
And
stuff
then
is going to be massive. It's going to be. Why do you think we went to Iran? Do you think we went there for nuclear weapons? No.
Lithium.
Yeah, rare earth minerals. And honestly, what I think they did with the bunker busters, honestly, you want to go down a rabbit hole with me? I think it's all orchestrated. They knew we were coming in. They moved out whatever they're doing, and we sent the bunker busters so that we could dig even deeper into their reserves, because they found the largest reserves of like palladium and rare earth minerals and all kinds of stuff, right? So they had a mine. They moved everything out of the mine, and then we came in. We dropped 3 bunker busters, boom, 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 and then they're gonna go in and mine it all out. That's what I think is going on, right? And it's all in cahoots. Look at the Maduro thing, right? We went after Maduro. First of all, it looks like Iraq 2.0. Okay. Second of all, chat. When we captured bin Laden, how many wardrobe changes did he have? Right? Maduro had like 4 wardrobe changes. Every time there was a picture taken of him, he was in a new outfit in the same day, mind you. This all happened in the same day. 4 wardrobe changes. It's a farce. It's all theater. Everything you see on TV is scripted and plays out for you to be a
So we
fairy
brought
tale.
his stylist along?
Well, not a stylist, but like a change of clothes. Like, what prisoner have you ever known, especially if he's like, did we let Saddam Hussein have wardrobe changes after we apprehended them? No. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's never has happened. Like, he just had a change of clothes ready. Like, it makes no sense to me. Never, ever. And the thing is we have a bunch of boomers, right, that are in charge of the media and the space and everything that's happening right now. And they don't quite understand the internet and editing and TV and like we do, like the younger generations and even the generation below me, like, what is it, Gen Z and all that? Like, they understand things that go over my head. And so it slips through the cracks. We've got boomers saying, oh yeah, that's good, let's do it. And they don't even realize, like, oh shit, this one little thing. That's why the internet's such an amazing thing for information, is because people can take it, and once it's up there, somebody can grab it and hold on to it. And so it never really disappears. Yeah, they can try to remove it, but it can always just pop back up, right? So I think they're making mistakes. I think they're getting noticed. I think they're figuring out that the emperor has no clothes.
Hey Oz, any idea of who's tokenizing the oil yet? Because you think that'd be the first one, but it seems they're dragging that out a little bit.
I mean, why would you want a tokenized oil when you can buy oil on the stock exchange? Isn't it the same thing? Like, what is the difference?
24/7 trading.
Yeah, but like,
there's lots of benefits.
I mean, yes. 24/7 trading. That's the only
So Canton's
benefit.
taken on the copper. We've already had the gold on there for a couple of years, but I'm just wondering why they didn't have something like the oil, because that's what the currency revolves off, isn't it? Petroleum dollar.
I think yes and no. I think right now it does revolve off the US dollar revolves off of petrol, right? At the same time, I think that's the shift we're seeing. Is I think the real thing is the rare earth minerals, because we're entering in a new dawn, in a new age, in a new era of tech, AI, robots, things like that, right? So with that being said, we need those rare earth minerals in order to make that happen, right? So honestly, I believe most things are going to be, I think there's a lot of technology that has been suppressed, right? In 2020, Donald Trump signed the Release of Suppressed Technologies bill, which is to release and implement all suppressed technology into society by 2025. So that was last year. Obviously, things get delayed, just like ISO got delayed a little bit. It's going to be delayed, but basically, they want to implement this stuff into these hidden, forbidden technologies into society. So there's obviously new tech that we've never even seen before that's being developed and implemented right now. Okay? And it takes rare earth minerals to do that. I don't think we really need the oil so much anymore. Obviously, yes. But that's just for the pushing and moving forward of everyday life and society, right? Obviously, oil's not going anywhere. Maybe they have like a free energy technology something out there that they're just not ready to release yet, or they're building it, who knows, right? Because let's say they are going to go robotic for every job across the world and replace everything with AI and all that, right? They're going to need a way to power it. Okay, so
if Bitcoin's like the energy currency and the US dollar is the petroleum currency, where are we going like in the future with that? Do you think they will take on more electrical energy than
it depends
oil-based?
It depends on what technology they have, right? It depends on what comes out. By 2030, the world's going to be unrecognizable. Trade routes are going to be different. Borders are going to be different. laws are going to be different. Everything's going to be different. Technologies is going to be different. There's no real way to know what's coming exactly, but we know that everything is shifting and resetting into a new everything, right? Everything is.
But
being reset.
we can agree that Bitcoin is the energy currency.
Absolutely, because it's proof of work, right? So it takes energy to produce it. And one thing that I say is like, let's look at money for a second. Let's deep dive into money just a little bit. What is the real currency in life? Is it gold? Is it paper money? What is actually valuable in this world? What is the most valuable thing? Anyone got an answer for me?
Time.
Time. And what is a derivative of time? Labor. Right? Because you give up your time to produce labor, right? And that's what Bitcoin does, is it accomplishes a task. So it's doing a labor, right? It's doing calculations, right? That's the true value. We take our labor because we work for our money, right? We work and we get compensated in whatever it may be, wherever you live, right? So that is a medium that is a store of your time and your energy. Time and energy are the most valuable things. So that being said,
hypothetically, you could say that Bitcoin has provided like a income for a certain amount of people, not everybody, but as an investment for a certain amount of people, it's provided an income.
Well, yeah, because if you're mining it, you've invested into a computer that is using time and energy to produce income, right? So essentially, you've created a smart robot that does calculations to make money. It's working a job. We can agree, right?
Definitely.
So if time and energy is the true value, where does that leave Bitcoin? Now, obviously, if comes along another technology that can produce more energy in less time, it's going to be more valuable. But as of right now, this is what we got. Anyone want to speak on that? Anyone got an idea? Obviously, we're speculating. I gave Cosmic an invite to come up, but he declined. So maybe he's in the shower or something.
Yeah, in terms of energy, if you're looking at energy and what's going on with Bitcoin and stuff, then I think AI is going to be taking a lot of that energy away.
Yeah, and that's why I believe that they probably have a free energy source. You know, they've been speculating it for years. That's why I'm tempted to lean on the idea that the technology is there, it's been suppressed, and they're building it and are going to implement it soon.
Well, they leaned on the excess energy of nuclear plants. That's where they're building these big data centers. If you take a look around locations around America, where the data centers are, they're taking the resources of excess energy off the nuclear centers already. So there's that.
Absolutely.
Well, do you remember? Don't know if it was El Salvador, but they're using volcanoes.
Yeah,
for energy.
Have you seen the wave one? They have these like arms with floats on them, and when the waves move, they move like this, and it turns.
They're like a caterpillar thing. Yeah, I've seen them.
Yeah, that's really cool. I like that idea. You know, there's a lot of energy I think that we lose out the exhaust pipe in a figure of speech, right? Not in an engine, you know, you have all this power that's you know, made by the engine, but you lose 20% of it in the transmission, you lose so much in the differential, and you lose so much in the pavement to the tires, right? So we have a lot of untapped potential energy that we're just not utilizing yet. We just either don't have the technology, or we I believe it's not that we don't have the technology, that it's more lucrative for them to be inefficient than to be efficient, but I think that that's going to change. Like, for instance, like your home, okay? The power that comes in to your home is at a certain frequency, right? But all your appliances run off of like 60 hertz. So the frequencies don't line up. So they're inefficient and actually use more energy than they should. If they built the motors or they had a converter that converted the energy coming in from your home to align with the frequency of whatever it is you're using, then things would be more efficient and it would use a lot less power. So like I think more or less it's out of malice and greed that we are suppressed in our move forward with energy.
Well, that's always been the case. If something was free to create, yeah, then what you're gonna charge people for? There has to be something you charge for.
Exactly, it's about money, and that boils down to Thomas Edison and Nikola Tesla, right?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's a whole nother rabbit hole. Don't forget to smash that like button, guys. Subscribe to the channel. Share the show with your friends. Follow me on all platforms at Ozthecryptogoat. We're jumping down some rabbit holes, obviously, and we're looking at the charts as well. Honestly, I think all of this goes together. The rabbit hole stuff, the media stuff, the adoption of crypto, or the adoption of crypto, or digital assets, whatever you want to call it. You know, I think it's all working together, and it's all a giant shift, right? I believe everything is shifting, and that's why I believe that the energy problem that we have is soon to go away, because they can't allow us to move forward into this AI robotic technical age with that problem existing.
Well, the way it's looking at the moment, you got certain states in the United States making AI data centers, which are going to have their own. I don't know whether it's a nuclear plant or a solar field or what, yeah, but they're having their own thing and they're keeping it completely off grid and off the internet because of the AI.
Right.
Now, they're going to be producing a lot more energy than what they're using, but they're not allowed to sell it to the public.
Interesting. You know what's crazy about the AI thing is there's some places that are like testing AI and stuff, and they have it hooked up, right? And all the cables for it and stuff, while they're like testing and letting it learn and do different things, it's literally a guillotine that is manually operated. It's not electronical or anything, it's mechanical. And so at any point, if like this thing goes awry or whatever, they pull this guillotine and it cuts all the wires to it, all the power, everything. It's crazy.
Yeah, the dead man switch.
Exactly. I'll tell you, this AI stuff is scary, man. Did you see like the AI they were building? The AI wanted to copy itself and upload itself to the internet, and basically it wasn't allowed to happen, so it started blackmailing.
That was scary, bro.
Yeah, it
that
blackmailed the people, the scientists or whatever.
Yep.
That's so crazy.
It blackmailed them on emails of all things.
Yeah, like the dude like was like seeing some dominatrix or something, and it
did you see that
to his life.
Did you see that somebody, one of the investors from Caterpillar, that pulled out a couple of $1 trillion from investing?
Really? Why is that? I didn't see that.
Misuse of the machinery.
Interesting. See, I have a
That
in my
concerns
Discord.
Israel.
Join my Discord, buddy. Anytime you have news or something like that, any article, drop it in the news section so we can like deep dive into it and cover it. And like, I'll respond to like, or Revolution will, and say, this is what we found. And like, we deep dive into anything you post into like the news or the rabbit hole stuff, crypto, new projects. So definitely get in the Discord. I would drop it in your Discord, but you banned me, bro. You slapped me with a banana.
He does it to all of us weekly, so feel special, okay?
I know, right? Like, what did I do, bro? I thought we were friends.
That's how you know he likes you.
Yeah, he rugged me on Wadi's live the other day. And then I realized that's just what he does. I'm just giving you a hard time, buddy. Don't worry, I won't rug you here, bro. Because I'm happy to have you up here with us. I don't do the rugs.
On the topic of AI, a certain state.
Oh yeah, all good, bro. I'm sorry, my bad. I'm just like cooking as well. Just
Hey, no worries,
try and be in
man.
a little bit.
No
But
worries,
yeah, I'm
man.
here. Everything's sweet.
You're good, man. What were you saying, Starks?
I was saying on the topic of AI, there's a certain country at the moment that's starting wars all over the place in the Middle East. They made an AI to counter what's going on in the media, and their own AI turned against them, and they had to shut it down. I found it hilarious.
Interesting. See, that's the kind of stuff I want to see. I want to see that in the Discord. If you guys see articles like that, please drop them in the news section or rabbit hole, whatever it is. I try to keep things really filtered in there, so like put things in the right sections, but I go through everything. If you post something to the Discord, I'm going to read it. I'm going to look into it. So please drop it in there, man. I'd appreciate that.
We need to write some letters to stands with crypto and to our legislature and our government concerning AI related and crypto things that maybe we want changed, amended, or, you know, a focus group for.
Absolutely. And you can do that on your own. It's this easy. Go to Google and type in, how do I contact my state rep? Boom. And look it. Find your rep right here. And you just put in your address, city, and zip, and it'll give you their email, phone number, everything. You can literally call them. So, and what I would do is the best time to do this is during primaries. We're about to go into primaries right now. Right now is the best time to be ringing the bell, guys. Like, you can write them a letter about anything that you're concerned about. And it's their job to represent you. And I tell you, 99.9% of people don't even utilize this. It's usually like a group or a firm or whatever. If you're an individual that does this, they go like this. What? You know? And
yeah, the problem is these politicians, they don't understand anything of AI. So you can go tell them, right? But you might as well go tell a blind man to be a traffic warden.
And that's why we need
traffic lights. You know what I mean?
We need to hire the right people for the job around here. You know what I mean? Stop with the hiring people because of their race or whether they're a woman or a man or whatever. Let's hire the right people. Like, can we go back to a meritocracy where people were judged based on their merits and not who they are? Who cares if they, you know, what their past is or what they did? If they're the right person for the job, honestly, we're all human. We all make mistakes. We all do different things. Let's get the right people that know what they're talking about in, and quit having a what do you call it, a popularity contest. Like, we're having a great reset. We can all agree on that. Can we reset the politicians? For the love of God.
Well, this is the thing, and if politicians were doing their jobs, then the top 1% wouldn't have a say.
Yeah, that's true. I hear somebody tapping. Thank you for tapping away.
Sorry.
No,
I
you're
forgot.
good. You're good. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it. Don't forget to hit the like button, guys. Tap away. Share the show out. Share it with your friends. Let everybody know. I know there's a few big shows going down right now, so it is what it is. They'll come around here ending soon, and we should pick up viewership. But share the show out. Send a like. Send a gift if you can. If you can't, no big deal. All you got to do is hit the like button. Unfortunately, TikTok cares about money, right? So the gifts are what was that? The gifts seem to be what really pushes the algorithm. Honestly, I could care less about the gifts, but it is what it is. So, but if you can't give, obviously just hit the like button. And as always, anything that you give goes to the staff here. We still have the IT guy employed here, keeping everything running smoothly. Because honestly, I'll tell you what, guys, I know how to run audio and video equipment, but like the computer stuff and all of it, like it's more than I can manage. I can't put the show together, go live all the time, and edit the videos and make the content and do everything. Like, I need help. So that's why we have a quality show here, is because of viewers like you. We're PBS, essentially. So thank you, guys. I appreciate all of you that continue to support. And thank you to everyone in the panel here. Make sure you guys all follow everybody in the boxes down here, okay? Give them all a follow. These are all great people right here. And I feel blessed to have them on my show. And you should feel blessed to hear their opinions and their thoughts. That's the beautiful thing about TikTok, is we can actually come up here and have a conversation. It's not just me recording something and saying, everybody go buy XRP, it's going to 10K, and then that's it. That's the only information you get. You get that push and that pull here. And that's why I like TikTok, and I want TikTok to work. Things are changing with TikTok. I'm hoping that this new algorithm is better. Honestly, I don't know what it's going to be, but I'm going to give it another shot. We'll give it a shot. But please follow everybody in the panel here. They're great people, and I would consider them all my friends. So thank you all for coming up. We got about maybe like another 30 minutes for our guest.
Thanks for having me. I
Absolutely.
don't want to take over the show, so I'll drop down, but appreciate you.
Hey, take it over, bro. Here, I'm gonna put you on the. No, I'm putting you on the main screen.
Next time we'll have a chat.
No, you're on the main screen now, bro. You can't go anywhere. You're stuck here. Oh, he rugged us. He rugged us.
That's Chillwell's specialty.
Wait, we got another Bell Star?
I'm tapping on my other account.
Oh, you gonna have both of you guys up here?
Oh no, I didn't mean to.
All right, let's disconnect it. All right. Thank you guys, all of you guys, for showing up and hitting the like button and everything. Mother Dragons, how are you? Good to have you here. So Starks, tell me, what do you think, bro? Do you think the future is bleak or bright?
You want my honest truth or just what I tell people on TikTok?
I want the honest truth, brother. That's what this whole show's about.
Right. Well, I'm thinking we're going to have about 5-6 years of bliss entering this digital currency just to get everyone used to it. And when the, live free, be happy policy has run for about 5 years, I think they're really going to start tightening the leash on everyone. That's what I honestly think.
I
Right
agree.
now, you're in the honeymoon phase at the moment where everything's gonna be new. It's gonna look good. The grass is gonna look green on the other side. But when you get there, you're gonna realize, hold on, I was better off over there.
I agree. I think what they're going to do is like everything is like a hardship right now. It's been that way for a long time. It's the fourth turning. I don't know if you know about the fourth turning, anyone in here, but it's basically a cycle that the world goes through. And the fourth turning is a time of great despair, right? And the fourth turning is over in 2028, 2029, I believe. So we're getting close to the end of the time of despair. However, we need that despair in order for people to cling to a new idea, right? And so we get this new idea that we're going to reset everything, we're going to change everything, everything's going to be great, it's going to be very blissful, like you said, and it's going to be the problem, and they're going to have the solution, which it will be the new problem, right? And everyone will come running with open arms, embracing their demise for a short-term Band-Aid fix, right? And then long-term, yeah, we lose freedom, we lose free speech, we lose everything, and we enter a society of full control, dystopian, live in the pod, eat the bugs life.
You know, I say that to people, yeah, and people are like, nah, it's gonna be good, everyone's gonna live free, everyone's gonna be happy, right? I even hear people saying, oh, we're gonna have AI robots working for us. Well, if the companies are gonna have AI workers, why are they gonna employ one from you that's gonna break and need repairs that you gotta pay for when they can just run them directly from the company?
Right.
You know, it don't make sense. The only people that are going to benefit this situation with AI is the institutions.
Yeah, and I think the whole AI thing correlates with UBI and what was the other thing I was going to say? Shit, I forget. But basically what I see is for the future is that everything will, or digital currency, that was the other thing. So UBI, digital currency, and AI are all correlated, right? So basically AI creates a faster way to do things. Crypto gives us a new way to fund and finance things, and UBI is a new way for us to receive payment because AI is basically taking over the jobs. Robots do everything for us, right? And so there are no jobs left. Obviously there'll be some, but there's more people than there will be jobs, right? So I think the start of it is the AI takes over, the robots take over all the jobs, and everyone's like, hey, I don't have to work anymore. And then the next thing they come in is with UBI, and a universal based income, and so everybody gets an income. It's I'm not quite sure where the money's going to come from. My guess is from corporations will basically finally pay a tax or whatever, and they fund it out, just kind of like what we're seeing with tariffs.
That's never happening, bro. The only thing that's going to happen is the printing machines are going to come on permanently.
Well, that's what I'm saying is that's how, the cascading effect. So the next step is with that correlation is the digital currency. So then we're pushed out of the paper monetary system. We move into a digital asset system, and then we're under full regulation and full control over how we spend our money. There's no way to get around it, no way to get around taxes or whatever, and if it's UBI, obviously there's not going to be any taxes. I'm just saying, like, me personally, I think UBI is coming because if everybody gets laid off, and we're already seeing the beginning aspects of UBI right now in the US with the tariffs. They're talking about a tariff dividend everyone's going to get. They gave out stimulus checks to people. That's basically what UBI is. It's just going to be the printing of money and currency, giving it back. That's what it is now. I think it will change. Obviously, I can't begin to know and explain all of this, but I see the overall direction in which we're headed. And then therein lies the digital currency, which is the full control. Is
you gotta understand though, they're not gonna do that every year. They're gonna do it maybe for 5 years, and after that, no, we've transitioned now and we're not gonna do it no more.
I mean, for the meantime, this is very long term. I'm thinking 20, 40, 80 years into the future, right? Is what I'm seeing. That's a more of a short-term goal. I'm very zoomed out with this vision for the future. I'm talking about our children's future would be live in the pod, eat the bugs. They'll say, hey, you can't, they'll have control of your money because it'll all be digital. There won't be paper money anymore. And it'll be, you know, you go to the store and say, hey, I want to buy some meat, and they say, hey, you spent too much, you've used too much meat credits, you can have cricket soup. You know, you'll live in the pod, you'll eat the bugs. You'll say, oh, I want to go on a trip to wherever, and they'll say, no, you can't go there because your carbon footprint is too high. You need to lower your carbon footprint, blah, blah, blah. And people will live in the pod and eat the bugs. That's what I see. Obviously, I don't know. I'm speculating, but it sure does seem like the dystopian future we're headed down.
Don't we have
I'll tell you something. If I could, you know what? Yeah. I'm willing to put money on what you just says. I ain't even lying.
Bro,
you just
we
says
ain't gonna be alive
what
in 80
I wanted
years.
to say to you.
We ain't gonna be alive to see it. That's what I'm saying. But if I'm right, I'll tell you what. I will leave a silver dollar, a Liberty back on your tombstone if I'm still around.
Can't we just have like spirulina and like zucchini? Do we really have to eat the crickets?
I mean, yeah, because you got to have protein, right? Obviously beans or whatever, but crickets have, you know, more than just protein in them. We have to have a sustainable food for the future, right?
Isn't that what guinea pigs and quail are for?
What's that?
Quail and guinea pigs.
Snack Attack CEO says the guy's TA is a joke. Damn, I feel bad for you, brother. You know what I would tell you to do is you should probably buy this dip, man. Not financial advice, but I'd put it all in right now. I'd go all in, and then once we hit about 75K, sell it then. Buy the top, sell the bottom. That's what I would tell you to do. You're going to do really well that way. Not financial advice, ladies and gentlemen. That's what I would tell you to do.
You know,
hurry up and buy, guys.
A lot of different opinions. I have a lot of different opinions to a lot of the TikTokers here. But making comments like that is uncalled for. You could do it in a more constructive way. That's just terrible.
Are you talking about me or them? Because I'm being hyperbolic, obviously.
That person down there making that comment.
You know what? I'm okay with it.
CEO.
We need the comments. We need the engagement. Part of what I do is rage bait. Obviously, this is real TA that is legitimate and is probable. But the rest of the community, most of the people out there, they don't want to push that narrative. They want everything to pump. The only content that gets pushed is pump content, not dump content. So at the same time, it does help the algorithm because the guy is in the chat. That's why I don't ban him anymore. I welcome it. You think I'm wrong? Come up here. Actually, Snack Attack CEO, I want you to come up here and tell me why I'm wrong. I would love to hear it because I'm not about hating people or discounting anyone's ideas. If you have something that I'm not seeing, I want to know because I want to make money too. So please, if you can TA better than me, I challenge you to show me what I'm doing wrong. You know,
You're on
anyone
what
can
you
say
say.
that it's a joke, but tell me why.
Yeah, I'd like to know as well now, to be honest.
What was that?
I'd like to know as well.
Yeah, that's all I want to do is educate me. If I'm wrong, please say whatever you want, but have an argument to back it up. That's all I ask. Because if you don't, then obviously you're just, you know, rage baiting, but that's fine too. Go ahead, come on in and hit up the chat. I welcome it. G-Rod says, I love TA. I made 231% profit on it today. Dude, great job, man. G-Rod took my TA class. He was a hodler, and all he did was hold, and we were at the top, and he was like, what should I be buying? What should I be holding? And I taught him, I'm like, man, you need to be trading. And now he's making 231% trade profits. And instead of just losing his value, he's gaining value, whether it goes up or down. That's the beauty of this, is we make money whether the market goes up or down.
Yeah, it's good to have a strategy, you know, for the way out as well. Not just for when it goes up, you got to know when to sell. I mean, me, on the 21 bear market, I sold all my Bitcoin and I bought a bit of gold. And that's done quite well for me now. So it's a win-win-win in that respect if you know what you're doing. But a lot of people, they invest, they see the money go up, they think it's going to go higher, and it slowly comes down, and they're just hoping that it's going to go back up again. And we end up in this little cycle. Oh, it's come down $2,000. Oh, it's come down another $2,000. Oh, it's gonna go up now, but then it comes down another $1.5 grand. And before you know it, you're sitting at 65K, thinking, what happened?
Yeah. You know, it's sad that people just think that it can only go up, right? It comes down a little bit. They think, oh, it can only go up. I'm like, it really hasn't come down that much. It's up a lot. It's at 91K right now on Bitcoin. That's pretty dang high for a whole year of a bull run has gone by. That's pretty dang high, which is what leads me to believe like we're due for the correction. Obviously, the hopium and social media has kept it up higher, and it's a little less more volatile than it was, but it is still volatile. At the same time, Bitcoin does follow gold, right? So if Bitcoin does crash down to 75K and doesn't recover back up to a new all-time high from there, that's a pretty good indication that gold is going to collapse next. Because it is a bubble. You got to remember, all these things that you're seeing that are up right now, it's at those prices because of leverage trading. It's over leveraged. So beware. I don't mean to be the boogeyman and scare you guys, but these things are bubbles. G-Rod says, shit, I make more money when it goes down. Exactly. Why do you think I'm watching for the dumps more than the pumps? And it's easier to tell when it's going to go down than when it's going to go up. So a lot of times what I'll do is I'll just look, and G-Rod does this too. We do this in the Discord. We look for something that's up 90, 100% and put in a short. And it usually comes down, and it comes down a little bit lower. That's how you're making that 231%. You've been like 80% shorts. Nice. Yeah, shorts seem to be the way to go right now. One thing I can tell you about the markets is a bull kick comes all of a sudden, all at once. It's very hard and strong, and it's shoots straight up, right? But when you see that, that should be your, hey, the market's out of balance. and it's going to come back down, and that's when you short it. And you can catch both. You can buy the dips, sell the tops, and short the tops. You know, you can play it both ways. It's very simple. Starks, do you trade, or do you just like buy and hold, or do you short? What do you do?
I'll be honest with you, up until about 12 months ago, I was a holder. I was holding Bitcoin from like 16K, so I've done pretty well in that respect.
Absolutely,
but one thing I noticed about 12 months ago, my banks weren't going up no more, and for about 6 months, they were just going sideways, and Bitcoin was going up, and the altcoins were staying down, and I weren't seeing no real gains. And about 6 months ago, I made a decision, I'm going to start trading, so I started trading. I don't trade every day, but I trade every couple of days on like sure things, you know, when they hit the channel lines and stuff.
Yeah,
but that's what I'm doing. I don't think you're gonna make much money holding anything other than Bitcoin in this current market.
Right. We need, if you're gonna buy and hold, you need to wait for a smart money zone to buy, right? And that's gonna be 74K or lower.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's too high to buy.
For me now, I mean, I exited 1, 2, 3, and I exited most of it at 110. Right, for me to buy at this price is going to be pure stupidity, because if we come down to 40, I'm still going to lose half.
Yeah. And
hey, Mohammed, you got to tell these people you got in early too, though.
Yeah, absolutely. I got in the bottom of the bear market.
Yeah.
Yeah, 16K was that sweet zone, and I wish I'd bought more then. But I didn't really believe in Bitcoin. I was still sold on the idea of the beta test coin back then. You know,
I bought in at 17.
Yeah.
Okay.
Nice. Welcome to the 2-digit club, sister.
I mean, I told my parents about Bitcoin years and years ago, and they didn't even buy it till it hit 50. And they ended up holding it until it went up, and like they were about to sell it at a loss. And I said, no, just hold on to it. Wait a couple years. It's going to go up. I said, it's going to see 90K for sure. I was like, it'll probably go a little bit higher, but I would start taking profits at about 90K. And here we are. That's the level we're at right now. So let's say they held through and now we're entering the bear market and they get out at 90K now. They're in decent profits from 50, you know, but, you're not going to see much more, honestly. I just don't. There's not enough newbies and normies coming into it, right? Not enough.
Can I share a little story with you?
Hey, Oz, I'm gonna be the devil's advocate here. Yeah, there's not newbies coming, but if we just see just 1% or 0.5% of the stock market moving into crypto, there's going to be a lot of money flowing in. There doesn't have to be newbies to come in.
Yeah. The thing is, I think most of the people. Hold on. Let me just push back on that thought real quick. I think most of the people that are going to come in from the stock market are going to be small-handed investors. People aren't going to move, and it's going to be mostly retail people, and they're going to move a small portion of their 401k into it, you know, and just allocate a little bit of risk into their 401k. And that's really all we're going to see. Big whales are probably not going to move too much into it right away. I think what you're going to see is more whales come later, but they're going to know better off to wait for the bottom to buy. They're not going to buy right now.
I think he was talking about tokenizing the stock market rather than whales.
Yeah, I mean,
Oh, I
if,
thought you were talking about like ETFs.
no.
No, he said about tokenizing the actual stock market. There's only one problem with that, my friend. If that does happen, right, where's all this digital currency going to come from? Right? It's going to be like buying OTC and then selling on the market. That's going to be a bit concerning. When they transition from the stock market to the digital market.
Let's see here. I think we got our special guest here. What's up, buddy? How you doing? I'm gonna go ahead and rug all you guys, and you guys can come back up after the show.
Nothing new. Keep rugging us, Oz.
I'm gonna rug
just
G-Rod
a joke.
last,
Just
though.
a joke. Just a joke.
I'm gonna rug you last, G-Rod.
Rug me first.
Nope. You're last. If you're not first, you're last. All right. Thank you for coming up, buddy. I appreciate you.
Yeah, not a problem.
Yo,
What's up, Oz?
What is going on, man? Here, let's expand you up here. Everybody, go follow my boy, Prison to Blockchain, right here. You got a camera on today, or are we just doing the? There he
I got
is.
you. How you doing, Oz?
Good, man. Good to see you. Thank you for coming on today.
Nah, thank you for having me. I'm flattered for real. Honestly.
Thank you. So, first of all, who are you? What do you do? Tell us a little bit about yourself.
Well, my name's Zoe. I'm from West Virginia. I'm an HVAC technician, and I'm now investing in cryptocurrency. I'm not really a technical guy. I'm just a street hustler from the street since I was 13, 14 years old, and been in and out of prison 90% of my life. And I was looking for a change, and cryptocurrency fell in my lap.
So one of the reasons I had you come on here is because your name, Prison to Blockchain. So you said you spent 90% of your life in and out of prison. Do you mind talking about that a little bit more, or is that like a subject you don't want to touch on?
Nah, I'm not ashamed of it because people need to understand what happened, because we make mistakes. It ain't where you're being, it's where you're going.
Absolutely.
So I started selling smugs in 1996. I was around 13. I ain't dropped out of school till around 9th grade. But full throttle on the streets since then, at early 90s, and ended up going to juvie from 17 to 18. Got out at 18, then at 22, I got caught with a key of cocaine and ended up doing time for that. Got out at 28, went back at 32, and now I'm 42, and here I am.
Dang, you did that long for drugs?
Yeah.
That's crazy. Because of sales or something like that?
No, my last one I got 9 years over 2 ounces. 9 years.
That's crazy, bro.
I did 7.5 off of that 9.
That's a lot. Hey, did you like sign a deal? You got hit with that? Like what happened?
Nah, somebody wore a wire on me the first time. Got the 9 years.
They got you snitching. Dang.
Mhm.
And so was that a federal case or a state?
Yeah, my last one was a federal case.
That's why you did so much time. Damn.
Yeah, my first one was a state case, but they pulled me over on a freeway coming from Columbus, Ohio to West Virginia,
Damn.
And,
cross state lines, federal offense.
I didn't cross the state line yet, but they got me right before. That's why I did the 6 years for that the thing of coke, the brick. Let me say that. I ain't gonna say the C word.
Yeah. For the rocks.
Yeah.
For the drywall.
Yeah,
My
yeah.
boy was slinging drywall. Hey, you know what?
Yeah.
Everybody's got a pass. Like I'll tell you what. Like throughout my life, if you don't mind me telling a little bit of my story, because I told you we have more in common than you think, and this is a story that I've been wanting to tell everyone for a while. That I've been kind of waiting for the right time before I actually did it. And I felt like it was best to do it here with you because look at you, what you've done with your life. Where you came from, and here you are, you're on TikTok, you're doing something positive with your life. You're educating people in digital assets and I see some of your lives, it's not even all crypto, like you guys are just talking about life and being positive with life, and like I saw that and I was like, man, like this guy needs a platform. What you're doing is the right thing, and you're not out here trying to shill coins or nothing like that. Like you're looking for knowledge and education, and you're trying to spread what you have as far as knowledge and education with the class. And I absolutely respect that, bro. So like you got my stamp of approval. Everybody follow my boy right here.
Appreciate you.
Absolutely, man. But one thing I want to tell you is it's like I said, we had something in common. I actually, the difference with me is I was innocent. Right. I obviously, I guess you're admitting to it. You did something, you had a wire or whatever, but the system comes down on people.
Yes, it does.
And it seems like, nowadays, it's even easier for someone to catch a charge, have their life thrown away, lock you up. I was looking at 14 years. And I did about a year in county. I didn't actually get to prison. I got a suspended prison sentence.
Yeah.
So I'm currently serving 4 years in prison, out of prison right now.
Yeah.
But what happened to me so I carried a firearm legally for the last 10 years. And I had a license to do so and everything. And I came home from work. I was working in LA. Came home. I was gone for like 10 days at work. I come home and a bunch of people had broken into my house and were robbing me. I had my previous podcast at the time.
Yeah.
And I called the police or whatever, and I get out of my truck and I'm like, hey, like, what are you guys doing in my house and whatever and whatnot, right? And they like basically surrounded me and were like getting very aggressive. One guy like took his shirt off and he's like, gonna fight me or whatever. And I basically, all I did was I said, hey, back up, I got a firearm. They ran into my house and the cops showed up. And they called the cops on me after I'd already called the cops. They said that I pulled a gun out on them and pointed it at them, which I should have had the right to do. It's my own damn house.
Yeah.
Right? And because I live in California, bro, they arrested me. They claimed squatters' rights on my house and were able to legally rob me. They took away my home, everything I had in it, and my freedom. Bro,
that's some BS right there.
Yeah. And I was staring down the barrel of 14 years, bro. And they didn't want to cut a deal. They didn't want to do anything. They were like, we got you. Because, they showed up. They found my gun in the car. I told them where it was. I'm like, yeah, it's in the glove box. It's right there, whatever, And they're like, all right, we got him. He's got a gun or whatever. And like, I wasn't even doing nothing, bro. And so like, but hey, despite everything that happened, and when I was locked up, everybody was like, hey, don't take that suspended sentence. Don't take it. They're going to get you on a violation. You're going to end up doing those 4 years. So I actually made it through my probation and served my probation. And so now I don't have to do those 4 years. Now, I'm not sure if I do get in trouble within that 4 years. I think I can still go back, but I ain't gonna do anything. So like, obviously, right? So, but like, dude, they tried to violate me several times, man. So like, I had my firearms in my name or whatever. I had to transfer them out of my name and stuff because I had an arsenal, bro. Like, I had a lot. Dude, it was a lot of money just to get them out of my name, and I'm just out of jail and everything. So like, I had to fire sale them and everything. It was a big old ordeal. I lost a lot of money. But basically they were like, oh, well, you didn't submit the paperwork to the court or whatever. They tried to put me right back in prison when I had done literally the next day I was out. I had all of them sold. It was done. Right. Went Turner's and dropped them off. Said, take it. But yeah, they tried to hit me with that. And then there was another one. I'm supposed to check in with my probation officer. And I checked in a day early, right? Because I had to work. And they tried to violate me for not checking in on time. Because I didn't check in on the day. I checked in a day early. I'm like, are you fucking serious, bro? Like, they wanted me to go back to prison. Everyone was right. Like, dude, I came so close. There were many times where I was like, I had to go back into court, and I was, any given moment, I could have gone right back in, and I would have been shipped right off, man. But like,
see, one thing about the can I say to tell you this? Why they doing it to you? One thing about the system, right? They done already locked all of us BLK men up. That's what it's all about, right? So now they need beds, they need bodies, right? So they'll do anything to get a body because the system is worked off. That's how they get paid, off of bodies. You know what I'm saying? They get paid off our bodies.
It's a system to make money, right? So they need to fill that those cells up because they get paid on it, and it's
They get paid by the beds.
It's a money laundering system too. Like, most of them are owned by shell companies, owned by politicians that are making and enforcing the laws. Yeah, it's really bad, man. But one of the reasons I brought you on here to talk, I know we're going to talk some crypto too, but this is one thing that I wanted to use my platform for, is to educate people about the injustices that are happening in the criminal justice system right now. And I'm sure, because if you were locked up, then you know what I'm talking about. I was locked up during COVID, right?
Me too.
Yeah. Hey, did they give you the COVID meals? Did you go through that?
Did I?
Yeah, so
they had the cow house shut down. We was eating bologna sandwiches.
Bologna.
We were getting boxed lunches.
3 hot meals, man, and they were giving you bologna sandwiches every. It was not food. We were starving to death in there. And then
starving.
Did your section ever get shut down because somebody tested positive?
Listen, it was a prison full of 1,500 individuals, right? I'm in a federal prison in Mississippi, Yazoo, Mississippi. You couldn't leave the unit. Everybody locked in the whole unit. You feel what I'm saying? It ain't like cells or nothing. It's like just an open barracks, and we all locked in there.
Yeah, so you were in GP in like the big population, a dorm, right? That's where I was. Oh, what happened? We lost you. Uh-oh, we lost him.
I got kicked off. I was disconnected.
Sorry, man. That was an accident. I was trying to expand you, and you got disconnected. Go ahead. So you were in a dorm.
Go ahead.
You were in a dorm. Mm-hmm. I was in a dorm. It was like 75 people in my dorm, and then in the wing that I was at had 5 different blocks of like 75 people in them, and that was just like
we had 150 in that motherfucker.
Yeah.
150, and you ain't going nowhere. And then like I used to pass the trays out, Oz. I ain't gonna lie to you. Let me get an extra. Let me get an extra. No, you can't get an extra. We gotta make sure everybody eat. But it was crazy though. I'm gonna tell you a story. Like what really changed my life. I didn't do anything to get in trouble while I was in prison. Try not to, but I was getting transferred from the inside the fence to outside the fence to a prison camp. Right, and it was during COVID, and they had me go through quarantine. Them some bitches forgot about me in quarantine and left me in there for like 3.5 months in a cell by myself.
They did that to me, bro. They left me alone, and when I say a dungeon, bro, like when you imagine a medieval dungeon, that's where I was. I was underground, and it was like old school. Like this place was built like during World War II, and it was a camp that they kept the an internment camp for the Japanese or whatever during that time. And bro, it was a 1-man cell, and it was basically the length of the bed was the width of it, and it was like you could put 2 beds, but 1 bed was missing, and that was like your walkway. 14 days in there, no TV, no shower, no. The water that came out was brown. And when you flushed the toilet, shit water went everywhere.
I believe it.
And I was living in my own refuse like that for 14 days. It was awful, bro. It was.
I know.
And they wouldn't let me have a book or a Bible or nothing. Like, dude, it was foul. I couldn't access the kiosk. I couldn't use the phone. They locked me in there and forgot about me for 14 days, bro.
Yeah, they did you wrong in there. That was inhumane right there.
And I no human contact, no nothing. And the only way I could tell time, because the lights are on 24/7, only way I could tell time was when the food trays would come. And that was it.
You know that coming. You know that's coming. In count time.
Yeah, they wanted me to suffer. And what was crazy is because I was in solitary, but they treated me like I was a solitary, like I deserved it or something, right? But I was only in there because I tested positive for COVID, which I know I didn't. I was not sick. But they got paid more money for every person. So every person came through with COVID. It was bad. And what they're doing in these prisons, man, it is inhumane. It is so bad what they're doing to people. It's downright evil. And one of the other things that, and I'm hoping that through this platform, eventually, maybe we can bring light to this and make a change. And I'm sure this goes on in every country. It's probably worse elsewhere. But like the air is like a recycled air system that comes through, and the water is recycled water. So you're literally drinking toilet water that's been like filtered, and they would not clean the filters regularly. So like every week or two, you would get this smell in the section, right? And it smelled like rotting flesh and shit. And it would come through the air vents and you could smell it. And I would like try to block it with like wet tissues and stuff to like keep it from coming down. But anyone that slept under a vent was sick all the time, always sick. And whenever I would smell that, I'd instantly put a mask on to like kind of filter it out. But they were like pumping this air, and whenever you would get that smell, then all the water, you would start to see toilet paper in the water. And it was like they weren't cleaning the filtration system of the water or whatever. And like the water filtration was on site too. It was bad, man. And they're poisoning us. It was awful.
And then like people, you can't buy bottled water in there, so people, you got to drink the water. You know what I'm saying? You cannot buy bottled water. And it's a little different. And I know what you're talking about. When I was at the federal prison camp, I seen how they did the water filtration system. They don't take care of it. They don't take care of none of that stuff. Half of them, they're just to get a paycheck. Half of the guards, they're just to get a paycheck. They don't care about us, you know? Some of them do, some of them don't.
They
especially
really
in
don't.
federal prison.
Yeah. And I mean, there's a few people in there that are like caring or whatever. And I got moved to like a medical section because like I have like medical issues and stuff, right? And so luckily that was actually a good thing for me because there was a lot of old dudes with walkers and stuff. It wasn't as active as some other places, like where I first was at. It was like always popping off, man. They used to, I was in J Tank. They used to call it Jumpin' J because it was like, it was wild in there, man.
Yeah, gladiator school in there, huh?
Yes, bro. And dude, and they be like people like me, man, I would get heart checked all the time. Every time I got moved somewhere, they did a heart check on me. I got put on the wall so many times by my own people just because, you know, they wanted to test me or something, man. And like, dude, it got to a point where I actually went ROP. I said, fuck all you guys. You guys are fucking with me. I ran my own program because, and this is my little segue back into economics and crypto, right? So I got a enlightenment in economics when I was in there. Because when I ran ROP, they tried to basically exile me, right? And I couldn't, transact with anybody or do nothing or whatever. But luckily I had money in there, right? I had some money on my books. I got arrested with some cash in my pocket. So I taught everybody in the section a lesson in economics, right? I gained control of all the assets in there, which put a little bit of a target on my back at first. But once I started to like build up, you know, whatever I was doing, I became too valuable because like I could make anything. Like, dude, we had miniature golf. I had miniature golf. We had ping pong. I made a chess set. I'll probably bring it on. I'll show you what I made.
Yeah.
Like some of the stuff that I made. I was able to sneak some of it out. But I made a whole chess set out of like this Play-Doh that I made out of food. You know? And like I could make anything in there. I was making tattoo guns. I was, you know, you name it, I could make. I could make a fucking handcuff key that I made. I made a couple of them that were made out of like a carbon fiber type of material that I created in there. I used.
Lucky you didn't get caught with that.
Right. Well, I would sell them, bro. So like, it got to a point where I was so valuable. I had every resource at my fingertips, right? And I was balling in there. Like once I went ROP, like nobody could take, you know, tax my stuff anymore. And like I was too powerful because like, you know, I kept everything running, right? Anything they needed, I had it, you know, and I would go around and so like I like to drink at the time because I was bored, right? Yeah. So one time I got blacked out drunk, and mind you, it was on Black Friday. I got blacked out drunk, and I started some shit, and I kicked somebody down the stairs and got into a big old tussle thing, right? And basically, this is when I decided to go ROP. They said you can't drink alcohol anymore. You're cut off or whatever, right? And I was like, oh, okay. I'm gonna teach y'all a lesson in economics. I gained control of every sugar and fruit product in that entire section.
That's the money.
And I hiked the prices up on everything because you couldn't produce nothing without me. I was like, all right, you're going to drink alcohol? You're going to pay for it. Right? And so then they couldn't do nothing about it because they needed me so much because I was producing everything else. I mean, I was making... You name it, I made it, dude. Like, it's crazy, like the shit I was making. Because
I believe it.
I'm an engineer, right? So like, it's my job to solve problems.
Yeah.
You know, so like, dude, it was crazy. I made ping pong balls. We had fucking beer pong we were playing.
Y'all was having fun.
Oh, dude, I made a Monopoly board, and I made like the little dog and the houses and the thimble and the wheelbarrow and everything. Like, and we had and we called it Your Mom Monopoly. And I actually called somebody on the phone and had them list out the board and map it out to me over the phone so that I could like make a full life-size board of Monopoly. And the depths come walking through and they're like, y'all played Monopoly? Like
they didn't give y'all games? They didn't give y'all games to play board games?
No, this was county. This was county. It's worse.
Yeah,
it's worse in county than it is in prison. Like you actually you're there to live there, right? So like you get a little bit more luxuries and stuff. We didn't have none of that. So like it was like all the luxuries that you would have in prison, but in county, like in my section. That's why they wanted me, bro. Like I was working on Connect 4 and I made ice chests, bro, out of the foam trays and shit.
Yeah, I'd have loved to have you in my pod.
Oh, bro, literally people would come to me. I'd be like, think of anything you want and I'll make it happen for you. I'll make it happen, Captain. And that was me, bro. It was, I'll tell you what, I had a lot of fun. There was a lot of times where it was cool, like chilling and playing poker with the boys and stuff. There were fun times, but man, it was the most scariest, most unpredictable environment. You're always looking over your shoulder, especially like playing poker too. Like shit can pop off with that, you know. Every time you step in the shower, somebody might come at you or whatever, like, and there were many times I fought for my life, bro. And it was at the same time, like, I never learned how to talk to people, you know. I my brain operates differently, right? And even on this app, man, I've struggled to deal and talk with people. But I learned a lot of how to people in there. So it was the worst time of my life, but I wouldn't trade it for anything, because it taught me how to be strong, you know. No matter what, nothing will ever bring me down.
And that's how I am in my life too right now, you know, after everything I've been through, because we go through things for a reason. That God wanted you to go through that to put you where you at right now, to test you, you know, because everything is a test. I wouldn't be here right now if I didn't go through the things that I went through, you know. So it's all about like measures of the heart, and I had to learn what I had to learn through this, you know, through these situations. And like you said, like my whole life been having to watch over my shoulders in the streets, my whole life, you know. So yeah, I don't regret none of everything. None of it. I'm glad I went through it, because I wouldn't be right here talking to you right now.
Absolutely.
You know, I wouldn't be into digital assets the way I am. You know, I don't think I would be where I'm at with the prison of blockchain community if I didn't go through what I went through. So I'm grateful for those trials and tribulations, you know.
And you know, I probably wouldn't have gotten so close with God if it hadn't been for being in there. Like, and people like try to educate me on the Bible. I'm like, have you ever sat down and read every word? Like, I had a lot of time on my hands. I read every word of it. I don't know if you're a believer or not. You are. So
Yeah, I believe in God. I don't follow a religion. I just follow God, you know.
Same here. And that's one of the things, like, I teach people. A lot of people are very dogmatic. They're like, oh, you're in the stock market, you're gambling, God says you can't gamble. I'm like, show me where it says that. Show me one place where it says it. They don't know what they're talking about, you know. But
I can tell you some scripture now.
Same here. And I think you know, religion's a little less dogmatic than what we're told. We actually talked about this last night on the show, is that a lot of what's in the Bible has been removed, changed, manipulated.
Yep.
And so it can't be dogmatic anymore, right? You just got to know what's right and wrong, and listen to your maker. He'll tell you what to do, you know?
And you know, and for the individual, what he's talking about is your discernment. You know what I'm saying? Your spirit, the inside of you. Because in Luke 17:20, right, it says the observation of God is not coming back the way you think. But then in Luke 17:21, the next verse, he says the observation of God is within inside of you. So we all have God within inside of us. You're the generator of your life, you're the operator of your life, and you're the destroyer of your life. You know what I'm saying? So we make these decisions, and that's what Oz was just breaking down, you know?
Absolutely, man. So tell me more about your situation, and so you do obviously we talked about where we come from and what we've been through. Where are we at now?
You know, now I'm an HVAC technician, you know, for one of the biggest companies in West Virginia, well, in Southern West Virginia. I'm an HVAC tech. I started in Tennessee, then I moved back to West Virginia because
Did you take the prison program to learn that?
I did on my first prison stint. I did, but when I got out, I ain't go back. I went back to the streets.
Yeah.
I was 28. I said, man, I went in at 22, because the age you go in is the age you are when you come out mentally. You know, you might have grown, but you got to think your life has stopped. It's like Groundhog Day. If you're doing the same thing over and over for years, your mind hasn't grown through life experiences.
Absolutely, man. So, like, tell me, like, when did you learn about digital assets, and what got you into it? What got you excited about it? Tell me more about that, man.
All right. I took economics in prison too. Let me tell you that. Macro, micro, took accounting, took all of that. All right. So 2023, around March of 2023, I had downloaded TikTok, got on here, start scrolling through. And then somebody was like, ISO 222, they switching from Swift to the ISO messaging system, go buy those digital assets, that's those cryptos that's ISO compliant. And I went and looked it up because I'm inquisitive. So I went and looked that up. What is ISO 222? Start researching. And I put Quant, XRP, XLM, HBAR, Algorand. And that's what started me. And here I am now.
Awesome, man. So let's talk about that ISO 222. Tell me, what is it? What is it?
It's a global messaging system for the banks, for all financial institutions to speak the same language, so we can move money cohesively. Because the money has a lot of friction right now. The money moves slow throughout the world. So if you move money wires, like say we move a wire, this for the people in the back, guys. I know you know. So if you move a wire across seas, it takes 7 to 10 days. People in power want their money to move instantaneously.
Absolutely. They also want it to move securely as well, right?
Yeah.
So like, let's talk about that for a second. So let's say, and I'll kind of segue back into the ISO thing. But let's say you're an institution, right? And you want to move some money. You got $10 billion you got to move, right? Now, if in the real world, if I want to move that money, I put it in an armored truck and I put it on the road and it moves down the road and it's safe and secure in that truck. It might take it a while to get there because of traffic and whatever and whatnot, but it gets there and it gets there safe, right? Whereas, would you rather trust the armored truck or the crackhead with a bicycle that can get it there faster?
The crackhead with the bicycle.
No, come on, bro. You trust the crackhead with the $10 million? You be Dave Chappelle with the largest rock in the world, bro.
I had to say that. I had to make you laugh, man. Hey, I like to have fun, man. We got to have fun in life, man. We only get one opportunity at it. But not he right though, the armored truck.
Yeah. And I think that's why the next narrative will be privacy and security, right? Because we have to be private on what's moving where and where it's going, and it needs to be secure. If institutional money is going to be going through the blockchain, right? So let me ask you, what do you think delivers that privacy and security in the blockchain?
Metallicus ecosystem.
Who?
Metallicus.
Tell me more. Tell me more.
Metallicus is the only compliant ecosystem out there. Bank Secrecy Act, anti-money laundering. You know, it's built for the institutions, built for compliance first.
And it's fast, right?
0.5 seconds, a half a second finality.
And what?
No gas fees, too.
Tell me more. Why it's secure? I like no gas fees. You got me. You got my ears going up like this because I've heard of Metallicus, but I haven't really deep dive into it. So please educate me a little more.
See, Marshall Hayner said it. See, Marshall Hayner is the co-author of the KYC and the co-author of the Genius Act. He's part of this whole system. He's just one of the brainchilds, like Jed McCaleb. I know XLM too. I love XLM too. So
me
I
too.
just like, you know, I'm a big XLM guy. That was my first ecosystem that I learned. But Metallica is like, they didn't set the, you know how it's a lot of bridging going on with all of the hacks going on in the bridges. Yeah. Like when we moving money, it's like, that's what David Schwartz, he said, the hacks and with the bridges, right? So Metallicas have created something called the Metal blockchain, and they got something called the intra-blockchain. So it's going to stop all of the hacking. So it's created a sandbox for each of these digital assets to come into, to operate into their own sandbox. And you could, in case you have to hack the whole blockchain to get in. You get what I'm saying?
Interesting. I like it.
I'm not too technical. I just understand. I love how to make money, and I understand. You know, I'm not a technical guy. I ain't got number the 9th grade education, but I know money when I see money.
Hey, you know more about it than I do, so I can't. you don't worry, you're good, bro.
Now that's why I asked you last night. You remember I asked you, do you think Bitcoin going to proof of work or a proof of stake? And yes, it's going to proof of stake. Everything's if you do your research on the Metallica's ecosystem, it's already ISO compliant. It's already working with FedNow, U.S. Faster Payments Council. They done onboarded over 13 credit unions right now, and 20 more is waiting in line.
That you know what? I'm gonna have to look into that one because now I'm like turned on to it. I like it. I thought you were gonna tell me XRP, man.
Nah, I'm not the XRP popped my cherry, you know, but XPR network is faster than XRP. It does 4,500 transactions per second.
But is it safer?
It's way safer.
Right. And I think there's a lot of technology out there as far as XRP goes that's faster and safer.
Mm-hmm.
And I honestly feel like XRP is a bit of a dead technology. And as time goes by, a lot of these projects are going to fall to the wayside.
Mm-hmm.
You know, obviously the narrative through social media is really pushing the XRP thing, bro.
That's why I push Metallicus.
Yeah, I think with XRP, it's going to have its place in something, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's going to do something.
It's
but
the ledger. It's the ledger. Think about it. XRP ledger. It's the accounting ledger, digital accounting ledger. That's how I look at it. I'm just using common sense, right? That's how I see it.
Yeah, but who's even using the ledger? It's like the lowest used, ledger that's out there. So I don't know. I think a lot of the XRP stuff is moon cheese, but you had mentioned XLM. XLM was my first one that I really got into, that and XRP long time ago. And I like XLM better because, it's a public traded company and they don't own all the supply, and I see it as more of like daily money, right? Like an actual like stuff that retail's going to use to transact. Maybe not institutional, but retail definitely. Like XLM's going somewhere. And
yes, it is.
I think a lot of people, they see XLM and XRP as kind of like the same thing, but they're not. Like different companies are owning and operating them. They're very similar, but they're not the same.
Can I speak on that right fast?
Yeah, please.
I was on the live the other night, and the guy was like, XRP and XLM the same. I said, does XRP have smart contracts? He said, no. I said, XLM has smart contracts. They have sorbet built inside of their ecosystem so that they don't have to go, institutions don't have to go off chain to do transactions. So they do everything in-house. You know what I'm saying?
Well, XRP is technically supposed to be having smart contracts come to the ledger. Yeah, so that it's speculative though. There's no real concrete anything about it yet.
You got to wrap the XRP for it to have it as a smart contract. Where XLM already got the Rust Solidity built inside of the ecosystem.
Yeah. Another this is a little off topic from all this, but I have a theory.
Okay.
That native tokens are obsolete altogether. I mean, though there will be some that have like some use case in the background, but won't really produce much value. I believe that stable coins is the future of everything. And they say no CBDCs, and like that's how the Clarity Act's written, that's how the executive order's written. But stable coins is CBDC without the label.
Yep, that's all it is.
Yeah, and it seems like that's the direction everything's headed, right? It seems like we are moving towards a CBDC type society. And think about like everyday, transactions and stuff. Let's say, we move to a digital world of currency where they're like, all right, we're going to give you, you worked all week. We're going to give you your paycheck and you're getting paid in whatever token, right? If the value fluctuates and you get paid, you might have to wait before you can spend your money. You might have to, or you might have to spend it all right away because it's going to go down. Like, you know what I mean? It doesn't really make sense in real world application, but stable coins does. And with it earning APY, now obviously they're trying to take away the APY. And that's why we want the Clarity Act, but we need to amend it a little bit more. We'll talk a little bit more about that later. But, stable coins seems to be like, if we're really looking at adoption and the move towards using this as the way we operate as a society, it seems like stable coins is the more likely option. And a lot of stable coins don't need native tokens to operate. What do you think, bro?
You got a point there. I know one thing, like with the a lot of stable coins, think about this though, Oz. There's going to be a lot of friction with different stable coins, right? because this bank having this stable coin, this bank having that stable coin, right? So that's what Metallic has created, something called the XMD stable coin. You can mint the XMD with USDC, with Tether, with PayPal, with RLUSD. You can, and it's 1 for 1, and don't
But
never lose its
is
value.
there a transaction fee in doing that though?
Nope.
See, that's a good thing, because I really feel like if that's the case, and like we got Amazon coin and Walmart coin and all these different coins, because they're all those two coins I just named exist. They're making them happen right now. So if we don't get a hold on that, then what we're going to see is the new overdraft fee or transaction fee is going to end up becoming transaction fees from stablecoin to stablecoin, and then that's wherein lies the native token, maybe somewhere in facilitating that. But with Metallicus, you telling me that it don't do that now, dude, you're turning me on to it. Now I gotta look into this thing. Now I gotta look into it. But hey, all my warriors out there, my little minions that research everything, we gotta look into this Metallicus thing, because if what you're saying is true,
go look into it. You'll be back.
Yeah.
Echo came over. Echo, Mims, like they all coming because they see the compliance. They see what is built. You can go look up the Metal L2 stack, the EVM stack. All of that's, everything is the banking layer, right? All of that's coming over there. Everything coming over there.
Interesting. I like it, bro. I like it.
See, the A chain, right? The Metal blockchain A chain is built on top of the Avalanche protocol, but they basically enhance the Avalanche Snow protocol. So once you get inside of these sandboxes, you can do up to 100,000 TPSs per second.
That's awesome, man. Yeah, we're gonna look into that more, because like anybody can just say stuff, right? But like me, like I'm based on hard facts, right? So I'm gonna look into this thing. We're gonna find it, and obviously I don't shill coins, right? There's been a few I've been like, hey, I like this project, I think it's cool, I'll do some TA on it or whatever, but I'm not really a coin shiller. That's not what I do. But
me neither.
If there's a good project out there, like you're saying, that's what we're all here for, right? We're all speculating on what is the next money, right? What is it going to be?
Go look it up. Go do your research and get with me tomorrow.
Yeah. We'll do this again for sure. I 100%, bro. Like,
hey, and also with XLM, right? I still buy XLM. I still buy Stronghold. You know, they're partnered with Security, right? And then ZK Verify is now partnered with Security and coming to the Stellar Network for the privacy, because that is the new stock market, the Stellar Network.
Interesting.
You got a Lobster wallet?
No, most of what I do is Cardano stuff, right? Because like I've been all about Cardano, because like I said earlier, like I believe the next narrative and everything is like privacy and security. So Cardano has Midnight, Glacier Network, right? And Cardano was the only blockchain that's never been hacked. That changed like a week ago. So they got hacked for the first time. And then Cardano was created to operate with Bitcoin. So it's supposedly you're going to be able to hold custody of your Bitcoin on Cardano and stake it there. But it seems like that narrative's starting to shift. So now I'm like, okay, like what is it going to be? Because like, you know, we keep getting like these little bits, right? And we're speculating on it, trying to figure out what it's going to be. And it's always something new and something whatever coming out. So yeah, I'm looking for the next thing right now. So maybe you found it.
Not me. I thank DeFi King for finding it. He helped me find it. DeFi King, CCS. I'm gonna show you something.
CCS is good. Yeah, I like him.
Yeah, CCS. That's where I learned the most of it from. See, this is the loan markets right here on the Metallica's ecosystem. You can come over here and earn against your digital assets. And it's a compliance. It's all compliant through the BS Bank Secrecy Act, FedNow, and U.S. Faster Payments Council. You're getting 16% on your USDC. You can bring your Bitcoin over here and lend and borrow against it. This is the lending and loan market. Like you can bring your Stellar. That's the metal dollar right there. The one I was just telling you about, the XMD.
And that's Metallicus right there.
Yeah, this is their DEX right here. They lending protocol system. This is H bar. You can bring your H bar and lend it.
Really?
Ether. Yeah. Then metal Dow. That's the that right there is the L2 layer, the banking layer right there. That's the governance token of the ecosystem. You got Dogecoin. You got Cardano.
Governance token. That's another name for meme coin.
It's another name for meme coin.
Yeah, governance token is basically, this is a meme coin, but if you hold it, you have voting rights. It's a meme coin.
Yeah. That's what it is. Exactly.
Shiba Inu was the first governance token. And dude, I round tripped that bag like a noob, bro. I made a lot of money that I lost. That was a sad bag to see.
You can farm and lend. They got their own DEX. The WebOff wallet is the most secure wallet. So you can farm. Let me go over
You
here.
can farm on it too, huh?
Yeah.
Can you lend your crypto there for other people to leverage?
Yeah, that's what I was just showing you over here.
Yeah, okay.
Right here, the loan market.
Interesting.
Yeah, right there. Then you can lend it and borrow against it.
Yeah, you can borrow also. Nice.
Yep, you see, lend and borrow against it.
That's a nice little gem there, bro. I have to admit, that's a nice little gem.
Coinbase does it, but Coinbase is not Bank Secrecy Act compliant and working with FedNow.
It will be, though. I'm not worried.
Yeah.
Man, I hate Coinbase, man.
Me too.
Coinbase is trash. Every time I try to trade on it, bro, I get signed out, like right when something's happening, or like try to cash out when it goes out. The network's down. I can't use it. Charts never work right. I hate it, bro. It's so slow. I just can't. And the fees,
As soon as you go to FedNow, you see Metallicus. It only makes sense to me.
That's on FedNow.
FedNow web. Yep.
And FedNow is the new federal digital currency that they're doing, where they're going to make payments through IRS and everything else. Interesting. Bro, this is the one, man. If that's the case, everything you're telling me is true, but the fact that it's on the FedNow. Now, is FedNow using anything else? Or is it just
Stronghold working with FedNow? Yep.
Yeah, anything that's connected with FedNow is more than likely going to be adopted in some way.
Mm-hmm.
It seems like they're probably going to have, multiple projects and then maybe go with one later on. Because, government payouts, for like disability and stuff, it used to go through Bank of America. Now it's through some other thing now. So obviously they switch and transition, but dude, I think you got a gem right there, bro. I really do. That's awesome.
Hey, I'm gonna send you you had to send me your information. I got a bot already. So they let you know I've been doing something. TikTok that gave me a bot, and I ain't even got about 4,000 followers.
For real?
Yeah, I got a bot, man.
Oh shit! All mine's organic.
Yeah, I built my page organically, but somehow they got a bot that made a page. Somebody made a page, and I got a bot now.
You know what? Eventually, bro, and you probably already have them now, where there'll be fake accounts of you, right?
That's what I'm talking about, the fake accounts.
Yeah. Dude, I realized this the other day. I'm a lot bigger than I realize. Because there are bot accounts that have hundreds of thousands of followers and they steal my content and repost it. And so I realized, I'm like, honestly, I don't care about the recognition. I care about the message, right? I want to make a difference in this world. I want to do something positive with my life. I want to, that's part of why I wanted to talk about, the first subject of like the whole prison thing and like shed some light to the community that like, there are some serious atrocities that are happening to people. These are people, not animals. Like, and even animals, I wouldn't treat animals that way, man. It's bad. It's bad.
You got to think, for 4 ounces, I got in my last case, I got 9 years for 4 ounces.
That's crazy, man. I'm
For
sorry.
real.
And it's not like you tried to hurt anybody. Like my charges, I get it. Obviously,
Yeah.
any other state, if I hadn't been in California, I wouldn't have got charged. I was on
And
my
not here,
own.
because we got open carry. You ain't got to have gun license in West Virginia or
Right.
Tennessee.
In California, guy with gun equals bad guy.
Mm-hmm.
You know, that's the problem is out here. But honestly, I feel like God put me through that situation and then put me where I'm at today so that I could eventually shed light on what's going on and make a difference. You know, I think everything happens for a reason. And I think that's why, you know, I don't know your whole situation, but we all go through things. God puts us through the fire to refine us.
Mm-hmm.
Like silver.
It's just like making a sword. What they do when they make a sword?
Right. They hammer it and they reheat it and they hammer it and they reheat it until finally it's a fucking katana that can cut through anything.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? So yeah, I feel it. And dude, I'm glad to see you out and free, man, and with us. And I want you to know, like, you got my backing and support. I'm here for you, bro. Anything you need. Guys, make sure you follow my brother right here, Prison to Blockchain.
Thank you, Mr. Page.
Send him some gifts, whatever. Appreciate it. I don't care if you send the gifts to him. You know what I'm saying? Because, like, as long as the gifts are coming in, the algorithm's going, like, I'm happy.
Mm-hmm.
Like, that's all that matters. So give to my guy. I don't need it. I need the engagement, man. Like, that's where I'm at with everything. Is like, I just want to get the message out there. And
Can I say this, Oz, after you done?
What's that?
Can I say after you done? Can I say
No, go
something?
ahead. I basically all I'm saying is, like, my whole goal here is to spread the message, and you know, the whole prison thing is part of the message that I wanted to share, and I felt that you were the best person to bring that enlightenment with, you know, like, and I appreciate you backing me on everything I was trying to do here.
Yeah, and I want to say this, you know, since we connected, right? And I've been making connections. Like the other day, I got connected in the prison ministry live. So the universe is putting us in position, right? We already in position to be wealthy with these digital assets, right? So it's going to be upon us, because with great reward comes great responsibility. So that's why I quit my job in Tennessee to come back to West Virginia, so I can rebuild communities, change you know, send the mindset of certain individuals, you know, and help keep individuals out of prison, or go back to these institutions and talk to certain individuals. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, you know, in the Bible it says it is easier to thread a camel through the eye of a needle than for a rich man to enter into the kingdom. So in order for God to allow us to become rich and wealthy, we have to have a strong mental fortitude and not allow it to change who we are, and not let it distract us from what our goal and our plan is here, because he giveth and he also taketh away.
Taketh away. Look at David.
Yeah. Absolutely.
He can leave the fiery women alone.
Yeah, everybody's got their vice and none of us are perfect, but the moment we lose sight of what the overall goal is here, that's the moment he brings us back to earth, right? And so as warriors, because you and me right now, we're fighting on the front lines of freedom, right? Talking about this subject and these atrocities that are happening to people is part of that fight, I believe, anyway. You know, they say 75% of the people that are in prison or locked up are innocent. And honestly, I think you're innocent, because it also says in the Bible that it's not what goes into a man that defiles him, but what comes out of him. Right? So who is the government to mandate or dictate any of that activity that you were up to? You know, you're just a businessman in my eyes.
Yep. And you think about it, let's go back. They put it here.
Yeah.
Go back to Contra. Go back to Oliver North. You know what I'm saying?
and like the CIA, they allow certain amounts of whatever to come in, and then they take down whatever shipment and seize that, and they take that Bitcoin and whatever that they seize now too, and that's just them getting their cut. It's just a whole ring of it, man. And our government is doing way worse than trafficking drugs. Now, we can't talk about it here on TikTok, but on the other platforms, they're involved in some shady shit, you know.
Hell yeah.
Schmepstein stuff, you know.
And that's what I believe happened with the Venezuela situation. It was the deep state playground. So what Trump has been assigned to do is to take down the deep state, and he did that. We're going to Cuba next.
Yep. They're going to come to my front door one of these days, man. And I'm okay with it. That's what I'm here for. I'll see you in the gulags, my boy. I tell you what, like, I feel like I went through what I went through to prepare me for the fight I'm about to fight, you know, because I believe that this war is being fought in our minds and on our phones and on our TV screens. And that's why I've been putting into the position I've been put into, because like I said earlier, is we are fighting on the front lines of freedom right now, you and me. We are warriors.
Definitely are.
And one day is probably going to come bite us in the ass. But I think that we were put through the fire we were put through to prepare us for what's to come, whatever it may be. So may be it.
Yeah. We had to go through it. We had to.
Yeah, I 100% agree with that, because, like, yeah, I learned so much, man. And, like, I understood economics and macroeconomics and stuff, like, before getting locked up, but being in that environment and controlling the economics of the section like that, and then throughout the whole building, it really enlightened me to how the market structure actually works, how the global economy actually works, because it's really essentially the same thing on a much smaller level, like the smallest it could possibly be. And you actually get to live it and experience it as a nation, because in there, you as the individual are like your own nation. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And
so is.
Yeah, so very enlightening experience.
Hey, you know what though? I just thought about something. You said we on the front line. We're basically this right where we doing right here is called social commerce, as you know. We're going to be like the new newscasters, you know, getting up here to talking to the people because they love our likeness. You get what I'm saying? We're relatable.
Yeah.
In this new world, you know, we're going to give them the information, you know, that they need.
I mean, that's basically what I do now. Is like, we're a news show. I have the right here. Like, this is our little flyer right here. Let me pull it up on the screen here.
You got to put yourself in the big screen. I can't see it.
So this is the flyer I give out to people on the show.
Okay.
Right. And basically it says financial news media outlet and technical analysis, offering one-on-one coaching and technical analysis classes. Our news media outlet consists of 3 journalists, right-wing, left-wing, moderate, along with Jesse, our on-site live broadcast fact checker. So, like, that's what we do. Like, I'm a news anchor. I'm just the anchor. I'm the personality, right? We have the journalists that now I had to lay off a lot of the journalists, right? But we still have the IT guy, and we have Jesse, and Jesse's basically acting as the journalist now. I'm hoping to like get everything boosted back up to where we were, because man, before TikTok did this whole like reset of everything, and basically you know, China and the US fighting over who's going to have control of it. Before that, man, we had like 300 people in the live, and I had like 200 subscribers, and you know, we were raking in money. And so like I could afford to pay all these people, and I was like, hey, we're going to do all this stuff. So I built this whole studio and bought all this equipment and everything. And then it all just went like overnight. And so, like, I took a little break for the holidays, and, like, now I'm back at it. I'm like, okay, they're going to redo everything. They're resetting the algorithm. There's a deal. I'm hoping that maybe we get back to where we were. So time will tell. But yeah,
Do you think? Do you think we would go to the Web3 platforms, as far as like connecting your digital wallet to these social media platforms?
we already are. I'm live streaming on a layer 2 of Ethereum right now. It's called Abstract, and I get paid in crypto for my time that I live stream, and I get paid for my engagement, so for likes and everything. My wallet is connected to it, and people can tip me in cryptocurrency, in stable coins, and I'm doing it right now.
Damn, you gotta teach me that.
Nigga, hold on, I'm gonna pull it up right now. Check this out. So this is Abstract right here. We're live streaming. This is my wallet right here. All right. So there's rewards. So I earn XP for the time that I go live, right? I earn these little badges that I get into my wallet or whatever. I can trade. So I can, trade Ethereum, Pudgy Penguins, Absternute, whatever, for whatever token right here. I can use USDC, USDT, right? I got my wallet.
I like that.
I got like $18 in it right now, but that's just what I've earned on this platform. And like the markets have gone down. It was actually quite a bit more. I just don't spend it. I'm just letting it accumulate in there.
Yeah.
And then there's the live streams, right? So all these people are live streaming. Look at, we got 1, 2, 3, 4 people ahead of us. So we're the number 4 live stream on Abstract right now.
Damn.
Top of the
I
charts.
gotta get on Abstract
right here. Top of the charts. And then on top of it, you can also develop. So there's games you can play. There's all these different games and apps that you can play and discover, and they're all listed right here. And you can also develop stuff here. So let me see here.
There's so much stuff nowadays.
So like if you're a dev, you can create your own like smart contracts and different protocols and things on the this layer 2 and develop. Maybe it's this right here. I think it's because of how I have it opened up right now. But there's a lot to it. We've only been on for like a couple months. We got like 219 followers, and these are real people. There's no bots allowed on this site. It's
That's
all
why
tracked.
I asked that.
Yeah, it's all tracked by your wallet and stuff, right? So it's on the blockchain. So there's no fake accounts. It has to be linked to like a real person. So it's real engagement, real people. And like everything that I had, I made a few trades in here as well. Like, so I had some other tokens. You can also store your NFTs. You got your whole transaction history is all like, so every one of these transactions is where somebody either sent me money or I earned money from going live on the live stream. So that's every one of these transactions. And they're micro right now, but I see a long-term potential and go. With this. So this is definitely like the future of live streaming happening before
I like
eyes.
that.
And
I gotta go ahead. I like that.
Yeah. I feel really blessed to be a part of Abstract because you actually right now not anybody can live stream on it. You have to be approved and you have to prove engagement and different things just to get on it. Like there's a bunch of creators that are on here. They're asking me, hey, how do I get on there? How do I get on there? I'm like, I mean, these are the steps. And if you want to take the steps, I will point you in the right direction, bro. And I will help you out. But like, I got lucky. I was in the right place at the right time. They only allow so many creators at a certain amount of time every so often. And they've had 2 waves of onboarding of creators. One was in January and one was like a couple months ago. And then that was it. They haven't allowed new people and they only allow so many at a time. But if you're interested in getting into it, man, I'll point you in the right direction. And think of it as a long-term goal. Even if it took you 6 months to get it took me 3.5 months to get into it.
Yeah.
once you get in, you're at the beginning stages of something massive here. So
Exactly.
yeah,
Exactly.
and I think
I love being at the ground floor.
right. And dude, think about it like this, bro. We're here on TikTok, right? We're live. I've been live for 2.5 hours. We made like $11, right? In like gifts and stuff, right? I'm sure you made a couple bucks in gifts, but that's money that people sent us. On Abstract, we're getting paid for our time, right? So the longer and the more I live stream, the more money I'm making.
Damn.
That's
so if you live streaming all day long, you making money.
Well, see, I used to do that. So I have a whole year of going live Monday through Friday, 5 to 9 p.m. Right? So 4 hours of content, 5 days a week. I've got terabytes of footage all recorded. And so they allowed you, as long as you had a disclaimer, you could live stream like that. And that was like when it was in the beginning. Last month, they updated their entire thing, right? So for like 2 or 3 months, I just live streamed around the clock, right? And I was just collecting, and that's why, like, I made like $20, but it's really more like I made like a couple $100 because the markets just continued to go down. And that's one of the problems. It's like, okay, like we're getting paid in crypto, some of it's in stable coins I'm getting, but the way I see it is right now where I'm at is I'm live streaming and the markets are only going to go probably up from here as far as Pengu. Right, it's bottomed out, and that's mostly what I make is like Pengu or ETH or whatever, right? So I see it as like I'm just going to accumulate it on here by going live, and eventually it'll take off, and that $20 will be $20,000 in a couple years. I'm cool with that. Like, I am cool with that. So I'm patient.
You got to be in life. That's one thing we learned in the situations we were in: patience.
Absolutely.
A lot of people don't have that, because you had to, especially like this. Like, say you go in a commissary line, like when you in prison, like you got to stand there for hours. Hours. You standing in the commissary, and then as soon as you finish with your bag, you go through the commissary line. You can't leave. You got to still sit there till they do the next move. Because they only do 5-minute moves.
And you had to like check everything, make sure it's there. And if it's not, they take it all back. Like, oh man, that was awful.
So it's a little different in prison, you know what I'm saying? Because you go into the commissary store.
Right.
And you hand them your slip and you just right there, you know what I'm saying? And they fill in your slip. But you in a room just full with your unit. This is just your unit's day to go to the commissary. Y'all all in there. Yeah, you stuck locked in there.
In county, they'd bring it to the section, right?
Yeah,
and everybody be in a line, they'd call out the number or whatever, and you come up and you get your bag or whatever. But you had to check it right there. And if it wasn't, you walked away with it, you didn't get it.
See, I ain't do that much time in the county. I only did when you go into federal prison, they get you out of there because they got to pay for that bed.
Right.
So when you're in the county and you're a federal inmate, they don't want you in there long.
Right.
And you're not with everybody else. Like you're not with state individuals. They got a whole pod just for federal inmates.
We had federal inmates in my section.
They did?
Yeah.
Okay. In mine, they didn't. Where I was at in West Virginia.
I was in a medical tank at that time. So they had like mixed people. So like,
that's why they did.
Yeah.
Medical tank.
Yeah. They had all levels in there, like, and because my charges were pretty high. I had assault with a firearm with intent and all kinds of add-ons and extensions or whatever on them. So like I was in with the murderers, and 99% of the people that I was locked up with took someone's life. There were people on death row in my section. Or at least facing death row. Like they hadn't gotten their they hadn't been charged yet. They're like going through court or what.
Yeah. Hey, some you grew when you grew up in our neighborhoods, like you grow up with them type of guys. You know what I'm saying? That's already they ain't never been caught for those things. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You know, I know serial K's. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You don't know. I don't know that they did it, but you just can. You know how the streets be talking. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, revolution. I forget what the figure is, but it's like one in so many people are that you're around have killed somebody or unalived somebody, and have and there's like a statistic of how many people are serial, whatever, you know. So like, yeah, it's more than people realize. Like you've been in contact with somebody that's taken a life.
Everybody has.
Everybody.
All 46 people in this live they probably have.
I didn't realize how common it was until I got locked up. Right? I didn't realize just how, I wouldn't say normal, but common. Like it happens a lot more, and it's not always, you know, in the news, because it just happens all the time. And I think they don't want people to think that it's happening all the time, but chances are it's happened in your neighborhood, in your area, on your block, whatever it is. It's happened there recently.
Yep.
Yeah, the world is not all sunshine and rainbows.
It's not. And you know, one thing that I've learned, right? I like when we as in every reading the Bible, I like the allegory story, Tower of Babel. It's an allegory story, you know. And one thing I've learned when I study comedic knowledge, that we all are God's children at the end of the day. You know, it's just the soul has a duality, male and female duality. And when we take physical form, we come to this life to experience. You know, that's what this life all about, is unconditional love. This is a matrix we live in. It's a maze. It's a game. All of this is a game. But how you gonna play it?
Oh, there's revolution. She says the average person will cross paths with approximately 16 to 36 emitters.
Mm-hmm. Easily.
Yeah. I did more than that, guaranteed. Guaranteed.
And but you know, them guys that have done that, they're just regular guys. You know, they don't. You know what I'm saying?
Man,
or women, they not.
There was this one guy, the nicest guy, you know, and I kind of like befriended him. You don't have no friends in there when you're locked up. You ain't got no friends, but like you have people that, you know, that you coexist with well, right? There's this guy, man, like we were coexisting, and like we got along, and like, you know, we were in prayer group together and doing Bible study, and we're always talking. We walk together every day, right? And then I found out what he did, and I was just like, whoa, it is horrific what he told. I can't even say it on this app. You know,
I believe it.
Yeah, maybe, you know, maybe one of these days we'll do a Twitch abstract exclusive where we can basically say whatever we want. But here I can't tell you. But man, when I found out what he did, I was like, I can't talk to you anymore, bro. Like I can't. It was that bad. Like,
I believe it too,
dude.
I believe it.
It was so bad, and I only found out because basically someone that knew who he was like came into the section next to us, and like they wanted him, right, because of what he did. And I was just like, oh, bro, like, nah, you should have told me that a long time ago, bro. It ain't cool. It ain't cool.
It ain't.
Yeah.
You know, like when I did my state time in Ohio, like they mix and mingle you with the M people, the murderers. They mix and mingle you with them. But when you're in federal prison, those people can't come down to the lower level. They have to stay in higher securities. You know what I'm saying?
Like
behind
level
the
2,
fence.
level 1.
Yeah. They have to. But like when you in the state prisons, they don't care. They put you all together.
All of it. Yeah.
Yeah, I was in Ohio. Yep, TikTok seller. I was in Ohio, London, and Noble. In Ohio, London Correctional Facility and Noble Correctional Facility in Ohio.
Yeah,
He said, TikTok seller said Ohio.
I was in several of the worst county facilities in California.
I believe it too.
They moved
It's
me
rough out
around
there.
quite a bit. Yeah, it was bad. One
And all of
place
those
was
G
not so
labels.
bad, but the place that was not so bad that they had me, that's where they had me in the dungeon. So like, I didn't get to experience the nice grass outside and like all the different things that were great about it. But man, I was actually in one of the worst places you could be in Southern California.
And think about this in Cal, y'all got them G people, the G's. You know what I'm talking about. I don't want to say that word.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? It's a lot of that out there.
Yeah. And the PCs too, man. You think that you can just PC up in there? They don't just let anybody PC up, and they'll even put PCs in GP. Which is crazy in county. Like and like, so I mean, there's some foul people that were in there, and like, you know, sometimes you gotta put in work. I don't want to scare people, but like, there are times I had to put in work. You know, they make you do it. You don't have a choice.
Or you gonna get ran up top. Or they're gonna try to run you up top.
Yep. It's either you or them, and you're like, well, fuck, this is what they did. I guess they have it coming to them. You just gotta you try to rationalize it, I guess, but it's politics, man. It's all that politicking.
Yep. It's all about politics in there.
Yeah, absolutely.
And that's why we are, and we went through that. You know, we can talk about it now, but here we are now. We are on the verge of rebuild communities, on the verge of being great people, you know, successful individuals, you know. Look what we got going on here.
I know.
Look what I created. I got over 120 members in 3 months in Prisoner Blockchain in the community in 3 months.
That's awesome.
And it's still growing.
Yeah, and you know, I'm growing too here as well. Like just having you on and having this real conversation, like viewership is starting to go up. Like, I appreciate you coming on, like, because, you know, honestly, I think a lot of the community is a little burnout on, you know, talking about the same shit all the time. Like, it's a bit of a refresher to like speak on these things, you know, because like I said, it's not, I'm trying to get your attention with your wallet, but I have a message that I'm here to spread. You know what I mean? That's what I'm trying to do anyway. And I feel like you're doing the same thing, like, because like that's why your name is what it is, and like you're trying to, you know, pull people up instead of push them down. And that's why I was so called to you. Like I seen you and I was like, man, I need to reach out to this guy. We need to link up. I had to do it before you got too big, bro, and then I fly under the radar.
Hey, listen, I'm still gonna be a humble guy, you know, because that's just who I am, you know. Like I had money already. This little stuff don't bother me, you know. You know, when you 10, 15, 16 years old with $50,000, $60,000, that's nothing, you know. That's been my life. So nowadays, like being big, I'm still going to work on houses. I'm still going to work Carhartt paints and vans and being a normal guy.
Yeah, same here, man. Like, I'm retired off this. I don't know if you know my story, but I retired in January last year.
That's what's up. That's what's up.
So I round tripped like every bag, every cycle, bro. I've been in this since 2016. I just can't. I didn't like. Okay, so I've been a trader since I was like 18, right? In the stock market mostly. I got into crypto, and I just had this feeling like, oh, okay, like it's gonna go more, right? And then it didn't. So I round tripped my first bag in like 2017, right? And then the next time it happened was in like it was like 2020, right? We had that other bull run, and I was like, okay, well, all this COVID stuff happening and everything, this time it's different. You know what I mean? And I fucking round tripped again, bro. I was like, it can only go up. They're resetting everything. They're doing all, because everyone's talking about the great reset and everything and all that stuff. all the narratives that we're being taught about adoption and everything that you're hearing right now, there's nothing new about it. We've been hearing that since day one.
Yeah.
And so this time, finally, I was like, I learned my lesson. I was like, I'm taking profits. I'm getting out when it tops. Like I'm not round tripping again. Like I could have been retired years ago.
Yeah.
You know, and so finally I was like, and that's why I'm here, is like to help people and let them know, like, hey, I know adoption's happening, but it ain't happening right now. You got time. So like take profits still. You got to make the money real. And this was what we were talking about last night on your live. What was his name? We were talking
Crypto Cliff.
Yeah, Crypto Cliff. As we were saying, is like, you got to take profits. It ain't real until it's in your bank account. You got to, and most the creators on here, they're preaching the word of just buy it and hold it forever. And they're preaching that at the top of the cycle. They're literally telling you to buy and hold Bitcoin at 100K. That ain't right. And they know better. They know damn well better that it probably ain't going higher. Maybe it is. Maybe they think it is. I don't know. But I'll tell you what, most of these people that are telling their communities to buy are selling on top of their people. They're using their own followers as exit liquidity while they're collecting gifts in the chat.
Yeah.
It's disgusting.
That's why I tell people, like, for me, I missed the train for Bitcoin. You know, I ain't spending that type of money to get into that asset. So I'm looking for these lower hanging fruits. I ain't gonna lie to you. Put $30 in there, get 400,000 tokens. That's how I did Loan Protocol, XPR Network. Got in early, you know.
Yeah, I think that's another problem, is like thinking like, oh, I have a lot of tokens, therefore I could potentially make more money. What we have to look at is we have to look at not only the price, but the partnerships with the project, and also the supply ratio to the market cap.
Economics.
Yeah, exactly. And that's when, so the Metallicus, I'm going to look into that, all the tokenomics on it, and see where,
love it.
Where can we go with this project? Because everything you're telling me, I like it. I hope it's right, because like that's the next thing for me. And like, we talk about diversification and whatnot. Like I keep a diversified moon bag, but my trading coin is very centralized, right? So whatever I'm trading like one or two at a time. I'm not trading, 80 different tokens. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Just better with like basic Bitcoin, Ethereum.
No, I'm more into small caps.
Okay.
I like small caps. I'm actually starting to get into meme coins. I know I'm a DJ, bro.
Ain't nothing wrong. Hey, you an OG? You can do that now. You playing around. You can make a little money here.
Exactly. I'm just, I got linked in with Crypto Rap, and he's been like showing me a thing or two, and some of his filters he uses and stuff, and like I've been making big plays. I did like 1,000% the other day off of a coin he called out, and I'm only playing with a couple bucks, but like, hey, that's real money. Like,
hell yeah. Hey, I found a Polymarket token on Solana. I put like $20 in it. When that thing go to a penny, I'm gone.
For real.
I'm gone. I can't hold that. For what?
All right, let's see here. It's about 8 o'clock. Is there any last thoughts you want to leave us before we end the interview here, man? And obviously, we're going to do this again, man. I had a blast talking with you, man. And like, you touched my heart in so many different ways, man. I'm glad to have you here.
I'm just going to say this for the people in the chat, man. If you do today what others don't do, you can do tomorrow what others can't do.
Damn, that was real. I appreciate you, bro.
Yeah.
All right,
yes,
man. I'll see you next time. And thank you again for coming on. Make sure all of you guys follow Prison to Blockchain. Real dude in the space. Appreciate him. Consider him one of the fam here, the crypto fam. All right. Take care, brother.
All right. Take care, boss. Thank you.
Absolutely. All right, guys, smash that like button, subscribe to the channel, share the show with your friends, share the show with everyone you know. thank you all for showing up. Start tapping that screen. Show some love. Appreciate it. Thank you for all the gifts. We had a few gifts for myself and for our guests here. Thank you very much. Let's give a shout out to TikTok Seller, Paige, Revolution, Saints, MVP. Let's see, Man Friday, D-Joy, Tasha, Seamont, Mr. Squirrel, Starks, Solom Spartan, Miss Evie. Who else? We got Run Up the Blockchain, Mother of Dragons, Crypto Rap, Chillwell, Cosmic Crypto, JFM. Thank you all for your wonderful gifts and everything, your support. I appreciate you guys. Looks like TikTok Seller wants some free A. Everybody wants some free A. Throw out a project. And if you are following me and you're hitting that like button, I'll do it for free. Otherwise, it ain't free. All right. I guess that's the small price you got to pay, right? It's still free. It ain't going to cost you nothing. It's just going to cost you a follow and a like. How's that sound? And don't forget to join the Discord, link in my bio. Join the Discord. We''ve got a lot of sections here. Let me pull it up here for you guys. Let me just show you what we got going on here. So we've got, we got the voice lounge going right here. Let me close that real quick. Oh, shit. Shoot. I'm still kind of learning this. So these are all the sections. So we got our rules. We got announcements, all the different things, right? Different flyers that are happening. We had today's flyer right here. Locked in, not locked out. Right. And then we got news section. So we're posting all the different news articles, what's going on, and which is very important for tracking the markets is you want to know what's going on in the news, right? We want to know if we're going to war. What does this tell you? If we're getting steak and lobster for the Marines, what does that tell you, right? If you know, you know. Also, you know, we got what's going on with Venezuela and different protests. We got crypto news as well. All the different news articles that I cover in the show will all be posted on here. Everything going on. And as you can see, it's stacked up. There's a lot of news to go through. We've got merchandise here as well. We got social media. Social media, different platforms and places we're on so you can find us. We have the knowledge section. This is my favorite section, by the way, knowledge. So we post audio books in here, legal knowledge, how to navigate through the legal system, criminal, civil, financial, how to build trusts and businesses and things like that, books to read, and you can add anything you want to it. We also have survival skills. This is one that I like as well. It's got skills on how to tactics and stuff, like because we play Call of Duty, wound care, first aid, surviving like nuclear explosion, things like that, all kinds of different stuff. We have personal growth where you can it's, you know, mostly like inspirational different things. We have recipes that teach you how to make like homegrown food and recipes and stuff. Then we have like the general crypto. We have wins. Let's look at some of the wins we got. We got 48% right here from G-Rod. We got 31%. We got 206% and 156% from TikTok Seller. We got 231% from G-Rod. We got another 116% from TikTok Seller. These two guys right here, they're doing some real trading and they're making a lot of big wins, guys. So if you're looking to link up, we also have the crypto section where we're doing technical analysis. Yeah, Josh as well. Josh is doing a lot of good stuff. So if you're looking to learn how to trade or link up or copy someone else's trades or whatever, or just get locked in, we're doing a lot of big stuff here, and we're making a lot of wins. And these are on up days and down days. We play both sides of the market here. It's beautiful. And then we got memes, obviously, funny stuff, little jokes and whatnot. We got Down the Rabbit Hole, and Down the Rabbit Hole is active, okay? We are going through conspiracy theories and different things all day. We're having long debated discussions about different topics. As you can see here, we're just talking about all kinds of different stuff there. We do have a special one that's called Moonshot for anyone that's in the TA class. If you're a part of our technical analysis class, you can be a part of Moonshot, where we do group trading. We have cars where you can post pictures of your cars and what you're doing or whatnot, or what car you want to have. I got some of my cars in here and different projects that I built. So you can post your cars and things that you like, whatever. We got true crime, and one of our next guests coming up is going to be Lisa, the True Crime Corner. She's coming on the show. She does a lot of true crime stuff, serial killers and missing persons, stuff like that. So all those different videos, if you like true crime. We have ghost stories. Now, we don't have any ghost stories yet. This is a new one. Tell us your ghost story and paranormal encounter. If you've ever had a ghost encounter or a paranormal encounter, I want to hear your story. Or if you find a cool one on TikTok or something, you want to post it there. I want to hear these stories so we can talk about them. And because we don't do just crypto, we have multiple shows that we do as well. This is our crypto show, obviously. And so then we also have our TA class, and then we have a voice lounge where we all get together and we basically talk, right? It's a group where people are talking, and I'll be playing video games or whatever, live streaming, and we have it open and everyone's just talking and chatting, and we're all just hanging out, and we're talking crypto. We're talking about all these different sections. So click the Discord link in my bio, join the Discord. If you have any issues with joining the Discord, just copy the link and put it in your browser, and it should come right up, no problem. All right, so it looks like we got some people want some TA. Viewer description. Let's do some TA for you, brother. Good to see you. Let's do quant. I guess we could do Kraken. Quant. So Quant is nearing the bottom. I think we're going to retrace back down here to that 59 level. 59.27. It's definitely coming back to 67.45 soon. It looks like a bull flag, but it's not. It's actually a descending, broadening channel, but it's going to break down. I think a lot of people, you're going to see the manipulation happen here. You're going to see a lot of things that look bullish that just really aren't. I think what I see here is kind of a head and shoulders right there. I think we should see back down here around 58. We should. Obviously, that's subject to change. We shall see. Hershey Kisses. Are you following me? Do you follow me? Because don't forget, you got to be following me. I have to see you around. I got to see you at least hitting the like button. At least start hitting the like button so I see you pop up that you're liking. Make sure you follow. That's all I ask. All I ask is that you like and follow, and I will do TA for you. So the next one, Bobby Namadi. Bobby, are you still in the chat? Otherwise, I'm going to skip over you and we'll go over to Hershey's. Bobby, are you still in the chat? And remember, you gotta be following me. All right. And Bobby, you gotta be hitting the like button. I can see who's liking and who's not, just so you know. All right. So make sure you're liking, Bobby. I see you. I appreciate you. All right. Let's see. Bobby wanted Teo. I will tell you this about Teo. Didn't this one, it was the one the CEO like basically got brought up on charges. This one might be dead, to be honest with you. Yeah, this one's coming down. Yeah, and it kind of looks like it's going to form the cup and handle thing here, but remember, this is a drop into a cup and handle, therefore it is not a cup and handle. Cup and handle only works if it pumps up into it, all right? So it usually has like a long green candles, like double its size. Then you're talking about that. Let's look at the 1 hour. I imagine this thing's coming down. So it looks like it wants to bull flag in the 1 hour, but I'm not buying it. I think what we're actually seeing is a double top. We had a small double top right here, but in the next day or so, we should see something like this. So it's coming back to 220 short term, and that puts us around January 12th. Yeah, so it could potentially come back down here to the wick of 199. It'll probably retest the 199 zone, 200. All right. So just so you know, more than likely that's what's going to happen come the end of the month. We should be, maybe the lowest is 220, right? Or 206. But it's going to come down around this zone here, right? Where this consolidation section is, this is where it's headed, all right? So keep that in mind. We have a double top right here. It's coming down. All right, let's see. Who was next? Let's see here. All right, XCN, it looks like. Let's take a look at XCN. XCN. Yeah, same here. XCN is coming down to the low. Expect anywhere between 006 and 004, 003 even, maybe. Somewhere around there. Maybe 003.537. It's probably going to come down to about this price here. Either the top of this candle right here or the top of this wick right here. Somewhere around there is where it should come down to. And it could potentially go lower. I could see it coming all the way down to 001. It's definitely likely, especially if the cycle is over. Right? If the cycle is over, this is what they look like, ladies and gentlemen. They shoot up like this, and then they trend down like this. All right, expect to see that. All right, and expect it to, come down to around here or just above it, right? Somewhere around there. That's what you should be keeping an eye out for. Let's see, who was next? It looks like we had Beam. Let's take a look at Beam. Beam. By the way, if you're in another country and you want me to pull this up in Australian or euros or whatever it is that you're trading in, let me know and I can do that for you. It's no different. I'm looking at the numbers, not the I'm doing lightning TA for you. Okay. Beam, there is not enough data here to know where it's going, but I will tell you this, it's coming down. All right. It could potentially, because it's low cap, go to 0.03355. It could potentially, okay? But I'm going to say probably highly unlikely that it's more headed for the downside. I would be looking for sub 0.002, on this, and probably even lower, okay? This is how these things run, ladies and gentlemen.